Hello friends. Welcome to Fictional Vortex. How are you all? So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto had the death-size power of Harry Potter. Also be sure to subscribe and like this video. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. Mistress. The figure clad in a robe of oily, dark, smoke that twisted and turned around him, kneeled before the young women. Harumi Lily Potter Black Slytherin, Hari, aka the girl who lived, savior of the magical world, destroyer of the Dark Lord, and the mistress of death, turned to face him. Her oud red crimson curls flowing in silky waves, dips and curves down her back, like a long stream of burning fire. Hello, Death, or should I say, Shinigami. Death lifted his head, strands of his shaggy hair surrounding his lavender-tinted face. The two blazing crimson horns protruding from his forehead flickered ever so often with little sparks of fire. Hari could see the hints of the white Japanese traditional garment and the set of bronze glossy prayer beads on his neck under his cloak. He grinned, showing a set of sharp jagged teeth. According to Death, they were laced with magic to sear souls from the bodies of the dead. Mistress, you know not to taunt with death. He sneered, his sharp grating rough voice, piercing Hari's eardrums painfully. Death was kind of edgy when it came to the term Shinigami. He was the Grim Reaper of many worlds, in charge of making sure souls were properly transported when their time was up. However, when it came to the elemental countries, the land of the shinobi, the people there tended to not follow his rules. Firstly, many of them loved to cheat with death himself, gaining immortality by withholding their souls from the balance. Secondly, the people there, the shinobi, were also distantly related to a god of their world, the Ten Tails. Hence, some of them had the ability to control him at an extent. Of course, Hari was controlling death as well. However, this was a right gained fairly through the three deadly hallows, Death's most powerful artifacts, which she tried to throw away countless times, but they always miraculously appear beside her bed the next day. Death had ended up being irritated by the fact that she constantly flung them out of the window, and hence he had infused them into a small deadly hallows tattoo on the smooth skin of her inner arm. Being the wielder of these three magical items, Death accepted Hari as his mistress, following her requests with certain rules and laws of the balance of the world. He also improved her body greatly, claiming that his mistress could not be weak. He had healed her poor eyesight and given her a stronger, healthier and more durable body. I absolutely detest the shinobi. You do not know how many times they have forcefully called me to take a soul. Death growled under his breath. But you called me here for a different matter. Death's eyes shone with mirth. Mrs. Uzumaki Uchiha Sabaku. Hari groaned. Bloody hell. Not this again. Not you too. The bloody goblins were laughing at me too. Hari cried, giving him a glare. It was a year after the Great Hogwarts battle, in which Hari had finally gotten rid of Voldemort. You would think that Hari could finally relax and enjoy her life, considering how she had risked her life for the people of magical Britain. But no, she got herself stuck in an incredibly troublesome bloody arranged marriage. Hari's goblin solicitor had sent an owl to her requesting her to be there for the reading of her parents' will. It resulted in Hari finding out of her situation. Hari sighed, running her fingers through strands of red hair, her sharp emerald green orbs racing across the letter from her parents for the third time that day. Dear Hari, I'm sure you are probably wondering why we even wrote this letter to you. Well, if we did not speak to you face to face, it probably means that we were killed. If so, Hari always know had we love you and are proud of you no matter what. Now this is going to sound bizarre and crazy. Harumi, my dear daughter, in the past, our ancestors discovered spells to travel to a different realm, the Five Great Nations. A land where some of the humans living there possessed an ability to mold spiritual and mental energy into something they called chakra. Our ancestors, the Potters, stayed there for a long period of time, as a very powerful family, forging bonds with the people of that realm. At that time, the head of the Potter family became very good friends with the head of the Sabaku, Uchiha and Uzumaki clans. During a war, the three clans had saved the lives of many Potters, and hence, the Potters were in a very large magical debt to these families. Based on tradition, the Chairhead had to give his unwed daughter's hands in marriage to the clans. However, Considering how they were good friends, the clan heads decided to let it slide, but on one condition. If their direct blood descendants ever experienced total annihilation in which there were only one or two members of the main family left, the direct descendants of the Potter family would have to marry the Stranges. Surviving direct descendant of these clans in order to strengthen the bloodline of the main family, reviving these clans. This basically means, unlike the usual marriage contracts of the past, it was not based on the oldest child but of overall strength and bloodline. The Potters agreed, signing the blood seals provided by the ninjas and even using a magical oath. To sweeten the deal, the Potters provided a magical arranged marriage contract, which possessed a type of old blood magic that promises that the betrothed will be soulmates, which is a reason why arranged marriages were popular in the wizarding world, as it promised eternal and lifelong happiness between the two couples. You're probably wondering why we are telling you this. Well, we have recently received a notice from the change in our family line that a certain Uzumaki and Subaku had joined our family as our sons-in-law. We're sorry, Hari. We too did not know of this until that very odd surprise on our magical tapestry. There is one condition to the contract. If you do not consummate your marriage by the time you are 19, the boys will lose their manhood, unless of course your intended has unfortunately passed away. Why? You will become infertile as well and gradually lose your magic. Apparently, the makers of the magical arranged marriage contract had a sick sense of humor and did not want the recipients to simply ignore the contract, or run away and elope. There will also be some sort of flashy show of magic involved according to what we read, and many benefits to the bond to ensure recipients are unable to cheat on one another. We requested for the books about the 5 great nations and magical arranged marriage contracts to be given to you in our will. Read them well. We love you, Hari. On a side note, the people there only speak Japanese. Hopefully, you will learn the language, or else a translation spell should work. Love, Lily and James Potter. Hari stuffed the letter back into her bottomless dragon skin drawstring pouch. Rubbing her temples with slender fingers, her shoulders hunched. She really hated this. Fate was yet again pulling the strings and using her like a puppet. With her magic and her future children on the line, Hari had to do this. She loved kids and would want at least 3. She wanted a huge family, just like the Weasleys. About that language issue, Hari pursed her lips thoughtfully. Thankfully she had learned Japanese when she was younger to pass time when her relatives were traveling overseas, hence a translation spell was not needed. She had already read through all the books on the 5 great nations. Hopefully, she knew enough to even converse with her bloody Japanese husbands who were from another freaking world. Hari glanced at the small pouch in her hands for a while, rubbing her slender fingers on the smooth scales. The shimmery glossy texture of the small feather-light pouch had curious sheen, almost like a precious gem. The colors ranged from ultramarine to a deep black under the light at different angles. The string of the pouch was shaped into a white snake with shards of rubies for eyes. It was her Slytherin family heirlooms, an inheritance she had gained from killing Old Tom, and being the last descendant of Slytherin. The pouch was laced with dragon scales and diamond mail chains, charmed with various protection charms and runes. It was NCR, edibly secure, and no one except her family could open it. She simply just had to get them to drip some blood onto the tiny snake and power it with a little magic to key them to be part of her family. The same goes to the various chests in the pouch that stored all the inheritance that she had withdrawn from the Goblin Bank. Hari pulled open the drawstring pouch and reached in. The air in the pouch was cooler and it brought goosebumps to her skin, shivers running up and down her spine. She closed her eyes, imagining the little slip of gold parchment. Her eyes snapped open when she felt the small weight in her hands, her thumb brushing against the smooth silky paper. Hari withdrew her hand to examine the little parchment, which stated the details of her assets. Harumi Lily Potter, Black Slytherin. Heir to the most noble and ancient house of Black, the most noble and ancient house of Potter, and the most noble and ancient house of Slytherin. Total liquid wealth, £38.9 billion. Other miscellaneous assets. Legendary grimoires, dark spell tomes, unforgivable old magic books, enchanted jewelry, rune tomes, invisibility cloak, elder wand, and the resurrection stone. Owned properties. 12 Grimald Place, Black Mansion, Potter Mansion. Investments. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Flourish and Blot's Bookseller, Wizhard Books, The White Wyvern and Mr. Mulpepper's Apothecary, Magically Arranged Marriages, Uzumaki Naruto, Sabaku no Gaara and Uchiha Itachi. In her parents' letter, they stated that she was only engaged to 2 guys. Apparently the Uchiha clan had gotten themselves wiped off from the face of Earth, leaving behind some lone survivor. Yes, 3 poor blokes were stuck with her for life. God, it was as if she were creating her own harem. You would think 1 alien was enough. 3 alien husbands. Hari wanted to scream. She had sold her properties at a low price to the Weasleys, and left the Potter mansion for her cute little godson, Teddy Lupin, who was under the care of his grandmother, Andromeda. Hari had explained her situation to her entire honorary family and they were all incredibly supportive. Ron had threatened to hex their balls off if they ever disrespected H. Ari and Hermione had read up tons of books on other dimensions and marriage contracts for her sake. Hari planned to stay in the shinobi world at least until she had settled all the shit she had to deal with her husbands, before going back to England to pay a visit with her husbands. The girls had all been adamant about seeing her husbands, and the guys were interested to see what sort of bloke would be unlucky enough to be the perfect match of the bloody Harry Potter. Hari sighed. She would miss her life back home. During the past year, Hari had achieved the title of Potion Master and she had been working in St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries as a healer for poisoned patients. She also helped out at other wards due to the fact that her magical core, being abundant and vast, was incredibly helpful in the surgeries performed. Sadly, she had to quit her job, but it was not as if she really loved being a healer. It was just a good skill to have. But potions, that was her hobby. After the war, Hari had self-studied potions out of regret for her professor, Severus. She had been blinded by her feelings and hence had never really concentrated on the subject. It turned out that she loved brewing potions. It was kind of like cooking, which she enjoyed greatly as well, with added benefits of weird ingredients and cool reactions. Hari blinked. Perhaps she might set up a store and sell potion-related items in Konoha after meeting with her frolicking husband from that blasted criminal organization. Hari groaned inwardly. Seriously, a criminal organization? Plus, according to Death, Itachi was out to kidnap both Naruto and Gaara, possibly killing them in the process. Oh God, she could already sense the impending family feuds. She took out the small black book from her pouch, flipping through the thick pages, the dusty smell of paper entering her nose. She sniffed and trailed deft fingers over the printed letters. Uchiha Itachi. Raven black almond-shaped eyes laced by lush long lashes, and 2 orbs of obsidian shards of dark ice. Eyes so deep and piercing sharp, they seemed to impale deep into one's soul. His face angular yet boyishly soft at the edges, indicating his youth. So utterly symmetrical, it might as well have been chiseled into shape by a master craftsman. Albino, snowy white yet dewy skin, which were taut with ripples of lean muscles. Features all shaped into Uchiha cold perfection. His hair was pitch black and each glossy strand flowed down his head in shimmery soft waves, pulled taut into a ponytail. He could easily pass for a gorgeous girl if not for his broad shoulders. Hari was kind of jealous by how breathtaking he was. The only blemish was the 2 lines that ran down his face. Eye bags. Being a rogue ninja must be tough. Uchiha Itachi. Death eyed the book which had of all the information of ninjas with bounties on their head, which she had asked Death to nab for her from the 5 great nations. It was just her luck that all her boys were in them. The 2 younger ones had lesser information, but Death had filled her in on them. Gaara, the host of the One Tails, and the leader of Suna, Cage of the Sand, A.B. Oi, who had a lack of love since the start of his life. The first forms of affection he ever received was from Naruto, his very first friend. Then there was Naruto, ostracized since birth, a mischievous boy who longed for recognition and acceptance. The host of the 9 Tails, and also a prophesized to save the world. Itachi is a very kind young man, unfortunately cursed with a sad fate. If I were to fathom a guess, you must be Lady Fate's reward to him. Death noted with a small frown. Reward? I'll probably annoy the bloody hell out of him. Hari chuckled. She sighed, furrowing her brows. He is dying, is he not? Hari glanced at Death. I've had a magical watch keyed to my husband's and it keeps notifying me that he is deathly ill. Hari furrowed her brows in worry. Her eyes glancing at He small personalized magical black watch with 3 tiny gems in the. Each gem represented a husband. The small ruby representing Itachi pulsated with a soft crimson light with each tick of the dial. And there was a deep crack coming dangerously close to the center. A deadly disease plagued his existence. Death nodded. However, it is not his time yet. You can still save him, mistress. Death glanced to her. I presume that you have packed everything. Traveling with a rogue ninja is not easy. Of course. Potion ingredients, potions, food ingredients, clothes, basic necessities, money, identification cards, all here. Hari nodded sharply. She glanced down at her clothes. She was dressed in a white tank top with a simple gray hoodie which had dragon hide sewed into it for protection, same. Goes for her charcoal cargo pants and boots. They were all charmed for outdoor camping, self-cleaning, protection, warmth, resistance against insects, the likes. Good. Then are you ready, mistress? Death smirked. Hari sighed and took in a deep breath, tying the pouch onto her wrist, before beaming at Death. As bloody ready as I'll ever be to get married. They appeared in a flurry of black, elver and emerald mist in a clearing of wild grass. Hari shivered, feeling the magic of this world swirl around her, the abundance and density of it making her feel rejuvenated and energized. It made her skin prickle with power, and the fine tiny hairs on her pale smooth skin stand up at the ends. If anyone were to look at her eyes, Hari could bet that they were pulsating in an emerald light with gold rings at the edges. A jab of pain pinched at her skin and Hari winced, glancing at her watch. What on earth was going on now? Her eyes widened as the turquoise gem flashed to crimson red and a sharp crack sounded before the gem started to break, slowly but steadily leaving a shimmer of green behind in its glass container. Shit. Gaara was on the verge of death. What is with ninjas and their overly dangerous jobs? Death, Hari cried, whipping her head back to him, her blood-red curls flowing in the wind. Her eyes filled with worry and horror. No, not another dead family member. She wanted to meet him. Wanted to make good and fun memories with him. He wasn't supposed to die. Not another one. Please. It is not his time yet. They must be trying to extract the tailed beast in him. Death noted. He gripped her arm tightly. I will bring you there. Give him your magic and the soul bond will save him from death for a short period of time. You know what to do. Death told her sharply. Hari nodded. Death moved. The silky cold magic of death, that curled and twirled beautifully around her body licking at her skin, held onto her tightly, bringing her to the location in a swirl of black silky mist. Hari appeared in a dark cave, concealed behind her invisibility cloak in front of a large wooden statue with way too many eyes to be normal. It pulsed with energy, chakra, and Hari could feel the power burning her pores. She glanced upwards, to see a large ball of swirling blue uncontrollable energy that zapped and churned at an alarming rate surrounding none other than Subaku no Gaara. Her husband. His eyes were rolled back into his head, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Red spinning masses of chakra escaping from his mouth and flowing into the large statue. Gaara was beautiful. Hari couldn't help but look at him for a second. His skin was so white it looked ghastly pale, the skin milky and smooth, except there were currently cracks all over his skin, like the cracks on a porcelain doll. His russet red hair was naturally spiky sharp, tousled messily on his head, with slightly longer fringe parted aside to reveal the tattoo of the Japanese word of love on his forehead. His large doe-shaped eyes framed by 2 black rings that made him look like a cute panda. Long red lashes fluttered over his skin, similar to the dusty wings of a butterfly. His nose tall and slightly buttoned in shape. His lips a pale rose. He had a small frame, but Hari could see the muscles and protruding veins on his arm indicating his strength, his body somewhat petite compared to the bad ninjas trying to kill him. He was hers, and she was adamant that he remained that way. Her magic shook with sorrow at the sight of him, pulling at her to go to him to save him. The glowing blue energy cut off and he fell. His body limp. Hari spelled a quick cushioning charm and floated him towards her, letting him fall, his head leaning on her lap with a soft thump, covering them with the cloak obscuring the view of the Akatsuki. His eyes were closed and he was not breathing. his body too weak to continue working. No, she needed to work fast. He was not dead yet and his pulse was slowly weakening. She pressed trembling fingers onto his cheeks, letting her magic flow into his body, the cracks of his skin mending itself. Softly guiding his body to repair itself, coaxing his soul to stay in his body. Gaara, come back, she pleaded. Hari did not know what possessed her to do so. But, she felt herself slowly lean forward, pressing her lips to his forehead, to that tattoo on his skin. His skin was pleasantly warm on hers, and he smelt of rain during summer and the watery sweet tang of watermelons. Her lips tingled and peaceful comfort washed through her. Warm magic flowed in her veins, bringing along a tinge of pleasure. Happiness and love thrummed in her heart. She felt so pleasantly warm, perfect temperature, not too hot or too cold. It was like sleeping under comforters, snug and warm during winter. Hari's soul trembled with longing. Breathe for me, it said. My soul yearns for you. It wants to love you. His heart thumped hard and he inhaled sharply. His lips parted to let out a small breathy moan from the comforting caresses of her magic, tender and yet bringing him so much pleasure. Hari shuddered. If this was what it was like just kissing his forehead, what was it like to kiss his lips? His dusty eyelashes fluttered, revealing turquoise orbs, flecked with emerald and rubies. Dazedly he stared at her, his features calm. Are you an angel? He murmured, his voice as raspy and deep, vibrating pleasantly to her ears. She shivered slightly, pleasure running up her veins. His eyes fluttering, slightly. Hari snorted and gave him a bright smile, her heart flooding with relief. I'm your fiancé, she told him shyly. She hopes that the goblins were true to their words. They had informed her that they had sent letters to her fiancés and their guardians as well as seals of confirmation to them. Gaara raised a brow but seemed too tired to question her. He sighed and snuggled to her, his nose dangerously close to her stomach. He sniffed, and Hari blushed, swallowing hard. You smell good, he breathed, his eyelashes fluttering softly. Sleep, she whispered softly, watching as his eyes closed, concealing turquoise gems. She brushed her fingers over his eyelids, spelling a protection and peaceful sleep charm. Being an incredibly powerful witch, she was pretty sure he would not get hurt with the spell and would wake up soundly a few hours later. She then manifested a small glass orb attached to a long chain charmed with protection spells. She channeled a hug amount of her magic into the orb. It took on a silvery form, swirling in the glass. It would saw Gaara if anything happened and also allowed her to teleport to him if need be. She hooked it over his neck, letting it rest on his chest. She glanced to the side, sensing a huge group of ninjas outside the cave. Gaara's friends and allies. All looks like she could not take Gaara away. They would think he got kidnapped. Hari gently laid him onto the floor and wrapped herself tightly in the invisibility cloak. She gave a quick glance at Gaara. She stepped out, walking further away from him into a corner of the cave. Hari glanced up to see the dark silhouette of her oldest husband. A projection of him. She inhaled sharply in shock. His crimson-red orbs narrowed at her and their eyes met. The soul bond leapt at the chance, and attraction surged in them, the magic going wild. Her senses were heightened and her pupils dilated at the sight of him. Her magic swirling for both her husbands, wanting to feel them, to hear them and to love them. Itachi's eyes widened and Hari took it as a cue for her to leave before the Akatsuki found her. She left in a swirl of mist, her heart thumping loudly in her ears. Merlin. Too much drama for a day. She heaved a sigh. Now, to find Itachi's real body. Thank you for reading. I hope you enjoyed it. Words. 4275. Naruto and the Hot Spring. Chapter 2. Terrific. Hari grumbled to herself. Hari was currently relaxing in a village specialized in hot springs. With a dying husband, people would chide her for her insolence. As a future wife, how could she enjoy herself when her own soulmate was dying? But to hell with that shit. She's 18, a young adult, AW. Omen who had to fight a war for well-seasoned wizards and witches, and a person who had no proper childhood. Just let her enjoy her life. Hari turned the tap onto full blast, letting the blazing hot water pierce her skin and knead the tension in her muscles away. She grumbled darkly to herself. But, of course Hari could not enjoy the hot spring. Fate, being a bitch, made the women's section entirely full that morning. Fine. Hari couldn't care less. The mixed bath it was. Screw modesty. Old men could stare at her for all she cared. Hari stormed into the hot water, wrapping a fluffy white towel tightly around herself. Ignoring the piercing stares from some men in the hot spring, she waddled her way through the hot swirl of murky water to a more secluded spot hiding her from lecherous eyes. Finally, peace. Hari sighed. She was bitter about this whole arrangement. Sure, Gaara and Itachi were probably the most attractive men she had ever seen in her entire miserable life. Even Cedric could know. She hold a candle to them or Tom's younger self for that matter. But, god damn it, why can't they work as like maybe models instead of as shinobi? Gaara nearly died. She doubt convincing them would work. They were trained assassins. Telling them off would be like telling Hari to stop doing magic and forget about the wizarding world. Still, she worried for them. She sighed, feeling another stare from a perverted middle-aged man. She shot him an icy glare, letting little wisps of magic enter her eyes. Hari's eyes were emerald green, with tiny specks of gold and silver swirling in their midst. When she was angry or using magic, they tended to pulse with magic and power the color akin to the death spell, glowing ever so slightly. Hence, she kind of looked like a demon of some kind with creepy green eyes. The man gulped, and avoided her eye to scamper off quickly to exit the mixed bath in a mad dash. The corners of Hari's lips quirked up slightly. TCH. Coward. Hari brushed a stray ruby red hair out of her face, her fingers brushing against her smooth, silky skin. Hari had porcelain-like complexion with pale albino skin entirely thanks to her magic. It made her crimson curls contrast vividly with her skin, appearing even redder in color. Her looks was a problem in this world. Unlike the locals who had a certain Japanese edge to their features, Hari had sharp and angular features, with her hooded lids and lush lashes way thicker than the average person here. Probably why many of them were giving her lustful gazes and blatant stares for her exotic beauty. Enough about perverts. Hari huffed a sigh. She ought to stop the negativity and simply enjoy herself. After all, it was not like she was going to meet anyone of her husband's today. A sharp sound rose her from her thoughts as the door of the hot spring was pushed forcefully open and a blonde teenage boy stormed in. Hari lifted her head for a look. Her eyes widened, her heart thumping loudly in her chest giving painful squeezes. He looked like a sun god. He had a head of shimmery gold fluffy hair. His skin was a bronze color and they sheened with sweat reflecting the sun. His face was sculpted into perfect proportion with angular features and yet a certain softness to show his boyhood. His almond-shaped eyes were arctic blue, the color so clear and bright. There were hints of lapis and specks of silver in those round cerulean orbs. Also, there were, Hari's mouth gaped open, whisker marks, carved long and deep into his skin, making him look almost dangerous. There was only one shinobi she knew with whisker marks. Only one in the entire alien world. The memory of the picture of one of her husbands during his younger days, Naruto Uzumaki, flittered across her mind. Hari blinked and squirmed in horror. While picture was one of when Naruto was no more than 12 and barely entering puberty. There was no doubt about it. This was alien husband number 2, Naruto Uzumaki, her fiancé, and their first meeting with each other would be naked. Wow, bloody hell. The fibrous muscles on his body ripple and stretch, tightening and loosening as he reaches down to wash his toes. Hari gets an eyeful of his perky round ass with those indents indicating exactly how muscular his butt was. Hari could feel heat rising up her cheeks. He turns to get out of the shower, showing Hari the sinful dips of his hip bone that TS from his hips down to a certain organ of his. He was absolutely gorgeous. Hari felt her eyes advert downwards towards his. Oh my. Hari blushed bright red, sinking deeper into the water. He was big, very well endowed for one of his age. Scratch that. He was especially humongous for one of his age. Hari felt heat burst across her cheeks. She was not ready for this. She had planned to meet the older fiancé first. Give her other 2 fiancés time to grow up a bit more before she went to find them and meet them. Not like this. Naruto was 16, not even an adult in wizarding standards. Hari groaned, feeling the soul bond begin to act up again. Her magic coaxing her to go to him. Merlin help her. Naruto growled under his breath, muttering about a bastard named Sai as he sank into the water. Great. Hari mentally slapped herself. He just had to choose that one spot in which he could see her. He finally noticed her, his blue orbs meeting her emerald ones. Hari could almost feel that pleasurable z-ing of magic trailing up her veins at the sight of him. His pupils dilated slightly, consuming the sea of blue in his beautiful orbs. He squawked, scurrying backwards in horror. "Oh my god, did I just go to the wrong hot spring?" he exclaimed, horrified, blushing bright red at the sight of Hari. He avoided her gaze quickly. However, his blue orbs trailed downwards only to stop to stare. Hari followed Naruto's gaze towards her chest. A smirk appeared on her lips. Perverted boy. She shook her head. She should not be encouraging this. This was a mixed bath for women and men. Hari gave him an awkward smile, shrugging slightly. Hopefully, he couldn't tell that she was sweating bullets. "You can use it." "Oh, okay." Naruto blinked, snapping himself from stupor to slide lower into the water, looking away from her with a dust of crimson red on his cheeks. Hari's mind swirled with thousands of questions as she shot him quick glances. Did he know of her? Did the goblins send a picture of her to show Naruto? They probably didn't. What was she supposed to do? Ask him. That's too embarrassing. Merlin. What's bothering you? She tried to make small talk. Keyword. Tried. His blue orbs hesitantly raised to her face. He coughed and swallowed thickly, shyly looking away from her. His eyes constantly flickering back to look at her ever so often. Does it really matter that much to girls? He innocently tilted his head, staring at Hari. His wide doe-like eyes, staring at her innocently. Hari's face burned brighter and brighter. She internally calmed herself down, dousing herself mentally with ice-cold water. After all, it was her husband she was talking to, even if he did not know much about. I see Datbeo. He stuttered loudly. That verbal tick was kind of cute too. Her mind was starting to conjure up images of little blonde-haired children with green eyes and verbal ticks. Naruto bit his lips, his ears turning into a vibrant crimson at the sight of her. He attempted to leave, shooting to his feet quickly, only to wince when his legs started cramping up due to the sheer force he used to jerk himself up to stand. Hari could not help but let an amused smirk show on her lips. Cute idiot. Ite. It hurts, he screeched, flailing around frantically. His feet slips on the smooth tile and his body tilts over. Hari watched wide-eyed as his body swerved towards her excruciatingly slowly. For a moment cerulean blue was all that she can see. Naruto falls right on top of her, his lips meeting hers in an open-mouth kiss. She winced at the impact, feeling pain rush up her system before pleasure replaced it quickly. Merlin. His lips. Hari moaned softly. They were oh so incredibly soft, and they molded onto her like the missing piece of a jigsaw puzzle. His lips tasted of miso, and a hint of sweet canned peaches. She could smell his scent, which reminded her of sitting in a grassy plain filled with flowers under the bright golden sun. Hari could feel his tanned skin well toned under her body. It was oddly smooth and soft, almost like a baby's skin. However, underneath that smooth velvet was tough and strong muscles, like metal encased in velvet. His body was pressed onto hers, his skin radiating heat onto hers. Magic roared and surged in her veins, and a large wave of pleasure and happiness hit her. It flowed painfully slow down Hari's veins and bringing currents of happiness and pleasure up and down her body, alighting her body on fire. Hari was stifling loud screams of pleasure that threatened to escape her body. She could barely stop kissing him, for more of this insane feeling. Naruto seemed to be experiencing the same thing, writhing into the kiss. He was hungrily, almost like a starving fox, pressing kiss after kiss to her swollen lips. Naruto. Eyes flashed crimson. A long black slit cut across each orb like a cat's. Mine. He growled, looming over Hari. He lunges towards her neck, sucking harshly on the soft sweet spot of her skin. Hot blazin'. G-streams of magic erupts in Hari's veins, and she gripped his shoulders tightly, digging her nails into his flesh as she mewed pitifully under his ministration. Hari's hips were bucking under him, and she could feel his hot arousal digging into her flesh. He rose to capture her lips once more, their tongues wrestling for dominance. They finally part to gasp for sweet oxygen, panting hard, staring into each other's eyes. Naruto's fox-like orbs fade away to reveal azure blue crystal orbs. He blinked and seemed to remember what happened a couple of seconds ago and blushes bright red. Hari's face burned crimson, and she could feel her body heating up with embarrassment. She glanced at him dazedly. He was so beautiful. His now azure blue orbs sparkled with a light that seemed to bewitch one into doing anything for him. Hari watched as a small shimmery intricate stag tattoo formed above his heart and reaches out to touch it. Hot pleasure courses into their veins and she quickly released her hand. Naruto stared at the tattoo above his heart amazed. Hari glanced down to the skin above her heart to see a small golden fox print. "What did you do to me? Who are you?" Naruto growled, taking a defensive stance. His eyes darting around wildly in shock, shaking his head. He attempted to glare at her, seemingly trying to get himself angry, yet failing to do so from the look of adoration and wonder in his eyes. "Look, did you get a letter? On an engagement contract, fiancé. Does that ring any bells?" Hari helplessly tried to explain. He furrowed his brows, then his eyes widened. He blinks, his face scrunching up in thought. Hari could practically see the bulb light up in his head. "Ah," he gasped. "You mean, that scam letter? I just chucked it in the bin." Hari blinked and huffed a sigh. Of course. What did she expect? The Hogwarts letter she received years ago looked like a scam or a joke too, if not for Hagrid's arrival. Hari raised a brow, a small smile on her lips. "Did you read it?" "Yeah, I rarely get letters anyway." Quote, "Well, about that letter, it's true." Hari sighed. She might as well burst his bubble. "Here I am. My name is Harumi Lily Potter Black Slytherin, pleased to meet you." "Wait, what?" Naruto's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape. "Don't lie to me." "Aw, come on. You already felt the magic in our kiss. You're delusional. Are you an enemy ninja? You're part of the Akatsuki, aren't you?" "Merlin, no." Hari huffed, glaring at him sharply. "I'm serious. Your ancestors made the contract. I'm sure if you looked into it in your archives you would find the contract somewhere." "You're lying to me. I won't fall for your tricks, as if I would believe that dumb shit." Naruto growled. Hari mentally face-palmed. Why couldn't he just accept it? But then again, if she were in his position she would not believe it too. She expected as much. "I don't even like you," he replied, harshly. "I have a crush on someone, okay? Whatever it is you're trying to do. I do not like you. I will not marry you. No way in hell will I even date you." Low blow. That was a low blow. Hari knew what he felt. She had experienced it herself. She knew he would not believe her or immediately fall for her. However, her heart clenched painfully, like someone was slowly crushing it in their hands. "Fine," she replied stiffly. "Goodbye." She apparated away in a flash of green, in a fit of rage, leaving him behind to stare in shock at the area she was at. He furrowed his brows. His heart lurched painfully, already longing for the emerald-eye beauty. He could almost feel her lips on his, her soft smooth skin on his, her eyes on his. Now that she was gone, he felt empty. The dull ache resounded in his heart, traveling over his skin. They just met, but why did he feel like he lost someone precious? Maybe she should not have done that. Hari huffed, watching her fiancé argue with Sai. His mood was clearly affected by their encounter. Sure, it could be due to the Sasuke guy she had learnt about from their conversations. However, Hari could feel his soul reaching out towards her, which she brutally avoided. He missed her, yet at the same time he felt conflicted by the feelings he felt for her. The soul bond did not help at all, amplifying everything. Hari watched as Naruto turned to look back. He could feel her. Hari shivered as he stared at her direction heatedly. The soul bond reacted quickly, sending shivers of pleasure down their spine, the magic trashing in her, screaming at her to go to him. Hari winced, spelling yet another layer of concealment charms over herself, wrapping the invisibility cloak tightly around her shoulders. Naruto glanced around wildly, confusion showing on his features. He turned back to his mission, hiding behind the vegetation watching the bridge. Hari should not be tailing them, but she could not help it. She wanted to see Naruto, and it was in the direction of her destination. Then there was the girl of his affections. Sakura. Hari. narrowed her eyes at the bubblegum pink-haired girl with mint-green eyes. She liked hitting Naruto. Anger flared and buzzed under her skin. Who did she think she was? Then again, was Naruto a masochist? She watched as her husband leapt onto the bridge. Wow, that was impressive. He could really jump long distances. She glanced ahead to see their enemy. What the FCK? The enemy was a tall, pale, raven-haired man with snake-like eyes and tongue. He could also reproduce snakes. This was Orochimaru. He looked like Asian Voldy with a nose and hair. A surge of chakra, thick, dense, burst out from the bridge. Hari could not explain the feeling, but if she were to try to explain using taste, it would taste like very dark chocolate with a hint of murky sweetness and a large handful of chili. Sexy. Hari shivered, intoxicated by the energy emitting out of Naruto. This must be the chakra of the rumored nine-tailed beast that Death had told her about. The Arctic blue gem in her watch was buzzing with red sparks too. A loud roar pierced Hari's eardrums and broke her out of her train of thoughts. She glanced at the team, watching as her husband became engulfed by bubbling liquid chakra. The pale, orange liquid energy swirled with a high viscosity, the blood from his skin staining the once gold chakra shroud a darker shade of orange. Naruto snarled and swung sharp chakra claws at the Voldy look-alike. The claws cut through the air like a knife on butter, slicing it with a sharp hiss. The force of his practically destroyed an entire forest with his attack, creating a large gash across the vegetation. Hari's eyes widened in alarm, as more and more of the buzzing thick chakra oozed from Naruto's pores. He let out a scream of rage, echoing his pain and sorrow into the sky. The sound pierced her heart, twisting and turning the flesh into pulp. Her stomach lurched from worry. This did not feel normal. Did he always fight this way? It looked a little too dangerous though. Death. Spurs and the dark misted shroud swirls into view beside her. The more the number of tails he has, the stronger and the more chakra he takes from the 9 tails, Kurama. He will also begin to lose High's mind and sense of awareness for his actions, fueled only by the hate-filled chakra of the Kyuubi. Death's raspy voice replied back. I presume you remember your ancient runes. Yeah, I do. I'm kin. D of thankful I took that for my owls with Hermione. Hari noted to Death. Hermione had been adamant that she took the subject to learn how to ward her home from Death Eaters and to protect herself. Ari was actually pretty good at it if she did say so herself. You mean he's this agitated because of our argument? Hari gaped at him. It is a large factor, mistress. Also, as an adolescent boy he has trouble realizing the crux of his emotions. Sasuke might be an issue, but that issue is just salt to the wound. A wound you created. Oh, shut up and go. Hari told him. Death chuckled, dissipating into mist. She was shaken out of her thoughts to hear the rips of wood, and she glanced up to see the entire bridge was pulverized into smithereens. Her husband was tearing through the forest, his skin peeling off to reveal bloody flesh under the burning hot chakra. He morphs into a large fox-like creature, the chakra shroud filled to brim with his blood. What the hell? Hari's features twisted into that of horror. He was getting hurt. Her magic thrashed in its cage, yearning to save him. Hari could not afford for her newfound husband die. Sure, he did not believe the contract, but that was understandable. She wanted the chance to get to know him. She wanted her happy family, damn it. She was not taking any chances. Hari flinched at the sound of crashing and breaking of rock and stone. Merlin. What now? She squinted through the dust and sand. Her eyes widened. Naruto lay under mountains of debris and cracks on the earth, his fox-like body swirling red with chakra and blood. There was a sword piercing right through her husband's stomach, holding him in place. A sword. A bloody sword. Holy crap. Hari gasped in dismay, her heart thumping loudly in her chest, unknowingly letting the concealment charms fall slightly. Naruto ripped the sword out of his flesh, snarling wildly. He sniffed, glancing around, his ears perking up slightly. Even in this state, he could sense her. Hari blinked in surprise. I'll get back Sasuke for you. Hari watched as Sakura raced towards Naruto, tears streaming down her cheeks. That was a dumb move. Naruto. Stop it now, she yelled. Hari watched as Naruto glared at her, looking enraged by the disturbance, and a crimson tail of pure energy whipped towards Sakura. Oh my god, that was raw chakra. How stupid could Sakura get? Hari warped into V.W. to block Sakura from the buzzing stream of deadly power. Naruto's tail was lashing towards her at a high speed. The crimson arrow tearing through the air making a sharp wheezing sound, parting the air easily. She could practically feel the pure power radiating from his tail. Hari breathed in deeply, pushing her magic out, reaching towards his soul. Merlin, please let this work. She reached her hand out to meet the crimson tail. Laughs. Words. 4181. If you appreciate my work, and would love to help me, buy me a coffee, smiley face. Ko-fi. Fuyukom. Itachi and his balls. Hi, I'm back everyone. Sorry I got buried under schoolwork and suffer from a writer's block. I made some major changes to the newly edited Chapter 2. Basically, Naruto will not be as accepting of the soul bond and he will not be agreeing to it anytime soon. Warning. OOC Harry. Chapter 3. Just before Naruto's tail slashed across her skin, Hari laced her fingers with magic and grabbed the tail. Hari winced, bracing for the onslaught of pain, only to be greeted by silky soft energy. It did not burn her. Hari's eyes widened in realization. Chakra was powerful, a mixture of energy. Magic, however, was something that defied logic and science. A phenomenon, an anomaly. The chakra tickled her skin, gently prodding against her flesh curiously. It felt alive under her fingers, like a playful kitten pawing at her skin. Naruto looked confused, staring at her with widened eyes. He tilted his head to the side, sniffing tentatively. His ears were twitching slightly. Hari stroked his tail and he whined, his eyes flashing to meet hers. Interesting. She squeezed the soft tail and he let out a yelp, drooping his ears and crouching low. His tail was lowered slightly, indicating submission. Ah, cute, he knows who's boss. Smirking, Hari led Naruto towards her into an open-mouthed kiss. The buzzing chakra tickled her lips akin to the feeling of popping candy. They tasted like dark chocolate with the tangy buzz of sweetness. She pleasa. NTLY made a mental note that his body was way 10 times warmer than usual. His blazing hot fingers, or more like claws, on her cold skin felt very pleasant, like hot water kneading on her tense flesh. Plus, she mentally grinned to herself. In this form, he was more animalistic. He growled lowly in his throat, his tails moving wildly from the uncontrollable pleasure surging through his body. He met her kisses with fervor, grinding his body on her, trying vainly to release the pleasure building up inside him. He flipped her over with a snarl, clawing at her back, leaving behind traces of fingernail marks. Looks like she was only immune to the deadly chakra. He was slowly returning back to normal, the chakra shroud was quickly dissipating. The soul bond responding to her soul and magic. She let her magic run across his skin, healing his wounds, in which he arched his back to let out a low whine at its touch. His kisses were gradually slowing. She watched as he pressed one last tender kiss to her lips and his eyes snapped open to reveal Arctic blue eyes. Naruto. He blinked in confusion. For a minute, he looks at her dazedly, his pupils dilating slightly. Then he realizes the provocative position they were in and his cheeks burned bright red. He leapt backwards, quickly glancing at her in horror. Hari sighed. Here we go again. She sat up slowly, brushing her fringe back with her fingers. You, he screeched in disbelief. Yes, me. Hari shrugged, huffing a sigh. He glanced around wide-eyed at the destruction surrounding them, then back the crater she was practically sitting in. This proves my point. You're in league with Orochimaru. I can't even remember what happened. Naruto yelled, pointing his finger at her, glaring daggers at her. You can't remember. Hari raised a brow, standing up to dust off her pants. She tilted her head to the side, smirking slightly, a finger tapping lightly on her lips. Even the kisses. She watched as his eyes drifted to her lips. The dusting of crimson traveled up his skin and onto his cheeks. He glanced away quickly, scratching the tip of his nose in embarrassment. Cute. Naruto. Who is this? Yamato called from behind. Ah, right. He would be suspicious of her. Hari could feel his chakra moving around her, ready to take the form of wood and attack her. Naruto opened his mouth to explain, only for Hari to press a finger to his lips, shushing him. She leaned closer to him, smirking slightly. I do not think explaining how you met a girl in a hot spring, fell on top of her and proceeding to ravage her lips would be a good introduction. Yes, he squawked, flushing vibrantly, muttering to himself under his breath. He was so cute to tease. Then, Hari stretched the kinks in her back with a sigh. I'll be going. Don't get in trouble again. Wait, Naruto cried. Hari could practically see the panic set in his eyes, and his finger twitched wanting to stop her from going. He swallowed. What, you'll turn batshit crazy and start kissing random people? Hari raised her brow, smirking. He harumphed, looking livid. You're the one who kisses random people on the MMF. Hari couldn't help but lean in to press a chaste kiss on his lips. His lips molded with hers almost perfectly. He let a low-groan rumble from his throat, his eyes wide open in surprise. Hey, teasing him was going to be her hobby. They parted, a lewd trail of saliva trailing on her lips which much to his horror she easily licked up with a flick of her pink tongue. He inhaled sharply, watching her lips intently. Find your side of the contract, ask your leader. I'll find you once I've finished some things, Hari said, rubbing the side of her arm with a sheepish smile. If you still don't believe me, take this as just a really hot crazy girl. Hari laughed to herself at that, who decided that she would like to partake in some very sexy blonde. Hari purred, letting her voice dip lower. She smirked at the sight of Naruto looking incredibly aroused, the crimson color spreading to the tips of his ears. He liked her, she knew he did, and that was enough for her. Hari vanished in a flash of emerald green, leaving behind a black leather bracelet with an intricate carving of a stag with 2 emeralds for eyes. The emeralds glinted with magic and the colors swirled and changed every few seconds, merging from apple green to ultramarine and then chocolate brown. Naruto glanced at the bracelet, slowly bending to pick it up. Without thinking, he slipped it onto his wrist. His eyes widened, raising a brow at the accessory. It fitted comfortably, almost like a second skin. Having it on felt like she was there with him, holding his hand. Weird. The Naruto 3 days ago would have thrown away the crazy girl's bracelet. But the Naruto now could not bear the thought of never seeing her again. He gently turned the clasp, locking the accessory into place. With Death's help, finding Itachi was a piece of cake. Hari swing her legs back and forth on the tree she was sitting on. Her eyes trained onto Itachi. He was murmuring softly to his companion, a shark-like man, Kisame Hoshigaki. His voice, it rumbled low and dangerously deep, like thick dollops of dark chocolate swirling in chips of almond. The sound brought a run of pleasure up her skin, bringing goosebumps to the surface. Oh God, his level of sexiness. He was also probably prettier than her. But let's not think about that. She watched idly as they begun to meditate. Itachi seemed restless, his eyes shifting around suspiciously. The concealing, muggle, repelling charms never did work to keep the soul bond in place. They had both then stiffly begun meditating. For a few hours too, Hari suppressed a yawn, leaning against the tree trunk. She must have dozed off for quite some time because she awoke to a masculine smell that reminded her of the forest and snow. She inhaled deeply, a small smile on her lips. It reminded her of winter, Christmas and the other good things you can do with snow. Her eyes snapped open in shock to see Itachi right in front of her. He was so close she could see the tiny hairs on his skin, and the shades of dark chocolate in his pupils. Each individual long lash, the strands of raven hair that reflected the sunlight. He was beautiful. He frowned slightly, tilting his head to the side. For a moment, Hari's breath caught in her throat thinking that he found her. He couldn't see her. She had the cloak and the charms, but he could feel her. Hari's eyes widened in realization. The fact that he could go to such a close distance to her despite the muggle-repelling charms was astounding. Her heart thumped loudly in her chest as she watched him lean in closer, their lips barely centimeters from each other. Her skin burned with need, and her magic thrashed and clawed under her flesh. Did he know what effect he had on her? The spell between them broke when his partner called to him. He inhaled sharply, pursing his lips in confusion. Before hopping off the tree branch to go, Hari let out her breath, unknowingly holding it in. God, Itachi had amazing willpower. This was not good. She watched them go, waiting for them to be close to their destination before apparating to the town that they planned to stay at for the night. Hari walked out of the dark alleyway, sealing her invisibility cloak into her tattoo. She strode into the inn they planned to stay at, greeted by the sound of men chatting and the occasional screech of skimpily dressed female clinging on one or two of the men. The town was corrupted, and many illegal dealings happened here, hidden from legal laws. This inn was known for being a safe haven to criminals, thugs, mercenaries, thieves the likes. Only some knew of this place, as it tended to change locations every so often to get away from lurking ninjas and law enforcers. Hari shrugged off her black hoodie, revealing crimson curls, and a brown lace-up t-shirt with jeans. She ordered some green tea, dango and soft-served ice cream. Hari was kind of surprised by how, despite having many similar foods from her world, many of which had not been invented. An example being ice cream wrapped in mocha, or sirloin steaks. Hari rocked back and forth happily as she spooned the ice cream onto her treat. The milky goodness melting slightly from the heat of the dango. She cut a small piece and placed it into her mouth. Oh Merlin! The dango was silky smooth in her mouth, bouncy and chewy, blending perfectly with the delicious red bean paste with its chunky bits of sweetness. The ice cream, sugary vanilla heaven that was so incredibly fluffy and soft, the ice cream melting into deliciously sweet nectar that flowed down her throat. The cold of the ice cream going so well with the heat from dango. Hari couldn't stop a small little moan from escaping her mouth and she blushed slightly. Whoops! What she didn't know was that Itachi and Kisame had entered the inn and was eating in one of the booths. Itachi, being paranoid, had been watching each patron with a careful calculative gaze only to make an abrupt stop at the crimson-haired girl eating ice cream and his favorite desert dango. He did not know how to explain it, but suddenly he was seeing nothing but the red-headed beauty. He watched intently as the small pink muscle wrapping around the little silver spoon, licking the creamy liquid off the metal surface. Her lips pursed together, like a kiss, bits of ice cream staining her lips white. She swallows and gives a breathy moan, her lips forming an "oh" before the sensual L muscle darts out of her mouth to lick at the leftovers, cleaning it all so thoroughly. Itachi swallowed thickly, instinctively using the Sharingan to capture that entire scene. His body felt warm, and he licked his slightly chapped lips. What was he feeling? However, it felt as if his body had been waiting for that girl, because just watching her made him feel like a teenage hormonal boy who had just reached puberty. He could feel his breath coming out in pants, his heart painfully thumping in his chest. His body was trembling slightly, dizzy from the chemicals his body released into his brain. What was this feeling? He didn't understand it, couldn't comprehend anything. He watched as she stood to leave, paying the fee, before making her way to the bathroom. Immediately, Itachi found himself rising from his seat to follow her. Kisame raised a brow, in which he replied with a classic Uchiha answer. He waited till she finished, leaning against the wall outside the toilets. Hari washed her hands quickly, stepping out of the toilet with a sigh. Death said Itachi would be here soon. But where were the two criminals? She rubbed her tense muscles, striding out of the toilet. Her eyes losing for a second as she massaged her shoulder, letting out a sigh. She yelped, literally crashing face first into someone's muscular chest, a very well-defined muscular chest for that matter. Her hand swung forward, hitting something blazing warm. Instinctively she held on to the rather large object. It was velvety soft, kind of squishy, and a little, how does she put it? The telltale sign of pleasure coursed through her veins. If Naruto was blazing heat, Gaara, comfortable warmth, this was like a satisfying gulp of icy cool drink on a hot day. She let out a small moan, and the thing she was gripping onto gave a twitch. Kind of solidifying at rapid speed. Almost. It felt like she was holding iron encased in the softest material in the world. What in the world? Her eyes snapped open to see one flustered Itachi Uchiha. His milky skin tinged with red that spread down his pale complexion, traveling down his clothes. His lips were parted slightly, letting out little puffs of moist warm air, revealing pearly white teeth. Itachi's eyes were glazed over with pleasure, trembling slightly from need. He was watching her with mixed emotions, and her hand was currently lying on something big and hot. Someplace she should not be touching, especially when they just met. She pulled her hand back as if she had touched hot iron. Well, if you put it that way, she kind of did. Stop it, Hari. Stop it. Her face was burning redder and redder. Holy hell, why the hell did she have to swing her arm and hit there, out of all places? Merlin's sagging balls. She mentally dunked her head in ice-cold water. Stop thinking about anything to do with the male anatomy, Merlin. Her eyeballs couldn't help but flicker down to see his growing erection. At least she knew she had that effect on him. She painfully met his eyes. Cringing at his wary gaze, she watched as Itachi's brows furrowed. He closed his eyes slowly. They snapped open, revealing black orbs that melted into blood-red pupils, changing from a simple design to an intricate star-like shape. They resembled rubies that sparkled in the light. Tsukuyomi, he whispered, his voice rumbling deeply. Hari paused, internally cursing to herself for being stupid. Oh shit, the world practically shifts into an endless land with a crimson-red sky. Hari glanced around, finding herself tied to a black wooden post. How kinky. We have 72 hours here. Itachi appeared before her, looking as regal and as handsome even in the world of illusion. He watched her heatedly, the design in his eyes turning slow languid circles. He trailed deft fingers over her arm. Hari resisted the urge of letting out a moan at the icy flush of cool pleasure that burned her skin. Nice to know that even in his kinky jutsu the soul bond was still working. He flinched, his eyes widening a fraction in shock. Hari watched as the pink stained his pale cheeks, a self-satisfying smirk crawling its way on her cheeks. Hey, everything in this world is under my control, he mused. Yet, he glanced at his fingers. Before looking up to her, you still have this effect on me. He looked puzzled, almost disturbed. A scowl flashed over his pristine features, the stars in his eyes spinning quickly. His voice took a dangerous dip, the sound oh so attractive. What did you do to me? Hari could feel the telltale coolness of metal on her skin. Itachi held a long sword to her navel, looking ready to just stab her at any moment. The soul bond was probably preventing him from doing so because despite his blank expression, his eyes showed his confusion and irritation. Hari coughed, clearing her throat nervously. Did you happen to receive a letter about an engagement contract? Hari asked. Itachi glanced at her blankly. Okay. Does an owl carrying a letter ring any bell? It followed me and clearly knew of my location no matter where I went, so I killed it. Itachi interrupted her bluntly. Hari gaped at him. What? She yelped. Oh Merlin. Gringotts would kill her. Bloody hell. Hari groaned, mentally punching herself. Merlin. Never mind. Did you happen to have come across over an old marriage contract with the Potter clan by your ancestors? She watched as realization entered his eyes. Yes, but nobody bothered about it because we assumed your clan had long since died out and there was no way the Uchihas would experience such a heavy drop of numb. He stopped himself from continuing. Realizing what he had done by effectively murdering his entire clan save for himself and his brother. His eyes snapped back to her. Well, Hari drawled, enunciating the words slowly. I'm Harumi Lily Potter, your fiancé. Hari watched as he pondered on her answer for a moment, appearing poised on the outside. However, Hari could see that he was flustered by the way his lips twitched slightly. And his shoulders were tensed. Potter-san, he said. I have no time to get married, and if you did not know, I am a rogue ninja. I cannot marry you. Call the engagement off, he told her stoically. It does not work like that, Itachi. If it were, I would have just ran off a long time ago already. Bugger, why would I even come all this way to look for you? I will be sitting on my damn sofa eating my jelly beans. Did you read the marriage contract? Hari asked, heaving a sigh. I already said yes. Did you see that part about the consequences? It's true. Yeah, exploding balls and all. What if I said no to the engagement? I will hex your balls off now. Hex. Castrate you. Hari told him, solemnly. Itachi glanced at her amused. He was coming to realize that Hari was brutally honest and had a rather dirty mouth. His lips twitched to form a small smirk. What if I told you I don't care? If you put it that way, as a rogue ninja, I will die sooner or later. I do not plan on having a family, so I do not need it. Well, you want to die of castration. Hari tried desperately to reason with him. A guy who did not care about the damage on his penis. What happened to him? She was threatening his family jewels. That always worked with men. I won't. I know how to stop bleeding. I can survive it, Potter-san. But you need your male organ. Male organ. Itachi's lips turned up at the corners, forming an amused smirk. Whatever for. I can do so without. I seem to recall servants of some emperors in the past doing so. But, Hari was lost for words. Spluttering in horror. I need it. You need it. Itachi smirked, looking devilishly handsome, his eyes glinting with mischief. You were very bold for our first meeting, wife. He purred, glancing up at her under long lush lashes. Hari blushed beetroot red, the color spreading down her face to her ears and neck. For a moment, Itachi wondered how far the color would spread. You groped me, and also you were the one who wanted to castrate me. I bumped into you. Hari spluttered at his words. At this rate, he was never going to let that pass. He raised a brow, in which Hari ignored and quickly changed the subject. Castrating you is for a good reason. Hari fumed. Your clan is surprisingly bigger than I expected. Itachi commented. Flying horses invisible to the human eye. I would think that your memories have been altered if not for the marriage contract. He exhaled softly, looking at her with wonder and amazement. Hari frowned, squinting at him suspiciously. You're mind raping me, aren't you? Arsehole. She could barely feel the prods at her mental barriers. Was this the perks of his abilities? I am only able to view the memories at the surface of your thoughts. But that is enough for me to see almost everything. Itachi's eyes shone with mischief. If not for the magic of the soul bond, she would not have been able to recognize the little changes in his features that depicted his feelings. Others would only hear the monotonous tone to his voice and the blank stiffness of his handsome face. Everything. You better not be looking at anything. Hari exploded in embarrassment. Holy hell, if he knew of how she had stared at his picture for ages on end. Merlin. Hermione had even made her buy lingerie for her husbands. Hari had spent Ag's in the changing room in that tiny thing that barely covered her ass. No, it was practically flossing her ass. As I said before, if you think about it, I will be able to see it. Itachi's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Hari could see the faint tinge of red on his cheeks. Bugger. He saw it. He did. He smirked at her as she let out a scream of pure horror and embarrassment. She won't be able to face him. Oh Merlin. He watches her intently, taking a step forward slowly. His hair tousled by the wind in his illusion. He stepped closer to her, his eyes gazing at her, almost as if he were memorizing the every detail of her features. Hari's heart was pounding loudly in her chest, her skin burning for his touch. Is this part of your bloodline limit? His voice is breathy and it makes I think of a million ways to make him feel that way when having say. She quickly shakes the thoughts from her head before Itachi could see them. No. Well, there are potions, but that's nothing like this. This is because we are soul mates. Quote, soul mates. If you consider my abilities as a bloodline limit. My ancestors had the ability to make marriage contracts so that the two engaged are the most compatible with one another. You could say it is kind of a method to make the strongest children. Hari shrugged. The concept of having a soul is real. My bloodline limit has made it so that we are two halves of one soul. Only whole if we are together, which is why you feel what you feel for me. Plus, they added some benefits to the contract. Hari blushed at the thought. The purpose is children after all. They amplified everything. Pleasure, attraction, hormones, testosterones, love. Hari smiled softly at the word. Itachi was seized with emotion at the thought of rejecting this green-eyed goddess. Itachi pursed his lips tightly, watching his fiancée. Her green eyes seemed to draw him in, like a moth to light. What was wrong with him? He shook his head. I cannot be with you, Potter-san. I am dying. He told her, his face scrunches in pain at the truth in her words reflected by her memories and thoughts. I experience severe hemoptysis. He whispers. Hari frowned, biting her lips. Hemoptysis. The coughing of blood from the respiratory tract. If the underlying cause was not detected fast, her Itachi would die in a matter of days. Wait, what? Her Itachi? Where did that come from? Have you seen a doctor? No. I am a rogue ninja, remember? Your doctors in the Akatsuki. They are not that skilled. Plus, I have told no one about this. Then let me do it. Let me heal you. Hari pleaded. Please. Itachi kept silent, watching her with mixed emotions. He stares at her for a brief moment, and suddenly his face twists into that of shock and horror. You know of why I killed my clan? He accused. Hari glanced away, unable to meet his eyes. Death had explained to her the reason for Itachi's actions when she had asked him about Sasuke Uchiha. The peace of his village over his own family. Itachi had killed his family to prevent internal strife. How? He questioned, his voice laced with panic and pain. Hari snapped her head back to stare at him in surprise. He could not see the death in her memories. Magic and curiosity. She weakly tried to explain. She sighed. This was going nowhere. She glared at him, her green eyes flashing angrily. Why are you so adamant that your brother must kill you? Can you not talk to him? I want to die by his hands. Itachi replied, his eyes filled with guilt. He exhaled slowly, his features etched with sorrow. I am a murderer, Potter-san. I killed my clan. Itachi sighed, running his long slender fingers through his silky raven hair. I deserve to die. He lifted his head to meet her eye. I am not worthy of you and I will never be. Leave me alone, he stated, painfully polite. Itachi, I don't care, Hari told him fiercely, her eyes burning with emerald fire. It was not you. It was your mission. It was my family, Potter-san. Stop it, Itachi. Ninjas have killed countless of other families. Everyone with your profession, rogue or not, are murderers. Itachi looked away. Itachi. He turned to glance at her, his expression carefully blank. No. Okay, look. If you don't care about yourself, think about your brother. Hari growled at him. If he didn't want to listen to him, then she would dig at his old wounds with a rusted dagger. And pour mountains of salt into the fresh injury. Your brother is a broken young man. If you let him kill you, he will turn crazy. She snarled, exasperated. Once he finds out of the truth, one way or another, Sasuke will not be able to take it. He's traumatized, depressed and mentally unstable now. Your brother, Hari hissed, her eyes pulsating with power, is going to find out he killed his innocent older brother, who killed his entire family under orders of Konoha. He'll wreak havoc. No. Hari shook her head frantically. He will follow the Akatsuki, destroy Konoha, and proceed to kill everyone. You need to stop. You are his only remaining family member. Hari chided. You are his sister-in-law. Itachi retorted weakly, a small smile on his lips. Hari scoffed. Itachi, stop it, he still loves you. Hari pleaded. No, he does not. Itachi replied, his voice bluntly harsh. I destroyed him. He does. She nodded her head fiercely. He's just traumatized. He should have gone for therapy as a kid. Hari sighed, glancing up at him. Itachi, if this does not confuse you, then please, I want to love you. I want to know you. I need you, she said, swallowing down the lump in her throat, her body trembling with emotions. Please let me, she pleaded in a voice filled with so much longing for him. Itachi clenched his fist tightly, swallowing hard, his emotions raging war inside of him. How is it you make me feel this way? He choked. The years of practice to remain emotionless, the layers of protection that he placed over his heart. They had all became undone with just those few words. He stumbled backwards. The chains tying her to the wooden post broke free, and she stumbled out. Finally free to move about as she wished. I don't want you to die. Hari replied honestly, staring down at her feet. Potter-san, I am so tired of this world. Itachi swallowed, pausing to control the emotions in his voice. I have. Itachi looked at her. No will to live, then, live for me. Hari whispered, her voice cracking slightly. The soul bond was screaming at her. Her magic clawing at her to save the other piece of her soul. Her dying soul, please. She glanced up at him. Itachi trembled, his body stiffening, tensed from emotions racking through his body. Potter-san, he replied, controlling his voice to a monotonous tone. You don't understand. He glanced at her with fierce eyes, those obsidian orbs drilling into her. I want to die. He told her fiercely, his eyes alight with unshed tears. You cannot change my mind. I see. Hari smiled sadly at her feet. Then, will you give me what is left of your life? Will you? Hari glanced up at him. Give me happy memories of my husband. Itachi looked conflicted by her words. Yes, he replied. Harumi. Pardon. My name is Harumi, but you can call me Hari. Harumi. Her name on his lips made her shiver slightly. The way he curled his tongue on each syllabus, eliciting each word, made her blush slightly. Hari gave him a bright smile. It was a start to what remained of their relationship together. That's it, folks. Next up is some more Itachi action. Words. 5172. If you appreciate my work and would love to help me fulfill my dream, buy me a coffee on Ko-Fi. Smiley face Fuyuko. I'll update soon. Smiley face, I promise. Kisses and water balloons. Sorry for the long wait. I had to rewrite this chapter 3 times. Groans, it was so boring, the scenes were draggy and long. I dug myself into writer's block after writer's block. Then inspiration hit me like a truck. Thank you, Pinterest. Chapter 4. It was understatement to say that Hari was stinking rich. She was so rich she could have funded the Akatsuki 100 times over for their quest for world domination. Apparently gold was much more valued in this country, hence her wealth had been tripled. There was one time when she had been tempted to buy Itachi's missions from their leader, much to the horror of said man. This was why Itachi suggested that she entertained herself while he completed his duties. She started first with a hospital, Hallow. It was situated on a magical bus, with a similar concept to the night bus but excluding the vomit-inducing tremors. The inside of the bus was magically expanded with the latest medical equipment and the best living conditions. The patient rooms were all filled with modern facilities and as luxurious as a 5-star hotel. Hari might have gone overboard for that one, but they were all transfigured from stone or pieces of wood, so she might as well. Her nurses and doctors were house elves, trained in human and wizarding medicine and disguised as humans. They not only took care of the patients but also the magical creatures and plants which were situated in the garden for potion use. She initially built the hospital for Itachi, but he declined her attempts to cure him. Stubborn asshole. Thankfully, he didn't know that the painkiller pills he took were secretly laced with potions that were slowly working its magic on his lungs. The hospital was, of course, free of charge. Like the night bus, when someone extremely desperate for medical attention called for help, be it ally or foe, the bus would appear. Well, a fog would begin and the bus would appear. Secrecy purposes. Then the elves would magic the person into the bus and they would take off again. If it was something beyond their expertise, Hari would be notified through her phone. Hari sat in her office, flipping through her phone to check through her patient records. The entire bus was Actu. Ally the size of a 30-story building, and it could continue to expand to fit patients. It was currently half filled with people. Her patients were so thankful for her services, some of them even pledged themselves to her, wanting to work in the area of medicine. Well, then there's those crazy ninjas which they just chucked back outside after they were healed. Her phone buzzed, vibrating on her skin. Hari swiped across the screen, reading the text Tilly had sent. Asuma Sarutobi, Konoha Jonin Shinobi, fatal stab in the heart. Request for aid. Hari got up, slipping on her white lab coat and put on a surgical mask. Whoever this was, Naruto would not want him dead. She pushed open her office door and stepped out of the bus. The fog twisted and curled in the air, acting as a disinfectant for the area in case of infectious diseases. Hari observed her surroundings. She seemed to be on a rooftop. Hari's eyes swiveled to the group of ninjas surrounding a tall, olive-skinned man. He was badly bruised. Half of his body was singed and his body was practically soaked in crimson liquid. He looked like he stepped on a landmine, tripped and fell off a cliff and proceeded to impale himself on a rock. He was dying and he was also trying to smoke. Smoke. The hell? Get that bloody cigarette out of his mouth before I change my mind on saving him. Hari hissed, giving the disgusting thing a sneer. She hated cigarettes. The sound of her voice seemed to have startled him, and the cancer-inducing thing dropped out of his mouth. Good. The ninjas kneeling before Asuma, mourning his death, glanced up at her. Her eyes widened in recognition, trailing over the young faces. Naruto's classmates. The older, more experienced-looking shinobi behind them raised their weapons, their muscles tensed and ready to strike. Paranoid bunch. Tilly, get the stretcher and the potions. Philly, cover me. Hari gestured to her lackeys. Tilly nodded and bowed, disappearing in a crack. The ninjas flinched, chakra buzzing over their skin and saturating the air. The energy tickling her skin slightly, seemingly trying to wrap themselves around her to smother the oxygen out of her lungs. Was this the famous killing intent? Hari would probably be pulverized if she stepped any closer to the half-dead man. I am Dr. Hari. Hari cleared her throat and gestured to the bus. And behind me is my hospital, Hallow. We specialize in emergency healthcare and we were notified of a patient in desperate need for medical attention. Please step back and allow me to take a look. Well, she sounded exactly like a scary bad man, trying to get kids into her van of candy to sell off to slavery. Why should we believe you? Ino yelled at her, tears streaming down her face. For all we know, you could be part of the Akatsuki. Trying to take Sensei's body for the bounty. That sounded exactly like what Naruto would say. Because I'm your best hope. Hari supplied helpfully. Maybe that wasn't a good choice of words. His heart has been sliced into two. Even with surgery, he will only have a 10% chance of survival. Now it is already too late, so what are you trying to obtain? Shikamaru snapped at her, his eyes narrowing to slits. Well, his chances of survival are depleting the more you talk, bro. You're not going to believe anything I say, aren't you? Hari mused, her eyes meeting with Philly's. Time was ticking, she better make a move fast. She took a step forward, her heels meeting the cold stone. The shinobi acted quickly, launching their attack towards her for naught. Hari teleported beside Asuma in a flash of emerald light. Her fingers were laced with magic and she pressed her hands onto his chest, meeting the bloody wound. Philly lunged, blocking hit after hit with shields and barriers. She erected the last shimmery shield over Hari and Asuma, blocking out the shinobi. House elves were the best at protection after all. Hari closed her eyes, letting her magic flow through his skin, disinfecting his wounds from any foreign material. The healing itself was not that hard, she had done this before in her world. It would be easier now without the patient's own magic interfering. Hari concentrated, imagining that her magic was a glue. It seeped into his cells and begun its work, accelerating healing to an inhumane pace and guiding it to where she wanted. Her magic was basically sewing his heart back together, molding the flesh back to place. She let a pulse of magic course through his system, reversing the damage of oxygen loss in his body. What are you doing to him? Ino yelled at her, ban. Jing on the shield that Philly had created. Saving his life. Hari replied, flicking her wrist to heal the other deep gashes. They closed quickly, disappearing to leave only smooth olive skin. Asuma inhaled sharply, touching his chest in shock. His eyes met hers, portraying his feelings of shock and wonder. He opened his mouth, wanting to question her, only for Hari to shove a bottle of blood-replenishing potion down his throat. He swallowed, gagging slightly, looking disgusted by the taste. What's in there? Beetles, Hari replied. Asuma made a face and Hari cackled at his reactions. Come to tea. Hink of it she should invest in making tastier. Medicine. Asuma-sensei. Choji's voice trembled as he glanced at his seemingly alive teacher. Said teacher gave him a bewildered look. Hari rolled her eyes, unable to stop a smile from her lips. Hari raised Asuma onto the stretcher with magic. He flails around wildly before landing onto the stretcher ungracefully with a squawk. Tilly takes his vitals quickly. Hari reads the results on her phone, scrolling through his information, which she immediately obtained via magic. Mr. Sarutobi, your ventricle was sliced open. Blood loss. Stab in the leg. Burns on skin. Lack of oxygen in brain. Organ failure. Gashes on internal organs. Hari nods thoughtfully at the long list of injuries. On the bright side, Hari beams at him. You don't have to regrow any bones or organs. That creates the weirdest sensation ever. I regrew my bone once. Trust me, you don't even want to try it. Asuma stared at her. He still seemed a little woozy from the blood loss. He swallows and croaks. Did you just heal my heart? Well, yeah, I glued it back together, but you'll need to take some medicine to strengthen it. I doubt you can run or fight as hard as you used to. Hari smiled at him. His face twitched. I'm pretty sure what I had was a fatal injury. The only fatal injury to me is when you've split your soul into 7 pieces and each one was blown to bits. If you deliver my wife's baby, I will name you godmother of my child, Asuma told her, his mouth hanging open as he stared at her in wonder. Consider it done. Hari smirked. Another godchild wouldn't hurt. She loved kids. Hari scrolled through her phone squinting at the panel. I'll shift you to room 550. You will deported back to Konoha after 2 days of rest. Your nurse Tilly here will take care of you. Tilly nodded frantically. Yes, my lady. Tilly will make sure Mr. Sarutobi is well taken care of. The house elf enthusiastically replied, pushing Asuma towards the bus. Wait, we believe you. Please let us follow Asuma-sensei. Ino called towards her frantically. Hari signaled for Tilly to stop and she turned around glancing at the ninjas. The knives and throwing weapons that lay strewn on the barrier clattered to the floor noisily as the barrier was taken down. I will, if you promise to not try to kill my staff. Hari replied. They exchanged glances and nodded. She snapped at her fingers and more house elves appeared beside her. Well, who's next? The hospital steadily ate up Hari's cash, and was also steadily growing fame especially after Hari had saved the life of a renowned member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, Asuma. This was a good thing because she had lesser wary and paranoid patients when the bus magically popped before them. But her birthday was approaching steadily and she needed to get closer to her younger husbands. It would not do if she had to forcefully manhandle them on her birthday. For phase 2, she decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by setting up a convenience store in Suna and Konoha. It would basically have a door at the back of the store which would be magically keyed into every branch. In other words, she could bypass the whole 5 days of tracking through the desert and the usage of magic for apparition just by pressing the button and opening the door. Though she would need to get a license and then start working on the store. Hari sighed, scribbling down some calculations. She was going to get pretty busy. Still, not busy enough to not have time for her fiancé. Hari could not help but let a girlish giggle escape her lips. Hari fished the frozen yogurt from the fridge, taking a spoon and directly eating it from the carton. Waiting for Itachi was tough. She set the carton onto the desk, rolling the sweet icy cold liquid on her tongue. All her clocks were keyed to her husband's, much like Mrs. Weasley's, and the hand that represented Itachi was pointed to going home. Hari gave Itachi a portkey keyed to his voice, in which he would be able to teleport to her office after his missions. Missed me? The seductively low voice purred beside her ear and Hari nearly spits out her yogurt. Before she could even comprehend what was happening, Itachi had yanked her towards him, hoisting her up so that he could angle his lips onto hers better. He dove in, covering her lips with a hungry kiss. Itachmmf. Hari was cut off from her embarrassed shriek by a pair of cool lips on hers. Itachi slowly pressed kiss after kiss on her lips, savoring the feelings of pleasure and magic flowing through their veins. His lips silky smooth on hers, and the pleasure made her head dizzy and hazy with love. His every touch was icy frost on her skin, pleasantly cold. It brought goose-bumps to her skin, so very different from Naruto's blazing hot kisses. Hari pants on his lips as Itachi picks up speed, suckling on her skin gently yet firmly. His tongue slips into her mouth, slowly exploring her. Itachi moaned, unable to stow the sound from escaping due to the strong gush of pleasure running through his veins. Itachi savored her taste, mingled with the sour-sweet tang of yogurt, carefully memorizing the feeling of her on his lips. Their tongues rapping against each other, moving, grinding, and rolling over one another. He growls as the pleasure builds up to a high, and Itachi pressed a harder kiss to her lips to stop the scream from escaping. His eyes widening slowly, his Sharingan activated to watch Hari, his beautiful wife, as she gives him the most lewd expression he could ever imagine. Her emerald eyes glass-eyed with pleasure and love for him, just him. Bliss coursed through them, and Itachi shudders as he explodes. They part, panting heavily, embracing each other. Itachi watches intently as each breath escapes in pants from her moist lips. He loved her so much. You pervert, she manages to pant out, waving her fingers to clean them both up. He smirked, pressing a chaste kiss to her lips. You're pervert. Itachi grinned. Looking 10 times younger than usual, he gave her ass a squeeze. Hari blushed, crimson staining her cheeks, and she wraps her arms around his neck, feeling a tremor of need running through her body. He liked to do that. Come home and give her a mind-blowing make-out session. At first, He wasn't too happy about having to share her with 2 other men. They were both men he was supposed to kill for his organization. But he knew it was not her fault, and Itachi was not one to dwell too long on problems. He just decided to take it as a challenge to be the best fiancé among the T.R. and probably take out his revenge on her by reducing her into a pile of goo. "I got this for you, by the way," he drawled, leaning against the wall looking like a supermodel. Hari decided that he would have looked pristine and perfect if not for what he pulled out of the bag. Was that underwear? Female underwear. It was lacy, black and very revealing with so many loops and holes. Hari felt embarrassed looking at it. Her eyes widened in recognition. He did not. "Yes, I walked into an underwear store for you," Itachi teased, waving the thing around on his fingertips. For good measure he pressed it to his nose, inhaling deeply. He chuckled. The sound vibrated across her skin and she watched him. Oh my golly, that was super perverted. Hari could almost swear that her face was the color of tomatoes at that moment. Her body was burning with fire and she shifted uncomfortably at the heat that roared deep in her body. A devilishly handsome smirk stretched across his face. "And you're going to wear it if you lose." "Oh crap, not this again." His shadow clone made a soft, barely audible pop and a water gun along with a bag of water balloons dropped to the floor. Body replacement jutsu, huh? She apparated to the hospital's gardens, which was conveniently empty and without house elves or people. Did Itachi tell them to get out? Hari inched down the pebbled steps feeling exposed. Itachi was specialized in hiding and all that shit. While it did not work as well with her because of the handy soulmate bond, she was never going to win against him. A jet of cold water hit her ass and she squealed. Hari turned to see the evil face of one Itachi Uchiha, tossing a water balloon and standing on the tree like a champ. She aimed and took a shot only for it to meet air. He was using his ninja speed. Asshole. She turned and flung a water balloon at him expecting it to miss. It slammed and exploded on his shoulder in a flurry of water droplets. Ha! She burst out laughing only to get a face full of water. It became a full-out war after that, with him attacking her from basically all sides, but she managed to land a few good hits on him with the use of spells. Hari chased after him giggling madly, her finger on the trigger of the water gun. This was pretty fun. It must have been because of the water, because her feet slipped on the stone pavement. Oh shit. The smile left her face as vertigo hits her, and she loses her balance, toppling forward. Hari's eyes squeezed shut as her arms reached forward to brace herself. Her face is met by a hard wall of muscles, and the smell of winter. Ari blinked, opening her eyes to see Itachi's beautiful face, a smile on his lips. He smiled tenderly at her, his eyes filled with so much love. Her heart flutters and her breath hitches in her throat. Then, he picks up her water gun and sprays water down her shirt. His grin widening and his eyes sparkled with mirth. Way to kill the mood, Itachi. Hari deadpanned. She gave an involuntary shiver from the cold, his eyes are shining. The obsidian shards shimmers in the light and she watches as his pupils dilate at the sight of her. He gives her a Cheshire-like grin. I like it when you're soaking wet. He purrs. His fingers trails down from her collarbone to the top of her chest. There are droplets of water on the tips of his eyelashes. They reflect the light like crystals that adorned his angelic features. Hari follows his gaze to her chest. Oh, her cheeks flushed and her skin boiled from embarrassment. Her white t-shirt clung to her like a second skin, the water soaking through the fabric and making it see-through. Her baby blue bra was practically crystal clear for his viewing. Merlin. Now that she thought about it, Itachi's shirt was also pretty skin-tight from the water. Hari discreetly ran her hands along his velvety abs. You lose. He taunts. You're such an asshole. And you're a spoil sport. He smirks. Fine, fine. Hari sighs. He looked surprised by her answer, seemingly expecting more defiance. Hari bits her lip and uses a spell to will the lingerie to her. With a flick of her wrist she switches her underwear for the black-ass flosser. The fabric clings to her body tightly, pulling at rather weird areas. Hari swallows, meeting Itachi's eye. Well, she did lose. Slowly, she peeled off the wet t-shirt, revealing the black lingerie which clung tightly to her figure. Carefully watching Itachi's reaction, his eyes were dilating further if that were even possible. He swallows and his Adam's apple bobs. He inhaled sharply, his eyes traveling over her body. Well, Hari inspected herself. Blushing at the sight, it elicited her curves, giving tantalizing views of her skin except the. It was only right for Hari to press her lips on the angel in her grasp. Naruto tried to deny it, but God, he missed that witch. He missed her so much his heart ached at the thought of her, and he would find himself staring dazedly at his bracelet. It did not help that his arms were plagued with her lips, and he would wake up, hot, bothered and painfully aroused. Did she curse him or something? He tried to fight against his feelings, denying himself the truth. He probably started to act like a moody bastard because of it. What did you expect? He was constantly horny and acting like a disgusting love-sick puppy. He threw himself into training, unleashing his frustrations at everything. He finally decided to tell Tsunade about it after debating with himself on the topic for weeks. He cursed, making a sound of displeasure between his teeth. Tsunade, that sly old woman. She only agreed to help him look after she had squeezed every damn detail out of him. It was the most embarrassing session in his life. Shizune and Tsunade had cackled and howled at him. He was disgusted and horrified, but inside, he was actually kind of excited, happy even. His crush on Sakura was steadily disappearing, and now he believed that all he felt for her was adoration. He hated how Life was just not working for him right now. Even the new jutsu he had invented was apparently too strong for his body. Just when he thought he actually took a step closer to his goal, he was back to square one. He watched as Konohamaru performed the sexy jutsu involving two naked girls, and he laughs. Although he would have preferred if the two girls looked like, he bites his lip thinking of his crimson hair goddess. Harumi Lily Potter Black Slytherin. He had found the letter he had chucked into the bin and had read it over and over again. For one, her last name was as weird as hell. He snorted to himself, and that long weird-ass surname would one day be changed with his own surname. He just had to look for the girl. Somehow. Go on some dates. Get hitched. Maybe squabble a bit like married couples. But most importantly, he would kiss her and tell her how much he loves her. Is it too much for a demon like him to ask for love? Yes. Naruto is finally accepting her, although I'm not going to make him overly lovey-dovey. He's going to be an awkward teenager who gets embarrassed easily. Itachi is the flirty pervert, Naruto is the shy pervert, and Gaara will be the adorable pervert. I'm halfway done with the next chapter, and I plan to get it up before the summer holiday ends. See you soon. XD. If you appreciate my fanfictions, buy me a Ko-Fi. XD Ko-Fi. Fuyucon. Words. 4067. A crow and a raccoon. Updating a chapter is a scary experience. I worry that you all won't like the new chapter. Hence, I treat review readings like walking on a beach filled with hidden landmines. Any second and I be blown up into pieces of flesh and blood. Either that or I take a step and find diamonds, good reviews, which just makes my day. Oh my. For a minute I read Reviving Clans as Reviving Clams. I panicked for a second, thinking that I spelt it wrong for months. Story summary. Harry Potter is obsessed with keeping clams as pets. During her travels, she comes across a rare super clam dying on the road. She performs CPR on it, but it is still dying, so she gives it a kiss of true love and it turns into Itachi Uchiha. Her clam prince. Crack. Soulmate involving clam x human. I should seriously go to bed. Chapter 5. Hari decided to start building the convenience store in Sunagaku, the hidden village in the sand. Having had their cage abducted in their own village, the Suna shinobi had raised security measures. She had to go through interrogations and mind checks aside from the legal work and forms she had to submit for checking. It would have taken months if not for the spells she said to nudge the officers to speed up the process. Hari stepped back to admire her store, Lifesaver. It was vastly different from the round gourd-shaped structures in Suna. It was rectangle in shape for one. She entered through the automatic sliding door and the smell of air conditioner hits her nose, the change in temperature bringing goosebumps over her skin. She used magic to prevent too much UV rays from entering the store and to filter out the sand. Her store was bright, new and shiny. The furniture, walls and ceiling were painted glossy white to create the illusion of a larger space. Household items, snacks and various products you usually find in a convenience store were stocked on shelves. She lifted a bag of chips, inspecting the transfiguration work done on the packaging. The elves buy packs of goods in bulk from the Muggle world and then change the labeling to her own. Probably plagiarizing the brands, but it's not like they would come to the shinobi world anytime soon. The food that you needed to consume within the day, those were the things that she made with the help of a house elf or two. She stopped at the hot food stand, inspecting the herbal eggs, soup, roquettes and all the other fried oily goodness. She had infused most of the food with chakra replenishing potions. The shinobi would appreciate it. She also sold some common Muggle medicine in her homemade potions. She had improved the taste of the potions and created different variations. Herbal tea, tablet, or just the concoction itself. She took a sit on a tall stool, sipping on hot chocolate, watching as the crowd began to arrive. Her house elves began to work busily behind the counters, sporting bright grins on their human masks. It was barely 2 days since the opening of her store and her sales were skyrocketing. The shinobi loved the concept and civilians benefited greatly from it too. Though, Hari drummed her fingers on the tall table. Gara had not stepped into the store at all. She thinks that she saw his siblings, but there were too many customers, so Hari wasn't too sure. The whole purpose of creating this store, aside from generating cash, was so that she could easily visit Gara and Naruto. Sure, she could warp into Gara's room, but his security would probably kill her immediately. Trust her. She tried, but he had guards everywhere. Hence, she created the convenience store, hoping that he would stop by. She had even created a food stand that only sold gizzards and salted beef tongue because she knew he loved it. Hari is shaken from her thoughts by an approaching shish. A nobi going too close to her comfort zone. Hey, you're really hot. He whistles appreciatively. Come with me and I'll treat you to lunch. The sandy-haired male clicks his tongue and shoots her a wink. Another guy trying to flirt with her. That was kind of a really bad way to try to get a girl though. Hari shot him an apologetic smile. Sorry, no thank you. She shook her head, inching away from him. But he persists, stepping closer to her. Ah, come on, don't be such a spoil sport. He flirts, with what he seemed to think was a sexy voice, but it sounded like a dying frog compared to her Itachi. Hari pursed her lips, and he seemed to take that as confirmation. He gives her a lecherous grin and leans in, completely invading her personal space. I believe that she told you no. The rough, raspy voice trailed from behind them. Hari's heart fluttered at the sound, her eyes widening a fraction. It's him. It really is him. Gara stood behind them looking like a sexy gothic punk doll. His wide, unblinking turquoise eyes with their incredibly light-colored pupils seemed to unnerve the man. He stutters and bows before turning to leave quickly. Hari watched him go before her eyes swiveled back to the hot piece of meat before her. Gara looked healthier, less pale compared to the first time she saw him. She pleasantly noted that he had kept the glass orb on his person, and she feels the thrum of her magic on his skin. He watched her, his eyes instinctively shifting over her body. Her smile widened as his eyes flickered over her chest and he blushed. The pink tint on his cheek barely noticeable. He avoided her eyes, seeming to be internally beating himself for that. Hello. We've met, but I'm not sure if you remember. Hari greeted him, a blush crawling up her cheeks at his unwavering gaze. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. I remember, he answered, blinking owlishly at her. Hari thought he would forget about the whole thing actually, but that's great if he remembers. I'm Harumi Lily Potter Black Slytherin. You're, Sabaku. Sorry, Potter Black Slytherin Sabaku, he stated with a poker face. So he knew. Wow, this felt like a marriage proposal. Heat crawled up her face and she flushed, squirming under his heated gaze. Was he trying to see through her clothes or something? What's with that look? Did she have something on her face? Now, Hari's EYs were about to pop out of their socket. Please sleep with me. He gave her the puppy eyes. Oh no, not that. His eyes were large and watery turquoise framed by those thick red lashes. She just want to hug him tight and protect him from anything that could harm his beautiful body. Blinked, his lips pursed, mouthing a silent, oh. Hari heaved a sigh of relief. Merlin, could he stop misleading her? But, I don't mind. He turned to her, smiling brightly, a cute pink blush staining his pale cheeks. For a moment Hari can almost hear the angels singing by the sheer blinding beauty of his smile. So cute. Then she remembered what they were talking about and his answer. Her mind drifted off to more R-rated images involving Gaara in various interesting positions. No, she swallowed thickly. Was this a test of wills? The sound of his sister slapping her face in a facepalm could be heard and his brother was cackling from somewhere 2 aisles behind them. Oh, you don't want to? Gaara pouted. His rosy bottom lip trembled slightly. Huh, now what? Wait, what? What is with him? Hari felt like she was riding a roller coaster. An emotional roller coaster. She mentally slapped herself. She needed to get her act up and pull up her big girl pants. She will not be beaten by her fiancé. Oh, of course I do. She stuttered, avoiding his gaze desperately. He smiled. Was he doing this on purpose? He stepped closer and took her hand. Hari twitched, feeling the rush of magic and pleasure that thrummed through her skin. How warm and fuzzy. What was he doing now? I want to, he told her in a serious voice. 2 what? Now what? 2 children. Oh wow, nice. Hari swallowed thickly. I will do my very best. Gaara told her, a small frown on his face. Even when he frowns he looks cute. Was it the eyelashes or those round circles around his big eyes that made him look so adorable? Will you do your best too? Yeah. Hari could practically feel the smoke escaping her eardrums. Her brain was on fire and nothing could save it. She could practically see her cells screaming for a firefighter. Her heart hammered away in her chest too fast to be healthy. She was not used to this level of pervert. This was uncharted waters. Overhead, Konkuro was full out laughing. Gaara glanced at her quietly, seemingly waiting for something. I'm waiting. For what? 2 kisses. He replied innocently. He didn't mean. Hari mentally gasped in horror. He thinks babies were formed through kissing. No. Hari slammed her head into a wall in her mind. She was the perverted one all along. Merlin. Hari was horrified. She was mentally slapping herself. Gaara smiled, bouncing lightly on his feet, and she could almost see twin raccoon ears pop out from his hair. Almost. I'm joking. He smirks. She visibly deflates. She thought she would have to go through with the birds and the bees with Gaara. That was a horrifying thought. Hari could practically see her soul escaping her body. She didn't know why, but she felt tired already. Gaara chuckles. It was a beautiful sound that makes her feel rejuvenated, just a little bit. He turns her hand over to press a kiss on the surface of her palm. Her breath hitched, watching the beautiful male being before her. His lips felt like the brush of butterfly wings on her skin. He glanced up at her from underneath long eyelashes, looking like an incubus after her soul. She swallowed. Man up, Hari. Man up. Gaara will lose his manhood if she doesn't stop acting like this. Your thing gets a hard thing. Who's that? Gaara asked. Hari wished the floor would just swallow her into darkness. Your male reproductive organ. There, she said it. How? He blinked. He doesn't even know this. Doesn't it happen to you in the morning? Hari gasped at him in horror. He hadn't hit puberty yet. I just wait for it to go down. So you mean we can only do it in the morning? His eyes widened in a seemingly eureka moment. This was getting nowhere. She pulled his hand and stormed right to the section where his siblings were hiding. She swallowed, staring at the 2 people who would become her in-laws one day. They glanced up at her, surprise. Munching on a bag of potato chips. A stolen bag of potato chips. Evil siblings. They didn't hear what Gaara said, did they? It's taught if you're in the seduction field of work. Your parents or your Jonin sensei will teach you sometimes, Konkuro replies slowly. His eyes widened in realization, then they shot to Gaara and back to her. No, he mumbled. He gets it. This is WH. It happens when Gaara used to be the village's monster. Yes, help me please. Hari begged. She couldn't do this. Sorry Gaara, you need a fellow man to help you explain the nitty-gritty details. Tamari seemed to getting it as well by the rate her face was reddening. You're his wife. You're going to do it anyway. Just explain to him. Konkuro told her. She grimaced. That won't work out so well. What do you want me to do? She pulled him closer to hiss into his ear. He doesn't even know how to wank. Konkuro met her eye. He snorts. It's not funny. Hari wailed pitifully. Kankuro is barely able to keep in his laughter. He clearly did not plan to help her. Hari glanced at his sister who was shaking her head frantically. Hari groaned. She stormed back to Gaara. He glanced up at her in surprise, peering at her with wide turquoise orbs. She waved her fingers spelling privacy and muffling charms, blurring them out from the watchful eyes of other people. Without a second thought, Hari pressed her lips to Gaara's. He inhaled sharply, surprised by the sudden attack. Soft and warm, there was a bitter-sweet tang to his lips, which reminded her of herbal flower tea. The magic was working its way through their veins, getting their hearts accelerating with pleasure, but Hari had kind of built a resistance to it. Kind of. Hari gently molded her lips to his, sucking on his lips, changing the pale pink to a rosier color. He gasped, surprised by the feeling, allowing her access to his tongue, which she gave small tentative licks to. The magic was cozy and warm, and made her feel toasty. However, the pleasure and happiness that came with it remained relentless. It roared through their veins at her touch, flowing under her touch. Gaara's fingers wrapped around her hips, clenching tight at the unknown feeling of intense pleasure. She let him get used to it. He explored, carefully winding his tongue over hers, before letting go to press a kiss to her lips. She let him play around on his own, before she attacked. Hari grinded her tongue on the roof of his mouth, the erogenous zone, painting it in slow, lazy erotic circles which his brain could easily link to a certain organ of his. Pleasure shoots through her veins, probably escalating into a high for Gaara. He let out a strangled moan, too stunned by the sudden action to fight back. She could feel his arousal twitching crazily against her body, his fingers clawing into her hips. At least he's not backing out. Hari sped up the process, sensually kissing his lips, going with the rhythm of his increasing pants. Gaara was panting, whining lowly in his throat. Hari smirked, watching those beautiful eyes dilating at the sight of her. Hot boy in her grasp. They broke apart, and he greedily gulps air like a dying man. Sweat beads on his forehead and his cheeks are crimson in color, contrasting vividly with his pale white skin. She moved her hips slowly, grinding against the male organ that strained in his pants. Gaara's eyes squeezed shut, his mouth opens in a silent scream. He comes apart, exploding in pleasure. She continues her ministration, letting him ride it out, and he seemed barely able to take it, letting out tiny cute little moans. He has his arms wrapped around her, in a close embrace to steady his trembling legs. Hari spells his pants clean and glanced up at him, watching as his breathing slows. He was slightly taller than him. All her fiancés were. They would probably grow even taller too. He swallows and glanced down at her. She wondered what her innocent fiancé was going to say after having had his first intense hardcore makeout session. Maybe she should have gone easy on him. He'll probably be unused to it. Can we do that again? He asked, his eyes practically sparkling. Hari blinked. That wasn't the answer she was expecting. Well, she shouldn't have expected any less from a teenage pubescent male. No, you've got to earn it this time, she replied, unable to resist tapping him on the nose. She turns, dispelling the privacy charm. Hari glanced up to see a whole group of shinobi standing outside with their weapons raised. She blinked. They disappeared in a flash, vanishing behind plant pots and shelves. His security, I want you to read every romantic and pornographic story you can find. Unless you happen to have better educational books, you can read them too. Hari told him, her cheeks burning at her demand. She never expected to ever ask a boy to read porn. Normally they would find it themselves. I'm 16. You're a cage and a ninja. That's automatically an adult. Oh, Gaara nods. Hari coughed, steeling herself. If you don't do it, I'm not going to kiss you again anytime soon. Hari warned him. Gaara's eyes widened in horror. Oh yes, she has him wrapped around her pinky finger. I'll be back in a week. You better get your homework done. Before he can even protest, she disappears in a swirl of black mist and emerald green. Gaara frowned deep in thought. He glanced at the books in his hand, pursing his lips. He slowly turns to Kankuro. His cute disposer disappears, revealing his authority. His eyes narrow and they flicker over to his siblings, cold and calculative. His voice is gratingly low. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. Itachi was a melancholic young man, Since young he had been exposed to the hardships of this world. His childhood was one of pain and sadness, of murder and blood. Sometimes, Itachi would wonder what would have happened if he had not killed his entire clan. Knowing his father, he would have been forced to marry someone against his will. Just like his engagement with Hari. But, Hari was different. Itachi's heart fluttered at the thought of her. Even though they had only spent a month living together, he felt as if they had stayed together for years. She had squeezed herself into parts of his heart that not even his mother had managed to break through. Itachi did not want to admit it, but he was truthfully, irrevocably in love with her. What would life be like without Hari? The soul bond only worked its magic when his family passed away, when he became one of the last survivors of the Uchiha clan. In other words, if he had not killed his family, he would not have Hari. If he had to choose between his family or to find the one true love of his life, which would he choose? Itachi twisted the necklace in his palm. The cool metal felt good on his hot skin. The rings were reshaped to embed a ring of crystal in each piece of silver. The crystals held dense gold energy of his fiancé's magic, and having it on made him feel safer. There was this unexplainable feeling of warmth and protection. Itachi idly stroked the area above his heart where her mark lay. It was proof that he was hers. Just like how she had his mark of a crow. But, she was not entirely his. His eyes narrowed, remembering the boy, Naruto. His younger brother's best friend. It displeased him that Naruto partially held claim to the heart of the love of his life. The cage of all people as well. Itachi hissed in displeasure. He was never one to share. His heart felt heavy with the thought of his impending death. He had come to realize that between his family and his lover, he would choose Hari. Itachi chuckled, rubbing his face with his hands. He was a goner. He had fallen so deeply in love with her he could not fathom a life without her. Her face was burnt into his memories, and it was those memories that would push him through to the end. Itachi stumbled slightly, his illness causing him to feel dizzy. His lover, his wife, his queen. She would be angry that he did not see her before going to find Sasuke, but he knew that if he turned back now he would not be able to resist leaving her again. Saint hoped that she could let go of him easily. A small smile grazed his lips. At the very least, that little bit of chakra he had placed in Naruto would allow him to see her one last time. And tell how much he loves her just one last time. Fighting Sasuke passed by like a blur to him. He pushed himself, wanting to get rid of the monster that lied in his brother's veins. Only the sound of her laughter in his head and the memory of her eyes allowed for him to press through the pain. He said many things he never meant. Many painful things to his brother. Hari would scold him for that. It was painful. It was so painful. He wanted to give up. His lungs felt as if they were burning. Still, he pushed on, fighting his brother, successfully getting Orochimaru out of his body. God, his stupid brother. Who would even allow a foreign older male into your own body? He resisted the urge to chuckle. Hari would have found that funny. She would laugh and roll on the floor. He froze. His lungs had finally given up on him. It hurts. The pain ripped through his body. It felt like someone had stabbed them with a scalding hot iron and was repeatedly stabbing him in the chest. His body jerked reflexively, and he could barely stop a tortured groan from escaping his lips. He pulled at his shirt, his face grimacing from the searing, blinding agony that ripped through his flesh, causing his vision to blur and his body to weaken. He could feel the blood, the familiar taste of iron escape from his throat, and he vomits it out into his palm. A cascade of red liquid, a shade too dark to be the color of his fiancée's hair. He was dying. He inhaled, trying to get oxygen back into his lungs, but the blood kept on coming and he coughed, spitting it out. Help. It hurts. I'm scared. The child inside him whined weakly. Itachi stepped towards his brother. Every step hurts. A jerk of his body sent a flare of pain through his system. Fire wrecked his body with each shuddering breath. Sasuke was staring up at him, his lips trembling in fear. Brat. Itachi barely managed to crack a smile, lightly tapping Sasuke on his forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke, he said softly, a smile on his lips, watching Sasuke fondly. This will be the last time. Quote. Sasuke stared at him, with a look of confusion. His eyes trained onto his older brother's face. Itachi's vision was getting blurrier by the second and he could barely stand. No, a different kind of pain clawed at his heart. A pain for his lover and for what she would have to go through with a life without him. Harumi, Harumi, Harumi. He didn't want to die. Why did he only realize it when he was about to lose everything? Please, take care of your sister-in-law for me. Itachi coughed, swallowing the blood thickly. A shame that they never did get married. The pervert in him was also sad that they never made love too. Itachi could not bring himself to do so. It would be torturous for her if he died when she was with child. A sharp pain tore at his heart and his body finally gave up. Itachi fell forward, his head slamming against the cool concrete wall. He welcomed the darkness and the end of the pain. He was dreaming. Dreaming of his brother sitting at their table. The one at their home in the Uchiha compound, eating tomatoes with his best friend Naruto, fighting as usual. Gaara stood at a corner sipping on a mug of tea trying to be the peacemaker. Teenagers. His subconsciousness took a step towards the familiar kitchen. Instead of his mother, Harumi stood behind the stove. She was glowing and the sunlight was splayed over her angelic face. She turned and smiled at him, her body heavy with child. Dream Hari took his hand, pressing it to her swollen belly. Say hello to daddy. If this was meant to be heaven, it felt like hell. Hari should have known. Itachi was acting fishy these days, but she brushed it off as problems with his mission. Her wrist stung with a pain she never wanted to experience again. Oh no, shit. Hari glanced at her watch, watching as Itachi's gemstone cracked further, shattering slightly at the edges, slowly but steadily disappearing before her eyes. Oh my god, Itachi. She closed her eyes tightly. Add the necklace, which means she could find him. Hari furrowed her brows, reaching out to her magic, searching for that spark of red that represented her Itachi. In that darkness, a small shimmer of light blinked and flickered. There. Hari willed her magic to bring her there, teleporting herself to the area in a swirl of black mist. She closed her eyes, letting the silky cold magic of death engulf her, carrying her to Itachi. Hari's eyes snapped open and she glanced around. That area was utterly destroyed. Debris was strewn all over the ground. Huge cracks tore through the earth, and the trees were crushed into smithereens. It looked like someone dropped a few bombs on a building. What kind of fight was this? She scanned the area. Where was he? Her eyes zeroed into a particular spot where a large Uchiha clan symbol stood. There. She warped into that area, appearing beside Itachi. She gasped. Itachi was so battered and bruised, her heart clenched in horror. Thick red blood strewn all over his body. Streaks of dried blood on his skin. No, no, no. Tears obscured her eyes, welling up and spilling out. His eyes stared blankly back at her. Those orbs, no longer looking at her. No longer seeing her as his only one in the world. She loved him so much. So much. But he was dead. 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 No. She sobbed hysterically. You can't die yet, you stupid, stupid, stupid. Stupid, she cried, rubbing the tears and the rain from her eyes. The necklace she had given him, infused with her magic, was a dead gray color. It would heal him when he was closest to death. This meant that he had used it up while fighting. She should have given him more magic. More, more, more. The piercing shards of cold water stabbed into her skin, bringing goosebumps. It reminds her of their water balloon fights, of their dates. Of his smiles, his laughter, and their arguments. She remembered that one time after their biggest fight he had come back home drunk. How much do you love me? Hari giggled, brushing back his sweaty bangs. She could never stay angry with him, could she? I love you this much. He spread his arms wide, his eyes barely open. Drunkard. He pressed sloppy kisses to her cheeks and she laughed as they tumbled in a heap onto the sofa. Marry me, please, he whined, looking at her with large onyx eyes. Please, please, please. He was acting like a kid. How cute. This was so unlike his character. Of course I will, as long as you stay alive for me. I promise. He laughed, giggling childishly in her arms. He broke his promise. He didn't remember much of that night, but he broke it. Hari's mind was like a broken record, repeating the words over and over again. He broke it. He broke it. He stopped. She reminded herself desperately. Revive him. She pressed her hands onto his chest. Magic. She formed the image of the bright crackle of energy. Electricity. She zapped his heart, trying to restart it. His body spasmed violently. Once more, his body was like a sack of meat, jerking upwards only to flail and return back to its dead position. She tried again, and again, and again. But his dead eyes gazed back at her flatly. His body refused to fight. It refused to come back to her. His soul had already passed, even her magic. Hari chalked back a sob. She did not want to see it anymore. Those eyes. She closed his eyes with a brush of her hand. I don't want you to die. She warbled, her shoulders heaving. They had so many things left to do. He had to meet Teddy. Meet the Weasleys. He had to put a ring on her finger. He had to marry her. They were going to have a child together. They were going to grow old together. Her mind was screaming in denial. Her heart felt as if it were broken into two, torn and ripped apart. A part of her felt missing. The pain pulsated in her heart and traveled to her throat. She swallowed. No, stop it. Tears were flowing from her eyes. She was crying so hard it was almost too hard to breathe. She numbly moved over to where Sasuke lay. He was unconscious, his body injured. She let her magic wash over his body. He would be fine. He would be okay. He would heal. He would get well. But not Itachi. Not her Itachi. What can she do? There must be something. He is not dead. He is not dead. What can she do? Suddenly, she remembered. It's funny how during the most crucial times you tend to forget the most important things. Death, she screamed. Her voice was raw with anguish and power. Her skin was radiating magic in waves, angry, sorrowful waves. Lightning flashed across tumultuous clouds, a clap of green. The dark entity appeared beside her, his misty robe tickling at her skin. He looked menacing, having foregone his usual dark cloak he wore in her world. He floated behind her, his white robes draped over his shoulder. His shaggy mane of hair was on full display, the horns on his head even more prominent than usual. His eyes were filled with pity. Save him, please, she pleaded. Fate is not done with him. He rumbles. However, this defies the balance of life. Anything, I will do anything, just please. Hari held Itachi's body tightly to hers. She was never letting him go. Please, she begged. Death reached towards her, revealing a pale bony lavender hand. A ruby-red ball of fire formed on his palm. Hari watched entranced by the color. It was a beautiful soul, not soiled by the colors of evil. It stretched towards her, wanting to touch her. But, you have given me Voldemort's soul and for that I will repay the debt. Death hissed. Hari took the glowing orb from Death, clasping it tightly to her chest. It clung to her, comforting her, assuring her. It was warm, and the magic that enveloped it brought happiness that waved through her veins. Her soul was rejoicing, urging her to hold to it tightly. This was Itachi's soul. Death bowed and disappeared in a flurry of white. That was surprisingly easy. Hari sighed, gently stroking the soul. Hari gently placed the fiery soul over Itachi's heart. Breath. She let her magic engulf his soul, leading it back into his body. Breathe for me, please. Her magic traveled over his skin, giving it a golden glow. It healed his body, creating new eyes which countered his curse. She lay her head over his chest, listening. His heart started again with a loud thud and he took a sharp intake of air. Itachi, Itachi, Itachi. She laughed. She felt so relieved. He was alive. He was alive. She pressed a kiss to his lips, memorizing the feeling of his warm skin. Itachi, you stupid asshole. Hari would one day die of a heart attack because of her suicidal husbands. Mark her words. My good friend is as innocent as Gaara. He was talking about it during lunch about 2 years ago, curiously wondering why his cough thing wouldn't go down. I wanted to tell him but as the famous quiet, shy and innocent girl in the class, I kept my mouth shut. I'm definitely a closet pervert, aren't I? This chapter feels like a filler. It's a stepping stone for me to get rid of Itachi's suicidal tendencies. I'll see you all soon. Words. 5869. Frog Prince vs Chameleons. Not edited, so prepare for some weird grammar mistakes, as usual. I plan to refine Gaara the innocent and make him level up into the most perverted one of them all. Upcoming. Naruto Chapter I couldn't seem to insert Gaara anywhere, so, skeptical smiley face. I have one last week before my school starts, and exams begin. Wish me luck, smiley face. Chapter 6. Please, take care of your sister-in-law for me. Itachi's voice rang in his head, repeating over and over again like a silent mantra. Sasuke had a sister-in-law. A sister. In the deepest parts of his mind, he remembers a crimson-haired girl with bright green tear-filled eyes. The memory had been hazy, his body was weakened by his injuries. However, Sasuke was pretty sure that what he had seen was no dream. She was beautiful, more exotic than anyone he had ever seen. Her features were foreign and no less than Itachi's. She suited Itachi well, his sister, the sister whose husband he had killed because of all the lies that Konoha had twisted around his body. The sister he was supposed to care for in Itachi's place. He swore he would find her and protect her, cherish her in Itachi's place. But, would she ever forgive him for killing her lover? Would she forgive the murderer of her husband? He wondered if she would hate him just as he had hated Itachi. Then again, she did not seem to have made any move that threatened his life during his state of unconsciousness. In contrary, she had healed him. He had awoken to find himself with the lack of injury. Her healing prowess was obviously astounding. The man that called himself Madara had told him that she had taken Itachi's body. Taken the eyes, which would have benefited him greatly. Sasuke wondered if he could be that disrespectful to ask for the eyes of a dead husband from a widow. She must hate him for stealing the life of her husband. Killer Bee was stronger than he thought. Sheer pain that wrecked through his body when he had landed a punch filled with demonic chakra on his body. He had been sent flying, his chest and neck blown into fleshy bits of gore and blood. He was dying. Then it happened. It must have only unlocked if his life were truly in danger, because he hears her voice in his head. What the hell are you doing, Sasuke? You're dying. Sasuke felt alarmed. What was he hearing? Sigh, Merlin, you dumb shit. This will be the last time. Take care of yourself. My spell won't work again a second time. Her voice was clear, and slightly lower than the average female's. It was pleasant sound that trailed through his head, a sound he would not mind hearing again. He watched amazed, as his body glowed and something shatters. Golden liquid energy sips into his wounds. They were healing him. Healing his body almost immediately. His organs regenerating and growing before his eyes. His skin seals together in a flash of gold, revealing pale skin. His teammates are watching him in shock. He gives a tiny smile, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards. She doesn't hate him that much after all. Hari had teleported away with Itachi after sensing Itachi's colleagues nearby. Not before placing a powerful protection charm over Sasuke. It would heal him in times of need. She did not want to bring him with her. She could sense that his teammates were NEA. RBY, and she did not want to make them worry for him. She also did not want him murdering Itachi in the hospital. Currently, Itachi lay in the hospital bed surrounded by house elves who were working their magic on his body. Itachi's soul had yet to reintegrate itself into his body, and that caused an unbalance which resulted in a magical coma. Hari had worked endlessly on him, night after sleepless night of magical healing. Now it was up to his body to heal and regenerate. Hari decided to visit Naruto to take a break from the hospital, packing a picnic basket for lunch. She was surprised to find herself on top of some kind of toad mountain, filled with ambient natural chakra. There were ginormous toads and large oversized seedlings and mushrooms. It wasn't that hard to find Naruto. She peeked from behind a large red mushroom, watching as Naruto soaked in a waterfall. Her eyes widened. He had grown in muscle mass. Hot damn. His abs were carved into thicker, firmer, ropey muscles, indicating that he had lost most of his baby fats and converting them into lean muscle. Not to mention, she whistled. He was only wearing a pair of boxers. Naruto dipped his head into the water, flinging his hair back and letting drops of crystal-like beads of liquid rain down onto his body. Holy hell, he stretched, his shoulder muscles flexing and rippling to reveal just how muscular he had grown over the weeks. The water slid down his body, exquisitely slow, running down to the sexy V-shaped dents that cut from his waist to his groin. His blue boxer pants were hanging dangerously at his waist, looking too old for him to be wearing it. The string was loosening from overuse and could barely cover or keep the large male endowment that budged out way too obscenely for it to be a PG scene. There were even tiny tufts of blonde hair that led from his navel to the edge of his boxers, leaving nothing to the imagination of where it will end. He looked like the model for a porn magazine. The only thing his dignity was barely holding on to his fibrous glutes. Oh my god, his ass. She wanted to cup his ass. She wanted to rip off that pants and reveal the fine male specimen that stood in the water. She wanted to sink her teeth into him. His voice was as loud as ever. She jumped, sheepishly glancing up into the arctic blue eyes of Naruto Uzumaki. He looked almost murderous, if not for the sporting blush on his cheeks. She likes that she has that effect on him. You're not supposed to be here, he hissed. She took the chance to walk closer, taking quick glimpses at his muscles. Yum, I know I'm not, but I couldn't resist. Hari grinned at him, watching him intently. She missed him so much. He blinked startled and his cheeks burned bright red. He swallowed, licking his suddenly dry lips at the sight of the beautiful vixen. Well, she chirped, grinning mischievously. Did you find it? Find what? Naruto's voice cracked. He obviously knew exactly what she was talking about. Why the way his usually peach complexion was turning into a bright red color. He cleared his throat looking away. She edged closer to him and he takes a step backwards quickly. The marriage contract, she told him, and his eyes flickered nervously from her face and back to the ground. He found it. His body language was so obvious it was painful to watch him try to hide the truth. She smirked. He was burning red. Sweat beaded on his forehead and he scratched the nape of his neck sheepishly. She leaned in closer to him, waiting for him to say those words that would legally allow her to do whatever she wanted with him. Whatever the hell she wanted. Didn't find it. He burst out. He stared back at the floor, looking like a kid who did not want to admit that he took a cookie. Who was he trying to lie to? She puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. His eyes shifted up to hers and flickered back, raised a brow, and he gulped. Before he could even act, she reached a finger down and pulled his boxer pants towards her. He screeched in horror. Why, you molested me, you perverted woman. You didn't like it? Hari asked, pouting slightly. He avoided her gaze quickly. Hey, cute, follow me, Hari asked, a bright smile on her lips. Why the hell would I? Naruto hissed, turning around to rub the dirt off his foot in the water. I made some food. Hari raised her picnic basket. He froze, turning around almost mechanically to stare at her basket. Hey, she kind of expected this to happen, so she packed an extra portion. I made sandwiches. Ham, tuna, beef, cheese, egg, Hari listed off. Naruto's eyes widened. He was practically salivating over her words. He swallowed, longingly staring at her basket. He seemed to steady his resolve, flipping his head around to inspect his feet. Goo. His stomach gave the loudest and cutest growl ever. Hari grinned, stifling chortles behind her fingers. It sounded like something from a cartoon. He turned to glare at her, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. He was practically sweating bullets. I promise they're not poisoned and taste good. If they're not, I'll give you 50 ryo. $5. No, tough kid. 500 ryo. $50. Fine, I'm only doing it for the money. Hook, line and sinker. Ahhmm. Naruto happily chomped on a ham, cheese and lettuce bread. He eagerly swallows and takes a big bite out of the beef, tomato and cheese sandwich he held in his other hand. Hari watched him, pleased that he liked her food so much. She had made the bread and cheese from scratch after all. Oh my god, this tastes so good, he mumbles to himself, his eyes sparkling brightly. What did you say? Hari teased. He immediately shook his head rapidly. Nothing. He swallows his mouthful of food. She grinned. Money-loving fiancé. He didn't want to lose the bet, did he? She wondered if he would actually accept the engagement if she told him exactly how money she had. She took a bite from her own strawberry sandwich, relishing the taste. The bread was so fluffy. It was like sinking her teeth on clouds of cotton candy. The house elves had amazing recipes. Merlin. The strawberries were amazingly sweet, with a tang of sour flavor. They burst apart in her mouth, melting into refreshing goodness. The sweetness was enhanced by the milky whipped cream. It was like having a mini mouthgasm. Hari swallowed, opening her eyes to see Naruto staring intently at her. His cheeks dusted with a faint tinge of pink. He quickly avoided her eyes, continuing to munching on his food sheepishly. Was it something she did? Naruto, where are we anyway? Hari asked, sipping on her apple juice. Mount Myobuko. It's the home of my summoning animals, the toads. I'm learning Sage Mode, he replied, through a mouthful of food. Naruto had warmed up to her over their lunch. Getting to know her over food. Whoever made that phrase, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, is a legendary god. It's pretty cool. Look at this. Naruto closed his eyes, concentrating on something. He snapped them open and she watched as his eyes changed from the usual blue to a warm amber. His pupils turning into one of a toad's. The skin at the sides of his eye had darkened to a vibrant orange which looked like eyeshadow. Hari crawled over to him from her spot on the seedling leaf. She gently cupped his face, brushing the colored skin with her fingertips. Wow, permanent eyeshadow. You look hot. Hari beamed. She watched as the beautiful amber color faded back into their usual blue. She'd seen those eyes in 3 colors now. She wondered if there were any more. An image of a blonde baby boy with emerald green eyes flashed across her mind. She mentally slapped herself. That's too far ahead. Actually, not really. Her birthday was coming after all. Stop thinking about that. Only you will say that. I'm supposed to look cool, Datbeo. Naruto faked a glare, but Hari could tell that he was pleased. Yes, she successfully distracted herself away from baby-making ideas. Anyway, please stop appearing randomly around me, he told her sternly. I don't know how the hell do you do it, but what if you appeared right in front of me when I'm trying to punch some bastard? Ah, are you worried about me? And nope, I'm just worried that you would appear in front of me while I'm taking a shit or something. Naruto denied frantically. He pursed his lips, scratching his nose. Embarrassed. Tilda, I'm not into that, although wouldn't that be great? I'm good at making amazing toilet paper. Hari smiled, serenely. She summoned a rock from behind her, and with quick reflexes transfigured the thing into a roll of toilet paper. Naruto touched it warily, his eyes widened in surprise at the silky soft feeling of good expensive toilet paper. Yo, you've got to give me some of these things. I'll make them for you for life for free if you want. You can also visit my store in Suna. You have a store. Naruto blatantly ignored her first statement. I'm not someone who's going to leech off her husband, darling. Hari smirked, her voice taking a sultry note. If you're worrying about finances, we'll have a very comfortable life, a luxurious one even if you wanted. In fact, I'm very rich if you hadn't noticed. Hari told Naruto. In my country my wealth accumulates to $23.6 billion. BB billion. What the hell is that? He gaped at her. Shush. I'll get robbed at this rate. Don't tell anyone please. But here, it's tripled. Huh, how many zeros are there? 12. That's because your gold is 3 times more expensive. However, 10 ryo is equivalent to $1 in my world. Hari smirked. That would make my wealth equivalent to 708 billion ryo. Holy shit. Naruto was gaping at her, his arctic blue eyes boring into her, and his mouth hanged open revealing perfect white teeth. I'm a successful woman, Naruto. Hari drawled, enjoying his look of bewilderment. So you better marry me fast or I'll find some other guy. Well, she already had 2 other guys. Damn it, ancestors. Although, she wouldn't give them up for the world. Hari just hoped he would not go bonkers when she finally tells him. I'm serious though, Rumi. Naruto exclaimed, looking solemn. Did he just call her Rumi? Ah, Hari decides not to tease him about that in case it backfires and he continues calling her, hey you. Again, stop appearing in front of me randomly. Those guys that killed my master. They're after me. I don't want them killing you instead, or worst yet, kidnap you and try to figure out what wacky shit you can do. He told her sternly. Hari sighed. Naruto had told her about his master, Jiraiya, who had died fighting an Akatsuki member. Naruto had lost him to the enemy, just like how Hari had lost Sirius to Death Eaters. I promise I won't find you if you're fighting or in a mission. But no promises if you're dying. I intend to try to save you even if I'll die. Myself. Hari replied, smiling gently at him. He looked touched by her words, inhaling sharply. Why? He asked. Why what? Quote, why go to that extent for me? His voice was rough and low with emotion. His eyes bored heatedly in hers, looking a shade darker than normal from the shadow. If you didn't know, from the moment we were born, the magic from the engagement contract chose a soul, basically splitting it into two and guided it into babies. Hari neglected to mention that she held 3 halves of 3 souls. Technically, they made as soulmates, people 100% compatible to each other physically and mentally. Hari met his eyes, emerald and blue. She smiled. You're my other half, Naruto. The other half of my soul, and I intend to never let you go ever again, Hari chucked. I know this might sound absurd, because we just met. But, something, the magic, my magic, it's telling me that you're the one for me. Hari smiled. Sheepishly, she glanced at him. Slowly, I love you. For a moment there's a stunned silence, and she watched as millions of emotions ran across Naruto's face. Magic? So that letter wasn't kidding if they called you a witch. I thought it was just your bloodline limit. His voice cracks and he snorts. Hari glanced at him alarmed. He was crying. His lips quivered, and she watched as silent tears welled up in his eyes. They trickled down slowly, gliding down his face like droplets of crystal hanging on his cheeks. Hari didn't know what to do. Her speech was that good. She watched as he forcefully rubbed his tears away, giving her a blinding smile. Ha ha, I've never had someone tell me that before. Ha, he grinned madly, his tears continued to flow down his face. He sniffs, and gives a bark of laughter. I don't know why I'm crying. Hari reached forward, cupping his face, gently rubbing his tears with her thumb. She pressed her lips to his eyelids, kissing away the tears. He giggles cutely. That tickles. He gazed up at her and Hari was shocked by the look he was giving her. His eyes were so full of adoration, longing and love. Her heart flutters watching as his eyes dilates in the sun. To all the people who insulted him, she pitied them for losing the chance to become friends with someone with such a big heart as Naruto. He was all hers, forever. She never expected it, but he leans forward during her state of daze, pressing a chaste but sweet kiss on her lips. It was nothing like the more heated make-out sessions she had done with him. But warmth filled her heart and happiness ran through her. It seems like the soul bond knew when it was right to send pleasure through their veins and when they wanted comfort. He pulls back slowly, almost reluctantly. He laughed, the beauty of his smile lighting up her entire world. I've been wanting to do that for a long time, he says. She captures his lips again before he can say another word. Hari lay beside Itachi, gently twirling his silky raven hair with a finger. He was beautiful, bathed in the afternoon sunlight. His flawless skin glowed under its light. He looked like an angel who had descended from the heavens. Hari snuggled up to him, inhaling his masculine scent. She missed him. God, she missed him so much, but he remained asleep. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. Hari reached to take it. Flipping through quickly. Code red. More than a quarter of Konoha's population are injured or dead. Do we proceed? Tilly had sent. Hari blinked. The hospital worked outside of the territory of the villages as a non-government organization. To enter a village itself would be intruding. They could get attacked themselves, but Hari could not bear to let Naruto's village perish. She hated it when Naruto felt sad. Hari pressed a kiss to Itachi's forehead, and slid off the bed. Tilly appeared beside her in a crack of light. Proceed, Hari told her. She apparated to her office, opening the door. She was greeted by horrified faces of young and old. She was in their hospital, so this must be the people who were unable to evacuate due to injuries. She scanned the area quickly. There were many badly injured, torn off limbs, broken bones, gashes, concussions. They were looking fearfully at her, seemingly thinking that she's part whatever that killed their people. Well, she turned back to look at her bus. It was kind of merged with the wall behind her to create space. It looked nothing like a bus. The shinobi and medical ninja present were raising their weapons, looking terrified that an intruder had entered the zone for the injured. I am Dr. Hari and this is Hallow, a hospital for all. We arrived as soon as we can when we heard your plea for help. Hari told them, glancing through at the numbers of injured. There were definitely more than 2,000 who were in critical danger. Merlin. They needed help. Lots of it. Hello. You guys are the organization that saved Asuma's life. A medic ninja noted, a smile stretching across his face. Yes, please help us. I beg of you. He bowed deeply. Hari blinked, surprised at the quick acceptance. No more accusations, huh? Asuma and his team must have told them all about her. She signaled the house elves to get to work. The ninjas watched wide-eyed as streams of house elves appeared from the doorway, rushing to heal the injured. The medic ninjas, who once had expressions of distraught and panic from the lack of manpower, were smiling widely with relief. Lady Katsuyu, tell Lady Tsunade not to worry. Halo is here to help us. A medical ninja told a large oversized white slug. It nodded, telling him that she will inform the Hokage. Talking slugs and talking toads. Hari wondered if there were any more talking things. She glanced up, wincing at another ear-splitting explosion, watching as the ceiling shook from the impact. That did not sound so good. Healers, I give you 2 minutes to get everyone into the hospital. She raised her voice, calling to her house elves. They chorused with sounds of agreement, and she watched as their pace quickened, warping to and fro to get patients on board. Where the hell was Naruto? Hari pushed open the hospital doors to see destroyed buildings and smoke billowing at the distance from various explosions. She squinted into the sky, seeing the familiar black cloak with red clouds. Akatsuki. She winced as a blinding white light flooded the sky. She had an awful feeling that the crazy amount of chakra he was piling up on his body was not for fun. She tore back into the building. They were nearly done, but there were at least 20 patients still in the midst of being teleported into the hospital. Hari whipped around, feeling the crackle of chakra against her skin. She could see the houses outside getting pulverized into smithereens one by one. Protega Maxima. She erected the shimmery glossy blue shield, covering the buildings in her radius. The bus, sensing the onslaught of chakra, disappeared momentarily. The debris, concrete and wood, slammed into her barrier. The chakra dissipated as it hit her barrier, and the other large rocks bounced off easily. The thin bubble of magic successfully blocking of the attack. The patients and medical ninjas watched wide-eyed as the sea of rubble flowed past them smoothly, the force of the chakra barely affecting them at all. Hari gritted her teeth, pouring magic to make the barrier larger. Shit, she scowled. The ground was beginning to crack under the pressure of chakra. The blue shield would not work if the ground was pushed back. Hari needed to act fast. Hari pushed magic into the ground, reinforcing it and quickly making a switch from the blue bubble to a silver shield which absorbed the chakra like a magnet, preventing further impact on the ground below her. The debris makes a deep, gong-like sound on her shield, similar to that of a musical instrument, and it breaks into dust on impact. Better than big-ass chunks that could slam into someone's head and decapitate them, right? Hari dispelled her charm as soon as the dust settles. Thank God. Hari sighed, turning to glance back at the remaining buildings that were left. They kind of stood up like a sore thumb compared to those in front of her. The bus reappears beside them, and the house elves work to get the last remaining people safely into the hospital rooms. The injured are saying their thanks, and she nods to them with a smile, checking their injuries before sending them off. 5345 patients. Hari turned to the head doctor, flipped through her phone. Glancing through their information, none of them are in danger of losing their lives right now, so expect to see them back in Konoha soon. She closed her phone, smiling at the head doctor. He nodded, smiling thankfully. Thank you so much for protecting us. I've seen your interior of your hospital and your work is astounding. Konoha will be forever grateful for Halo's help, doctor. He told her, bowing deeply once again. Hari shook her head, pulling him up gently. I just want to help people. As doctors, I'm sure you would not stand aside if you see an injured person in need of medical attention. Hari smirked at him. He gazed at her stunned, and he nodded, a bright smile on his face. Hari signals to her house elves indicating for them to look for Ri of the injured who could be stuck under the rubble. The head doctor and several medical ninja followed behind, going about the destruction site to check for casualties. Hari sighed, running her fingers through crimson locks. Well, on the somewhat bright side. Thank Merlin she did not set up her convenience store in Konoha yet, or else it would have been pulverized by the terrorist. Doctor, my name is Katsuyu. I would like to relay a message to you that Lady Tsunade is thankful for your aid. Konoha is indebted to you. The slug spoke. Now that she took a closer look, Katsuyu was kind of pretty. A white-colored slug with strips of blue. Hari blinked, sensing Naruto's soul. It called out to her, and her soul thrummed happily in response. He was here. Tell her it's fine, as a non-government organization. We only want to help others, by the way, Katsuyu-san. Hari used the honorific politely. Is Naruto fighting the Akatsuki now? Naruto. Yes. He has just arrived. You know of him, Doctor? Katsuyu asked. Let's just say I'm his very good friend. Hari smirked at her. She never did have the chance to ask Naruto out. She'll do that later and also force him to spill the beans on the Uzumaki's engagement contract. Hari saluted to the slug, going off to find her fiancé. She teleports to random spots, saving a few civilians and shinobi, before she approaches the edge of the cliff. It really looked like a bomb had exploded in the middle of the village. The large crater was so deep she would fall to her death if she stepped off the cliff. It was a good 30 stories high. She squinted through the sun. Was that Naruto lying sprawled on the floor? She gasped. He had been stabbed by black metal poles. She gritted her teeth, clenching her fingers into fists. She was fuming with anger, hissing madly. That asshole had laid a hand on what is hers, and for that she will not forgive him. Merlin, Hari growled, cursing under her breath. How dare he touch him? How dare he? She teleported before Naruto in a swirl of gold energy just before the creepy bastard uses his chakra. Protega, she snarled, and the silvery shield deflects his attacks with deadly accuracy. The sound that forms F. Rom, the impact vibrates across the area like a gong. The terrorist is sent flying back, which he quickly flips over to stand on his feet like a perfect little gymnast. Ninjas and their flexibility. Her magic was spilling out of her in angry, agitated waves, threatening to wrap around the offending shinobi and destroy him into smithereens. Rumi, what the F***ck are you doing here? Naruto yelled at her, his eyes widening in fear and worry for her. His lips were trembling from the sheer terror of losing her. The increased vulgarity in his language was pretty obvious too. Go back. Get away, he screamed, his breathing coming out in pants. You can't move, you dumbass. Hari screamed back at him. She forcefully pulled down the thing, stuffing it into her pocket. She gripped onto a black rod, hissing at the heat that was being generated from the thing. What the hell was this thing? She pulled a stick out, wincing at the pain. She quickly staunched the bleeding, healing the wound with a swipe of her hand. One down. Naruto is watching her, his body trembling from the sheer fear for her life. Shit, he's making her scared too. Who are you? The terrorist asked, his purple chameleon-like eyes staring unnervingly at her. Only this guy was no cute chameleon. He watched her, looking intrigued by her. He slipped the long black rod into his hand, forcefully flinging it towards her. It sailed across the area, tearing through the air with a high-pitched wheezing sound. Rumi, look out! Naruto screamed, himself hoarse, his voice cracking at the edges. Hari flicked her palm, sending it flying back, and it clangs noisily to the floor, rolling about before coming to a stop. Fine, fine, fine. Time to bring out the big guns. Hari did a neck roll, cracking the kinks in her fingers noisily. He brought her palms together and pushed them apart, watching as red electric-like energy crack noisily in her hand. Using it like a whip, she snapped it towards Pain, watching as the powerful condensed magic zipped through the air. Pain leaps into the sky quickly, but some shocks get to him and he winced. Hari grinned. She was a good dueler. If she did say so herself. Hari flicked her wrist, sending shock after shock of pure dense energy to him, exchanging blows. He blocks them swiftly, leaping and dodging the beams of light. This was going nowhere, although she must say that he was getting roasted by her attacks. Judging from his tattered cloak and the smell of burning flesh, he narrowed his eyes. Hari takes the chance, flicking her wrist, sending the killing curse towards him. Avada Kedavra, she cried, and the green jet hits him squarely in the chest. Pain's body jerked back, stumbling slightly. She smiled, triumphantly. Finally, the little shit was dead. She blinked, watching him continue racing towards her. He didn't die. That means he's a freaking dead corpse. A zombie. Oh crap. She got cocky. He was too close. Reducto. Almighty push. He slammed his palms together just as she sends that spell flying. It misses, hitting him on his shoulder, blasting his dead fleshy arm into ashes. At the same time her body was compressed at both sides by chakra. She coughs, feeling blood trickle down her lips. Broken ribs, a bit of a crushed lung. She tries to move her arms, only for a sharp pain to snap through her body. Shit, they were freaking broken. Hari glanced down, staring at the rather gruesome display of bone sticking out of flesh. She underestimated this guy. Rumi, please, please, I beg of you, get out of here. Please. Naruto cries at her, as he struggles against the rods. His eyes widening in horror. Pain is prodding at his wound, rubbing his fingers together in shock at the bits ash that comes apart in his fingers. Fascinating. You are not using chakra. Yet, be able to cause this much destruction. What immense power. He smiles, watching her, as if she were an interesting science project up on display. I would have lost, if not for my almighty push. Before she could even think properly. He raises her up into the sky and slams her down. She falls, her heart leaping in her throat, and crashes right into the floor. Pain flares through her body, and her vision is hazy from a concussion. Teleport. Run. She warps away quickly, not before feeling the agonizing rip of pain through her body as a metal rod is stabbed through her stomach and her vision goes black. FCK. Naruto was going to kill her. Dadump. Naruto didn't know why, but suddenly his heart was beating loudly in his ears. He could hear it clearly, thumping loudly. It was pounding, thumping so rapidly. He would not have known it was his own if not for the pain echoing in his heart. Dadump. If you didn't know, from the moment we were born, the magic from the engagement contract chose a soul. Basically splitting it into two and guided it into babies. She looked beautiful under the sunlight, her glossy hair created a halo around her head. His angel. His heart was beating so fast, it hurts. His mind blanking out from her sheer beauty. Dadump. They made us soulmates, people 100% compatible to each other physically and mentally. Her eyes were so green, they practically glowed with the gold rim at the edges. So pretty. His head echoed. Naruto swallowed thickly, his stomach felt weird. It was like something was slapping him from the inside. Something soft. Maybe those worms he ate this morning were not as dead as he thought. Dadump. You're my other half, Naruto. The other half of my soul, and I intend to never let you go ever again, Hari chucked. God. It sounded amazing. Even her laughter sounded amazing. It was like wind chimes, soothing and musical to hear. Dadump. I know this might sound absurd, because we just met. But, something, the magic, my magic, it's telling me that you're the one for me. The adrenaline of warmth and goodness spreads through his body and suddenly he feels like he can do anything for her, anything. Dadump. I love you. Naruto flushed, admiring the way she brushed her hair out of her eyes. The embarrassed little scrunch of her nose when she says it. The tiny little freckles that dotted the upper parts of her face. He never wanted this moment to end. Never, 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 never. Naruto stared blankly at her. Why wasn't she getting up? Where was that black smoke? That flash of green? Why is she still there? Why? He wanted this moment to end. He did not want to see those green eyes fill with pain and fear. He never wanted to see that beautiful body being pulverized by the enemy. He never wanted to see it stained by blood. He watched as the red-crimson liquid sluggishly trickled down her skin, staining the earth in that ghastly, horrifying color. The color of death. He realized that he didn't tell her he loved her too. Suddenly, all Naruto could see was the color red. He didn't tell her that he loved her. He didn't say it, and she was dead. Hari is so rich that this fan fiction is becoming a crack fic because of her wealth. Honestly, this chapter was difficult to write because I needed Naruto to save the village and defeat pain. Not Hari. I hope this entertained you. If I made a social media echo, on which I will spam updates, writing inspiration, will you follow it? Words. 5977. A time-ticking bomb. Hello, I'm back. Smiley face. This fanfiction was largely inspired by my classmate whose religion allows for him to have 3 wives. He told me it would be too much work to have 3 wives squabbling over one another. True that gave me the guts to write about a girl with 3 husbands. Warning. Prepare for drama. Dark content with a Naruto abuses Hari scene. If you know that you might be triggered, please skip. I do not want you to be sad face please. Skip to the second, _ if you do not want to read it. Chapter 7. All he could see and feel was red hot anger that surged in his body, controlling his every action. He was a puppet to the hot anger, and with that anger came power. Immense power that erupted out of his body in massive waves. Every fiber of his body was screaming at him for the need to get his revenge. His mind was clouded with so much frustration and anger, he had no control over his body. All he thought of was, kill, 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 kill. His mind felt lost in the rage, he could not think properly, the anger was like a mask, smothering his last breath. Why was he doing this? Why did it hurt so much? He wanted the hurt and anger to stop. He wanted something to hurt in his place. But, why was he doing this? Naruto didn't know what to do anymore. He wanted peace and harmony. The protection of his precious people, Rumi. He wanted a better world for her, but just as Pain said, it was impossible. Naruto's face contorted at the thought. Protection resulted in battles. Battles caused deaths and deaths brewed hatred. It was a never-ending vicious cycle, a vicious cycle that the love of his life suffered from. His head pounded with dull pain and he held it tightly, his body shaking lightly. Harumi, help him. He needed an answer. How could he do it? How could he end everything? He could feel the phantom touch of her magic, her fingers wrapping around his wrist. The feeling of her magic calms him down a little, and he reaches upwards, wanting to touch her mark over his heart. She lies. The Nine-Tails voice echoed around him, powerful and dark. Naruto glanced up, watching the red eyes bore down at him, luminous in the shadows. She lies and you know it. It hisses, drawing power from the fear and hatred in Naruto's heart. It sickens me to see inside. You know the truth, yet you chose to ignore what is in front of you. Shut up, Naruto growled. His mind feels less clouded from the effect of Rumi's magic and he can think much clearly. Humans, you grasp onto her, ignoring the deception under her pretty emerald eyes after she tells you she loves you. The QB teased, chuckling softly. Shut up. Naruto shakes his head frantically. He did not want to think about that now. The doubts and confusions on why such a pretty girl would fall for a demon like him of all people. The QB brings forth the thoughts that he buries deep inside himself. Fears that would potentially destroy the rose-colored happiness he experiences with her, and break his heart forever. You are blinded by that witch's magic, unable to see the truth. Her ol' mark doesn't just include a little golden fox, does it? Stop speaking. A memory flashed into his mind, the glimpse of the mark over her heart. She had said that her soul mark for him was a golden fox print. But he remembered seeing a flash of a turquoise raccoon and a glimpse of a red crow. For some reason something holds his tongue and he was unable to ask. Unable to question the origins of those tattoos. Somehow, he was scared of what her answer might be, scared to lose her forever. You've seen it. You've been to her room and you've seen another male's clothes. Her brother perhaps. The QB chuckles, drawing from the seeds of doubt that had been planted in his mind for so long. But she doesn't have a brother, nor does she allow her slaves into her room. Funny. Shut up. Naruto squeezes his eyes close, plugging his ears. She brought him to her room once, for a visit to her workplace, her hospital. She had been called to see an emergency patient and he had stumbled over the male clothes that were mingled in her laundry by accident. He uncovered used clothes that were covered with a foreign smell, and her scent, the scent her loved so much, was imprinted all over those clothes. He ignores it, trying to convince himself that it could be just a big misunderstanding. Something, a demon like him should not even bother. There always seemed to be another male's smell over her skin. But you brush it off because you cannot bear to know the truth, you weak mortal. She loves me, Naruto denies with a scream. The foreign yet familiar scent of another man always seemed to linger on her skin. He used to think his improved sense of smell was a blessing as a Jinchuriki, now he wished he couldn't smell it at all. He wished his nose wasn't as sensitive. And she cheats on you. She died for me. She fought for me. I love her. Naruto screamed, himself hoarse, panting hard. He did not know who he was trying to convince now. Himself or the nine-tailed fox. He was hanging onto the web of lies that Rumi painted. Was the Rumi he loved even real, or just a lie to get him to the Akatsuki? Who could love someone like him? She said all of that only because of the contract. Continue to deny it, but you know she lies, and that is why you hesitate to return her love. You can never bring yourself to say those 3 words, the Kyuubi grins revealing Char. P. Canines, and Naruto was wordlessly shaking his head, unknowing of the red chakra seeping up his skin. Naruto gasps. In his weakened state, he was careless and lowers his guard against the Kyuubi. He jerks forward, making a noise of pain as his seal opens and begins to leak inky black liquid. Naruto's eye turned from brilliant blue to a crimson red. Entrust me with your soul. Let me defeat your enemies. I'll save you from all the suffering. The Kyuubi purrs, watching with glee as Naruto's pupils sharpen to slits. His lips prise apart into a ghastly smile, his voice echoing the Kyuubi's. And I'll kill them all for you. Lady Hari. Lady Hari. The voices of her house elves chimed beside her ear. Hari groaned. It hurt to move her body. Her muscles protested at every movement. Her skin prickled, chakra buzzing over her body. She could feel the familiar dense chakra that swirled in the air, thick, gooey and saccharine sweet. It felt like she was drowning in dark chocolate, submerged under the intoxicating goodness. Her eyes cracked open, feeling the dull ache of pain in her body. Her house elves were swarming around her, their magic coaxing her injuries to heal. She tilted her head, glancing at her watch, which remained thankfully intact. Naruto's gem was fizzing with red electricity, buzzing and zapping at the blue, creating tiny singes and burns. Naruto. Hari closed her eyes once more, making one last attempt to reach to him, trying to find her speck of blue in the sea of crimson. Red. Her magic surges, drawing onto the soul mark that connects her to him. It travels across the plane, linking to the mind of her lover. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer at the hospital. She blinked. Naruto's mind was a sewer. She raised a brow, inspecting the area. Yup, a dark and pretty disgusting sewer. This brought the phrase, mind in a gutter, to a whole new level. Hari glanced down, grimacing in disgust. Her feet was wet from some kind of inky dark liquid, which stuck to her skin. What the hell was going on in Naruto's thoughts? Hari took a step forward, and the liquid around her ankles glowed. Hari gasped in wonder as the water that surrounds her ankles turns bright gold. The beam of light subsides, revealing crystal clear water underneath her feet. She could finally see the floor, which glowed like embers in a fire, shimmering with iridescent colors. Weird. Soulmate magic perhaps. Funny that she was the one cleansing his mind. She snorted. It should be the other way around. Hari arrived at an open room with a huge golden cage at one end. It towered over her, the gilded bars chipped and old. There was a paper seal on the cage. It fluttered in the wind, looking as if it might just crumble into dust. Naruto was walking towards that very seal, looking ready to claw it off along with a good chunk of that old cage. Hari was pretty sure he was not supposed to be touching that paper seal. Naruto. Damn it. I know that's a shitty lock, but you better get your ass here, right now. Hari screamed at him, and Naruto froze mid-step. He turns and Hari could not help the chill that crawls down her spine. His eyes, they were no longer her favorite blue shade that reminds her of endless skies. They were a deadly crimson, glowing in the dark with a single slit along the center. He sneers, his body jerking forward like a puppet. Who are you to tell us what to do? His voice was echoed with the Kyuubi's, creating a deep, gratingly low tone that vibrates across the room. He stumbles zombie-like, a wide sneer on his lips. Hari cursed. The nine-tailed fox was controlling him. Shit. Naruto lunges towards her, his body spasms inhumanely. Before she knew it, he has his fingers wrapped around her throat, his fingernails digging into her skin. Even if this was all mindscape, it still hurt like hell. You say you love me, but the Kyuubi has told me all about your lies. Naruto grins madly, his eyes boring into her. His grip on her throat tightens and Hari coughs, struggling futilely. Crap. The Nine-Tails was definitely drawing on his doubts and confusions. Hari winced, unable to do much in Naruto's mind. She tries again, flinging a stunning spell to wards his body, but he easily catches her wrist with the other hand, letting the spell bounce off the walls. Naruto, what are you talking about? Hari barely manages to choke out. Naruto's lips stretched apart, revealing sharp canines. He raised her up by her throat, and Hari is gasping for breath. She could feel her real body, weakening due to the mental attack. Shit. In one quick sweep, Naruto rips her clothes open, revealing her soul mark. He growls at the sight, bristling with rage, and Hari finally realizes what he was speaking about. Oh Merlin, when were you going to tell me about Mr. Crow and Mr. Raccoon, darling? Naruto purrs, his fingers tightening its hold. Hari gasped as the air blurs around her and she was sent flying across the room. She lands painfully into the inky water, wincing at the impact on her head. She should have known keeping secrets would backfire one day. She should have known. Let me guess. You tell your little story to all those other males, making them fall in love with you. He was beside her in a flash of red, his body crouched above her with a clawed finger raised above her body. He runs his finger along her soul mark, and it responds to him. Cow. Sing a shiver of pleasure coursing up her veins. Damn it, she could never win against him in his own mind. He was the master here and the Nine Tails was preventing her usage of magic. I'm sorry I didn't tell why. She is shoved back into the wall forcefully, and all the air is knocked out of her lungs. Hari inhales sharply, coughing violently, her head spins as oxygen is cut off from her brain. She could feel her real body lurch from the attack. You cheated on me. I did not. Hari manages to reply, albeit a little hoarsely. Her throat stung, and she could feel the green bruises forming on her skin. I have Naruto seemed to be getting angrier by the minute. Fueled by the Nine Tails chakra, he stalks up to her weakened body and uses his feet to step onto her chest, pushing her into the inky water forcefully. Hari gasped, submerged under the water, watching the bubbles travel over her head. She coughed and bubbles of air escapes her lips. Naruto loomed over her, a crazy smirk on his face, watching her struggle for air. Her lungs were burning and she claws at his feet, trying to push his foot away. She uses a spell with a flick of her wrist, the red light hitting squarely in his chest. He was still standing. How the hell? Hari's eyes widened in realization. The soul bond was preventing her magic from harming him mentally. She really hated this bloody loophole. FCK. Naruto sneers, letting her go at the very last second, and she bursts out of the water, heaving for mental air. The Kyuubi was forcing the mental scape to act like the real world, she realized. Her eyes darting towards Naruto. The Kyuubi was intent on trying to kill her. Tears spilling out of her eyes from the pain and hurt. Her magic was distraught that her soulmate was fighting against her. It was painful to see Naruto like this. Attempting to kill her. No, this was definitely not her Naruto. Her heart still clenched painfully at the sight of him doing this. I have 3 soulmates. She croaks out, swallowing thickly. I was going to tell you that my ancestors formed 3 contracts. I'm the last descendant and conveniently you and the others. You were the last few of your clan too. Lies, lies, all lies. Naruto howled. He was clenching his head, shaking violently, his eyes a maddening crimson glint. I should have known. Naruto gasps, and for a second Hari could hear her Naruto in there. No one will ever love a monster like me. Hari's heart clenched in pain at his words, her eyes widening in horror at his words. No, no, he could not say that. She loved him so much. Naruto laughs, the sound echoes around the room. Hari freezes in shock, her skin erupting with goosebumps at the eerie sound. Then Naruto attacks. He leaps across the room, pushing her down into the water. His fingers wrapped around her throat. He clenches it tightly, his eyes illuminating her surroundings with a soft red glow. He looks handsome even with maniacal glint in the red eyes. Hari thinks, her mind in a daze from the lack of oxygen. So handsome. Don't worry, she hears him purrs. We'll just kill your mind, so that your body will remain with us forever and ever. We have no use for the mind of a cheater after all. Hari's vision blurs as the lack of oxygen gets to her brain. Funny this wasn't even in real life. Dying a second time at the hands of none other than her own soulmate. Her art in real life gives a shuddering stutter and her magic flickers. The flames dying out from pain. Naruto, snap out of it. A flash of blonde knocks Naruto back and she watched as the fourth Hokage, Minato, appeared. Pushing him aside quickly, Naruto's crimson eyes change from stunning red to his usual beautiful blue. He turns and gasped, seemingly realizing what he has done. He stretches an arm, horrified by his actions. Rumi. Hari closed her eyes, finally succumbing to the darkness. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There was someone crying beside her, his tears dripping onto her arm. A sweaty palm envelopes her hand. It was warm and it trembled as he sobbed. The person continues to apologize again and again. Stop apologizing. Stop crying. She wanted to say, but her mind is taken by the darkness once again. Please. Please wake up. I don't care if you fall in love with other people. I just want you to wake up. Please. Please. The person was rambling like a broken record. His voice sounded strong, but his fingers trembled as he held her hand. It shook so hard, and she could feel the telltale familiar warmth of tears on the surface of her skin. Stop crying, please. Stop. Her magic surges sadly, wanting to reach out to him, but it was too weak. The person sniffed, bawling loudly. The sound ripped through her heart, filled to brim with so much pain, her heart bled for him. I can't. I need you. I can't give you away. I love you so much. Why are you doing this to me? How can you be so cruel? The person wailed. It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? Naruto-sama, we were not supposed to tell you this. My lady wanted to tell you personally, but this time, we'll break the rules. Hari hears the resounding thump of someone slamming her head on the wall repeatedly. Stop doing that. The person holding her hand leaves and her skin feels cold without the warmth of his touch. I know everything now. I wish you told me sooner, but I was such a selfish bastard. I probably would not have listened. The person said, huffing a loud sigh. I even visited Itachi-san. Hey, Sasuke must be so mad right now. Hey. Your house elves, they're so weird. But I like them. They tried to make me feel better. They tried to make ramen. Can you believe it? The person laughs loudly. Then his voice softens, and she could feel his thumb rubbing soothing circles on the surface of her skin. It tasted good, but not as good as Ichiraku's. I want to take you there. Could you just please wake up? The person sniffs. Itachi needs you. Gaara needs you. I need you. I can't do this anymore. Please. Hari rouses to the sound of Naruto. Her eyes fluttered open and she squints at him. Naruto shook with emotions, his shoulders heaved as dry sobs radiated through his body. Tears were dripping down his face and onto the cool hospital floor. She gripped onto his hand tightly, and he perks up to look at her. Rumi, he gasped, a smile widening across his face. He rubs away his tears furiously. You're awake. Don't cry, Hari replied, using her fingers to brush the tears out of his eyes. He grasped her hand, holding it to his cheek, pressing a kiss to the inside of her palm. Hari smiled. She sat up slowly and Naruto fretted over her, helping her up with large clumsy fingers. She spells herself clean and giving her mouth a whirl of magic. Too lazy to get out and brush her teeth. She might as well explain everything to him now. She took a cup, using a water spell to fill it to the brim. Hari took a swig, dispelling it quickly. I have a lot of explaining to do. Don't I? Hari smiled, taking his hand. He opens her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, before closing it with a small nod, pursing his lips together. You know that our ancestors made a contract, in which if the last descendant of the main family of your clan would marry a potter. Female. She watched as Naruto nods slowly. At that time, my ancestors were saved by people from 3 different clans, and as repayment they created 3 contract. I don't know if they knew this would happen or they didn't, but when I was a child, my parents found Maria GE links from me to 2 other males in our family tree. Then the last clan got itself blown up, and well, currently I'm bonded by soul to the 3 of you. Hari pointed to her chest, lightly tapping on the soul mark. What I said about being a half of your soul isn't a lie. What I did not mention was that Hari prepared herself ready to drop the bomb. She met his eye. I have 3 halves of a soul. And all 3 of you are my soulmates. Naruto was quiet, a myriad of expressions flickering across his face at rapid speed. He swallows, glancing down at his hands. Hari watched him carefully, her heart racing in her chest. She's scared that what happened in his mind would replay again. Scared that he would push her away. I can prove it to you. I have documents. Naruto cuts her off with a shake of his head. I know. Your house elves. They told me. I know everything. Gaara and Itachi Naruto snorts, rubbing his nose. Gaara I approve, but maybe not Itachi, he's a crazy psychopathic bastard from what I hear. I will definitely not sit around if he tries to hurt you. He glanced up at her. I've had a lot of time to think about it. You've been asleep for a month, Rumi, Naruto said, a sad smile on his lips. Hari's eyes widened in alarm. That long. Her magic was usually stronger than this. She had survived injuries even worse than what she had obtained from pain. Your doctors don't say it, but I know it's because of me. It's because I tried to kill you. His body is heaving and he stutters out those words. The pure guilt and pain etched into his features makes Hari's heart clench tightly. No, please do not doubt yourself, please. Naruto. I'm sorry. No, it's not your fault. Don't you get it? Naruto snapped at her, tears pouring profusely from his face. His eyes are red and raw from crying. I tried to kill you. I'm a monster. A freak. He pants, spitting out the words with venom. Freak. Hari's heart thudded at the word. The word that plagued her childhood. Naruto's face contorts, crumbling as he sobbed. God. Naruto. He was beating himself up for her. No. Stop it, Naruto. It's not you, it was the Kyuubi. It was me. He snarls, his fingers trembling with emotions. It was all in my head. He smiled. His eyes are empty and he looks like a broken doll. Her broken doll. The Kyuubi saw that chance and took it, fueling my anger. I don't deserve you. Please, leave me. Go to your other soulmates. Don't come back to me. I don't need your love. Hari slapped him, her palm smacking against his heated flesh. The sound rang loudly in the room. His eyes were wide and stunned. Rumi. How selfish. She trembled, the lump forming in her throat. It hurts. Her heart hurts. For him to even something like this. How dare you suggest such a thing? I love you. Hari sobbed, her tears flowing freely down her face. Rumi. I will hurt you. Naruto emphasized, trying to get her to understand. He knelt beside her bed, taking her hand. Rumi, please, please, leave me. She pulled her fingers from his grasp, vehemently shaking her head. I love you, she screamed, her throat raw from the sheer force. You can't do this to me. You can't. She heaved, her body jerking from the force of her tears. She was crying so hard, she felt almost nauseous, gasping for breath each time. Naruto rose, a bitter expression on his face, turning to leave her room. Naruto Uzumaki, don't you dare leave this room. She grips onto his clothes, preventing him from walking further. He turned, gently prying off her fingers. Let go of me, Rumi. Let go. How can I when I'm letting go of the other half of me? Rumi replied, her eyes watching him. He crumbles under her gaze, unable to bring himself to leave the room. Why are you like this? I'm a worthless orphan, the Jinchuriki. The disgusting Kyuubi. Naruto cries. But, you're mine, mine. Hari replied, holding onto his jacket so tightly, her fingernails created little moons on her flesh despite the barrier of cloth. I didn't tell you of the other soulmates because I was scared. I was scared that you'll go. That you'll leave me, so please don't leave me. Hari sobs, feeling like a child. Her shoulders hunched as she cries. The tears soaking the hospital blankets wet. I love you so much. Naruto's body is tensed, he is frozen in the spot. I love you too, he whispers. And that's all I need. Hari replies, her lips tilting upwards at the corners. She pulls him down by his shirt in one quick tug, pressing her lips to his in a salty tear-stained kiss, bittersweet but filled with love. This chapter was so emotional. I had such a hard time writing this. It took some real-life experience and nights of typing for this chapter to come to this end. The next chapter will be less drama and more cutesy action. Author's life. Honestly, this year was pretty shitty for me. I did not write or give you all a new chapter because of exams. Oh God. So basically my school decided to raise the standards of the retention grade. It made me panic so badly. I spent 100 hours or more studying and burying myself in so much stress. I was sleeping 3 hours a day and unable to stomach food. It was so bad my parents got mad because they thought I was trying to kill my body at the rate I was going. I would get plagued with nightmares and panic until I vomit. It was horrible. Please don't learn from me, young readers. I did pretty okay. I mean, it wasn't the best because of the stress. I blank out easily and panic when a teacher walks by my table, but I was far from the retention grade. Phew. So I'm back after a long rest of doing absolutely nothing at home. Yippee. But I'm really bad at managing stress. Do any of you have tips to help me? A winking face. Word count 4330. Gaara is a pervert. Sorry for the hiatus. I've just entered junior college and boy oh boy, I've never studied so much in my entire life. Groans. I reread Reviving Clans and I found so many missing words and grammar mistakes. Gosh, I'll work on it after writing this chapter. This chapter can get pretty sexy. The M rating is there for a reason. You have been warned. Also, as promised, I will be giving you a chapter twice as long as normal. Yay. Chapter 8. They told Gaara that he was hallucinating when he said a woman saved his life. They said it was an illusion formed by his mind to cope with the extreme pain, a side effect of the extraction of a tailed beast. However, her scent, the sweet fresh smell that reminded him of apple pies, honey biscuits and just home had imprinted so strongly in his mind, he knew she must have been real. Her eyes contrasted so vividly with her crimson locks, a burst of bright color in that dark room. She could not be a dream, especially since they had found him with a mysterious glass orb of wispy silver-green smoke that hung from his neck. Gaara refused to believe that someone he felt so incredibly attracted to was a figment of his imagination. Then he discovered the weird letter his secretary had chucked into the bin about his engagement to a foreign girl named Harumi Lily Potter Black Slytherin. Out of curiosity, he had looked through his family records for a Potter clan. He found his answers in a dusty old tome, albeit an answer he disliked. He had delved deeper looking through his family's sand rituals to see if he truly was tied to a marriage, only to discover that he had to share his queen with 2 other guys. He toyed with the idea of killing them for a moment, but decided against it. From experience, he knew killing loved ones was never the way into a person's heart. His siblings bought him salted beef tongue skewers. They said it had been from the new convenience store. He had heard of that store. After all, he was the one to give the chop and sign of. The skewers melted in his mouth and he had a hard time stopping the moan of happiness from escaping his lips. So when he heard that they also sold gizzards of all things, of course he had to go down for a bite himself. He did not expect to find his fiancée at the store, nor did he expect to see someone flirting with her. He had been so angry, he nearly pulverized that disgusting filth with his sand. He had to remind himself over and over again that he was the cage to prevent his sand from murdering the guy right then and there. When she introduced herself, her cheeks flushed red from heat, her green eyes reflecting the afternoon sun. Gaara could barely think clearly anymore, his mind was bewitched by her beauty. When he had any questions, he would ask his siblings to help him. They stuttered, and blushed a lot when he asked them any question related to this topic. He understood that it was not a common topic among people to discuss over meals. However, when else would he have the time? He videos did not make him feel anything. Unlike his brother, he could keep a straight face even in the most hardcore of pornography. However, when he pictured Harumi in the provocative position the actress was in, his face would heat up. His heart would beat faster and his pants would feel tighter than usual. It felt odd, kind of painful and good at the same time. He did not know what to do with his problem, so he asked his brother, who had gave him a few different suggestions. They did work, but it did not feel as good as his experience with Harumi. He thought of her all the time. She promised to come back in a week, but it had been a month since he last saw her and he was getting impatient. Her workers only told him that she was busy with work and would see him when she could. However, as the best ninja in Suna, it was pretty obvious that they were lying to him. He crushed the pebble in his hands into smithereens at the thought, the stone disintegrating into dust at his touch. It must be due to her other soulmates. His mind fills with thoughts on how to kill the unknown men slowly, thinking of the 10,000s of ways his sand could kill them so that it appears to be a natural death. Thinking of your girlfriend again, Gaara. Kankuro teased. Oh, shut up, Kankuro. Don't rub it in his face that she hasn't visited him in a while. Tamari huffed, shooting a glare at his older brother. Sand looming over him. He yelled as the sand grabs onto his clothes and hoisted him upwards. Ga Gaara. Kankuro squawked, his arms flailing about in the air. Hey. Gaara chuckles to himself, walking towards the assigned waiting location they had been given. Gaara sighed, running his fingers through his hair. His significantly duller blood-colored hair that was nothing like his fiery goddess. Where was she? The question remained in his head as he signed papers, stamping his approval for constructions and buildings. He was barely paying attention to whatever the hell his feudal lore D was saying when they discussed on the alliance with the neighboring ninja villages. Gaara, his goddess appears literally right under him. He blinked, experiencing a sudden lift in height as he seats on her laps. Her arms were wrapped around his body. She snuggled closer, burrowing her face in the crook of his neck, and gives a contented sigh. Gaara blinked, surprised that his defense mechanism did not even put so much as a fight against her. His sand practically didn't even work when it came to her. His Anbu Black Ops reflexively leapt out from their hiding spots, but he raised his hand immediately, holds them back. Protective of his lover. You're finally here. Are you okay? What happened? Gaara asked, letting her snuggle and nuzzle her face on him. It kind of tickled, but felt real. Nice, and whenever her breath brushed against the soft spot on his neck, his body tingled with something that felt so good and warm. He glanced down at his feet, feeling a blush rising up to his usually pale cheeks. He wordlessly signals for his Anbu Black Ops to get out of his office before he completely breaks out of cage demeanor. He wanted his time with her and also his reputation to stay in place. Sorry, I got injured and well. Gaara was immediately out of his seat, his fingers gently grasping her hand. He commands his sand to crawl up her body, checking for injuries. Hari squee. RMED as he touches a particularly sensitive spot. That tickles. Gaara watches the blush rise in her creamy cheeks, and his confidence rises as he wills his sand to venture to more dangerous zones. Wait, don't try to distract me. I want to tell you something. Hari tells him wheezily, gently pushing away the tendrils of sand attacks. Gaara stops his ministration, tilting his head to the side in question. Hari straightened her clothes, shaking the sand from them. She shot him a glare, her nose scrunching up cutely. Gaara smiled pleasantly, giving her his best political smile. This is going to sound really weird, but my ancestors also formed the marriage contract with 2 other clans. I know, Gaara replies, almost impatiently tapping his foot. Almost. I know you have 2 other soulmates. My clan records have that information, and I also did a blood ritual to check. He replied. Wow. She blinked, looking stunned. A smile stretches across her lips, and Gaara was suddenly taken aback by how beautiful she looks with her crimson curls splayed across her shoulders. That was easier than expected. I studied. Gaara gazed up at her expectantly. I studied a lot, so I want you to reward me. She raised a brow, her lips tilting upwards. Please. He suddenly remembers his manners, and purposely widens his eyes, blinking slowly, just like how Tamari taught him to do. Puppy dog eyes, was what she called it. Hari faltered, and she gives him an amused expression. Gaara's mind drifts, noting that her pupils dilated whenever she looked at him. He wondered why. Really? Are you sure you can take it? Hari purred. My best friend Hermione taught me this just in case I couldn't withstand my husband's stamina. She trailed her fingers over his skin, the ghostly touch causing goosebumps to form. He swallowed, feeling his heartbeat race faster under his skin, the sound thrumming in his ears. He watched intrigued as her fingers trailed over his body, leaving a trail of gold on his pale skin. He blinked, watching as her fingers went downwards, painting gold flickering pictures on his skin, suddenly feeling a little scared. He did not even last 2 minutes under her spell. He even fainted because the pleasure was too much for his pubescent body to handle. Just before his mind blacks out from pleasure, Gaara decided if he was going to beat her, he needed to study even more and train more. Maybe she shouldn't have done that to Gaara in his office. His Anbu Black Ops had been absolutely distraught when she had carried their unconscious cage out of the office with a feather-light charm. They appeared before her with their weapons raised, looking ready to decapitate her with a swipe of their very sharp-looking knives. When she implied that the cage ain't it because he couldn't take the pleasure, the rather stoic ninjas had all froze, and proceeded to turn interesting shades of red. They called for Gaara's siblings and disappeared quickly. Hari 1. Dread, what the hell had Gaara been doing to his subordinates to make them act this way? So you're back, huh? Kankuro laughed good-naturedly, patting Hari on the back. He hoisted Gaara up higher on his shoulders and snorted. Gaara has been sulking the whole time you weren't around. The siblings were currently escorting her to the cage's bedroom, and Kankuro offered to help carry her unconscious fiancé. Kankuro, stop teasing him. He's just in love, that's all. Temari chided, her face turning into a sappy fangirl grin. So cute, Temari huffed, a small blush on her cheeks. So I'm awesome. We'll be seeing little Gaara's soon. Kankuro grins lewdly at her. Hari blinked rapidly, a red tinge on her cheeks. She shook her head, waving her hands frantically. What, no, not so soon. Hari laughed, scratching her face embarrassedly. Kankuro, Temari yelled. He's just interested in something new, that's all. Temari coughed, trying to save her younger brother's reputation. Are you kidding me? Hari snorted, gaping at her brother-in-law. Gaara took her words really seriously. Kankuro smirked, opening his mouth seemingly wanting to make fun of his brother. Oh my god, he's so adorable, Hari sighed, cupping her face in her hands. Kankuro deadpanned, giving her a look. I give up. You two are meant for each other. Kankuro sighed. Damn, but seriously, bagging 3 men at one go. If I were Gaara, I would understand why he studied the tea topic so fervently. Kankuro shook his head, giving her a teasing smirk. Sometimes, I think I should be the one studying. Hari groans. If you think 3 is lucky, think again. The whole ninja stamina shit. This is exactly why I'm trying to put off that for a while. Kankuro bursts out into peals of laughter and Temari blushed bright red. Then what did you do to him? Kankuro gestured to Gaara. Hari smirked, as they stopped before the door. Kankuro carefully placed Gaara into her arms, and she hoists him up, easily carrying him princess style. He's like totally knocked out from exhaustion. Gaara is usually a light sleeper. Kankuro frowned. Secret perverted technique. She winked at the siblings. They raised a brow, looking slightly worried for their brother. Nah, he just busted his nut too hard. If you know what I mean. They gaped at her for an awkward second. Kankuro guffawed, holding his stomach, while Temari blushed, looking away from her. I'll take care of him. If you're seriously worried, I promise not to do anything too rated so the guards can stand closer. Hari shrugged, bidding them farewell. Shish. He then opened the door and entered the bedroom, inspecting the area. His bedroom sucked. Big time. Hari sighed, shaking her head slowly. The bed was clearly a cheap rip-off, which was barely used. After so many years with a lack of sleep, did Gaara not know the importance of a good bed? What the hell was with the shitty-looking toilet? She frowned, glancing at the chipped porcelain from sand and overuse. She flicked her wrist, transfiguring the room into something much more comfortable. The bed changed into a 3-layered mattress with over 4,000 coils of steel and layers of silk, cashmere and cotton. The softest, most malleable bed she could ever possibly make. To prove her point, she placed Gaara onto the bed, watching as he practically sank and was consumed by the sheer softness. She topped it off with soft, downy pillows. And, handmade, thick fluffy quilts with cutesy knitted patterns of her and Gaara. She clicked her fingers, laying the floor with a soft carpet, proper ventilation that kept the sand out, and a small heater. She switched the lights to something classier, finally turning to the toilet, which she expanded and changed into an airy bright space with various cacti and plants that lined the bamboo-themed walls. Perfect. The minute she started the spell on Gaara, he had arched his back from sheer pleasure, unable to stop the strangled moan from escaping his lips, his eyes rolling backwards. She had watched, rather amused and aroused by his reaction as he writhed against her fingers, panting hard, his cheeks stained bright crimson red. The pleasure magic, coupled with the soul magic, must have been too much for him, because the minute he explodes he collapses with exhaustion into her arms. She crawls towards him, propping herself up with one hand, watching Gaara as he slept peacefully. His long lashes fluttered every so often, as his chest rose and fell. She must have fell asleep at some point, because she awoke to soft morning light streaming in through the windows and the thick lilac-colored curtains. She blinked, feeling toasty and warm despite the chilly morning air. Something large and soft was wrapped around her. It smelled really good too, a familiar scent of sweet summer rain. Her eyes snapped open to see the very muscular chest of a very pretty red head. The stag tattoo above his heart glinted softly under the light. His sand armor was clearly completely gone. From the way his skin lost the slight roughness, which she only notices now. What the actual hell, it was actually 10 times smoother than usual. She gently runs a finger over his skin, marveling at how silk-like it felt against her own flesh. Did the sand provide moisturizing qualities or something? His skin was that of a baby's. Hari was slightly jealous. First Itachi, with beautiful facial features. Then Naruto with pretty hair and now Gaara with amazing skin. Damn it, how did she get so lucky? Hari mentally fangirled over her future husbands. Then again maybe it was the little tattoo at the center of his heart, her stag with its shimmery emerald green color. She snickered to herself, slowly reaching over to touch his abs, wanting to have a squish of the hard meaty muscle. She startles as he grunts, drawing her closer to his body for a hug. Her fingers accidentally pry open quilts concealing his dignity to reveal Gaara in his birthday suit. Holy shit. He was completely and utterly 100% naked. Hari averted her eyes quickly, not after stealing a quick nope. She was totally lying a very long glance. Her eyes trailing slowly down the sinful cuts that led from the top of his hips to his family jewels. She blatantly takes the time to memorize the sight. Hot damn, he was magnificent with his morning wood. Cough. Maybe longer than Naruto. Hari shook her head, blushing hotly. Naruto would be so pissed off that Gaara not only won him in the cage department but also in length. Hehehehe. She clearly remembered changing him into pajamas with magic. Hari glanced at the pile of clothes dumped beside the bed, which meant that Gaara had got up at some point at night and totally stripped down. So, Gaara liked to sleep naked. Sure, she'd heard that sleeping naked resulted in blood circulation improving and some kind of bacteria protection. However, this was pure torture. Gaara's fingers trailed across her back and pleasurable tingles ran up her spine. He snuggled, nuzzling her neck with his nose, which brushes against her racing pulse. God, she shivers instinctively, but Gaara merely sighs happily, his breath tickling her neck. Hari flips over, back facing. Him trying to get to a better position where she would not continue seeing the upright elephant in the room. Ha Hari, Gaara moans, his voice sinfully rough with sleep. Hari froze, feeling his way. Chi shift on the bed as his arms wrapped around her body tightly. His skin deliciously warm against hers as the soul magic alights, sending pleasure through both of their veins. He had shifted so close. His legs were tangled with hers and his hard chest pressed onto her shoulder blades. He exhales onto the nape of her neck and Hari melts, feeling pleasure build in her midsection as his arms snaked under her shirt to hold onto her belly. His arm brushing against the mounds of her chest. Hari swallowed, squirming a little at his touch. Who knew he could be so gutsy when asleep? Hari yelped in shock, when Gaara rolled his hips, pressing something way too thick and too warm, dripping with something blazingly hot onto the intersection between her ass cheeks. Hari swallows thickly, the only thing between her and the rod of steel was just her underwear and shorts. Her skin blushed, feeling the blood rush across her face and down her skin. Ha Hari, Gaara moaned, the sound vibrating across her skin. He gently brushed his lips over her ear, exhaling slowly. Instinctively, Hari arches her back at his touch. His breath on the sweet spot of her skin sends her heart into a flurry, beating faster than normal. Her skin burns brighter and brighter on feeling the throb of his male organ on her ass. FCK. She tries in vain to wriggle out of his grasp, only for her extremely strong ninja husband to clamp his arms around her midriff tightly. Damn it Gaara, you sleeping perv, Hari hissed through her teeth. His arousal nudges past her shirt and touches her skin. She exhales at the feeling, feeling hot and bothered as something stirs in excitement deep within her. He grinds hard, rotating his hips upwards to rub himself onto her. Hari gulps, feeling warm toasty pleasure course up her veins, and she stifles a moan from her lips. Gaara, however, was full out mewling in pleasure, continuing his ministration with fervent need. God, was this a wet dream? She turns to see his closed eyes, his brows furrowed tightly. Beads of sweat on his forehead. Definitely a wet dream turned real. Please, please, please. His voice cracks raw with need as his hips thrusted wildly. Hari panted, feeling hot pleasure blaze through her skin. He finally explodes, his arms tightening over her skin as he lets out a strangled scream which she muffles quickly with a hand to his lips for the sake of his Anbu. Damn it, and she promised she wouldn't do any racy stuff. It was all Gaara's fault. Magic rushed up her skin, sending pleasure signals through her brain. She bit back a moan to hide under the covers, her heart racing like a mad horse. This was so lewd. Ah, she sighs, fanning herself with her hand and shaking her head. Damn it, and he had to leave her bothered and freaking aroused. She spells them both clean. Reaching to grab the quilt to cover his skin only to accidentally grab a handful of a supple mound of flesh. She reflexively squeezed the soft squishy mound his ass. Wow, it was hella soft. She squeezed it again. It was like those squishy phone cases that you find in cute stores, where you get addicted to squeezing the thing. Hari felt kind of perverted to prey on a sleeping male and use his ass like a squishy toy. Gaara arched his back, pressing his body onto hers. She could feel his hot erection brushing against her lower abdomen. Gaara gave a strangled whimper. The sound rumbled deeply in his throat, like swirls of honey and milk. Heat shot across her skin as his dough-shaped eyes snapped open, revealing turquoise orbs, hazy with lust and sleep. He blinked sleepily, his dusty red eyelashes fanning across pale cheeks. His eyes met hers, and for a moment he seemed flustered and disoriented, looking confused that his sand armor was not on. Then he glanced at her, his brows furrowed. Hari squeaked as he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer to his body. "Why did you touch me?" he purred, his voice husky with sleep. He sounded puzzled, yet somehow pleased. Very pleased. Hari was reminded like a cute little raccoon, happy that its owner was showering it with love and care. That was not on purpose. Hari bit her lips as his fingers snaked to rest too close to her ass for comfort. Damn it, he was the perverted one. How did tides turn? Ah, she was suddenly hyper-aware of those long fingers drumming gently on her lower back. He smirked at her discomfort, his hair cutely sticking up in random angles. "If you wanted to make a baby with me, you should have just said." His eyes, those luminous turquoise orbs, peered down at her, glinting with amusement. Hari almost died at his reply. Was Gaara always so direct? He was also extremely close to making a kid with her today. She could have practically just inched her butt backwards and let him do the dirty with her in his sleep. FCK. Blood rushed across her cheeks, traveling down her skin. "Ah, you're changing into a pretty color." His eyes widened with rapt amazement and his fingers gently prodded her cheeks. Hari's mind proceeded to melt as he snuggled up to her, like a koala bear. "He's so cute." Hari could hear angels singing in her brain. Those angels were also conveniently ignoring his "let's make a baby" statement. He's like what? 16. Sure, ninjas were all automatically adults and they were aliens that did not follow Earth's rules. However, that did not mean she was going to make him a dad at 16. Maybe Itachi first. Suddenly, Gaara sat up quickly, looking like a stunned meerkat by the way his large eyes stared around him unblinkingly. He kind of resembled a fish. "Oh, sorry, I added some things to your room." Hari chuckled awkwardly. He visibly relaxed, but just as he was about to go back to snuggling with her, there was a knock on the door. He tensed, his expression soured to an almost pout. With his large faint-colored pupils that dilated even further at the sight of her, he practically mastered the sad puppy face flawlessly. Right now, if he wanted anything, she would freaking do it. Just not making a baby. Keisuke-sama, Hari-sama, it's time for you to get up. His attendant called from outside the door. The attendant sounded like he heard Gaara's wet dreams. Hari was quite sure almost every Anbu Black Ops had heard it. Gaara slid out of bed begrudgingly, looking like a kid who got scolded for taking too much candy. The sand armor crawled back up his skin and he began to get dressed. Hari stared at him, proceeding to enjoy the view. Oh, so his sand armor has a hole for him to pee and shit through. It covered every inch of his body, even his eyes except his nostril. Doesn't that make any holes on his body his weak points? Interesting. Good to know. 2 hours later, Hari finds herself in the kitchen. Bubbles of gas popped over the surface of the golden oil. Hari submerged another meat patty into the burning hot fat. The golden brown cakes bounced up to the surface, bobbing up and down on the surface. Hari lifted it up with wooden chopsticks, inspecting the surface. Ground meat, mixed with chopped onions, salt and pepper shaped into patties. They were then coated with eggs, breadcrumbs and deep fried to create the perfect meat cutlets infused with pepper-up potions and chakra replenisher. Hari lifted up the patties, whistling to herself appreciatively. The crumbs crackled softly under the pressure of her chopsticks, some falling back into the oil. This was going to be the main dish of Naruto and Gaara's lunchbox. Hari nodded happily to herself and placed the golden patty on a bed of finely chopped lettuce next to 3 large rice balls in a cute lunchbox. She drizzled on the sweet and sour tonkatsu sauce, carefully writing the words, "I love you," adding in a few tomatoes and lettuces for color contrast. According to Death, Gaara and Naruto had non-existent childhoods. They had never had a real home-cooked meal in pretty much their entire life. Hari's heart clenched painfully at the thought. She was adamant that they experienced a lunch box packed with love from their fiancé. Hari sliced the tamagoyaki into 2, arranging it so that the omelet formed a cute heart-shaped symbol. Hari grimaced at the sheer cuteness of the bento box, feeling embarrassed just by looking at it and the amount of love it held. Gah! She slapped her hands onto her cheeks, cringing at herself. Hari swirled her fingers, her magic slicing the carrots and cucumbers into cute little rabbit shapes. God! She glanced at the lunchbox, shaking her head. It was so cute. Naruto was going to complain about how unmanly the lunchbox was. Hari sighed, shaking her head in embarrassment. Oh well, she went overboard, might as well let them consume the creation. She wrapped the lunchboxes in napkins and made her way to the Cage's office. Hari would have just apparated, but she was pretty sure Gaara's security would kill her on sight. So like a normal person, Hari climbed up the stairs, went through the security, talked to the receptionist and was escorted to the Cage's office by his ninjas. She knocked and opened the door, peeking in to see Gaara looking deep in thought at the stacks after stacks of paperworks to sign. He glanced up at her and his stern demeanor vanishes like water. It was kind of funny. 1 minute Gaara was all stiff, sitting up straight looking like the big bad boss he was, and the next minute he was slouched, hands propped on his table. A sleepy smile on his lips. Hari stifled a snort and walks up to the table, placing the lunchbox on his desk. She harumphed, bowing lowly. "Lunch, Your Royal Highness," she teased, and he raised a non-existent eyebrow. Sometimes, she wondered what he would look like if she drew in some brows on his face. "For me?" Gaara asked, pushing his paperwork aside with a hint of disgust. He quickly unwraps it, his eyes alight with a childish glee. "A lunchbox," Hari told him, tapping his nose gently. He blinked rapidly, tilting his head slightly in question. "Damn, that was cute." Hari's inner fangirl squealed and did cartwheels at his actions, begging at her to just hold him close to her heart forever and ever. Hari coughed, mentally preparing herself for whatever reaction Gaara might have to the cuteness of her lunchbox. "It's my first time making a lunchbox, but you know I've been reading a lot of how to be a good wife books, so," she grimaced, feeling shy as Gaara unclasps the lid and lifts it up. "Ta-da," she supplied helpfully. Gaara was silent for a while, staring at the bento with wide-open eyes, motionlessly inspecting every corner of the lunchbox in all of its adorable and cute glory. His eyes roamed slowly over each cute and adorable design, and Hari can't help but feel like dying from embarrassment. She blushed, frantically waving her hand. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not very classy looking for you to be eating it here." "I'm eating it here," Gaara replied firmly, his eyes still glued to the box. "Oh, are you sure? I mean, it's kind of embarrassing. It's cute and pretty." Gaara gives her one of his rare smiles. The smiles that reminds her of a shy little innocent boy who was talking to his first crush, or a plate of golden sweet pudding drizzled with hot caramel sauce, oozing with creamy goodness. Hari's heart fluttered at the thought. Gaara glanced down at the lunchbox, a bright smile on his lips. "And it's made by you." It's a little childish though, isn't it? Hari laughs, relieved that he likes it. Also feeling starstruck by how cute he was. I like it. I like cute and pretty things. Gaara replied, staring intently at her with wide unblinking owlish eyes. Like you, he drawled, smiling up at her innocently. Hari stared back at him, practically feeling Cupid's arrow pierce into her fleshy heart, killing her in an instant with one sharp gilded arrow. Smooth line. She blushed prettily, spluttering with embarrassment at his words. Ah, he knows how to flirt now. Are you implying I'm childish? She teased with a fake huff. Gaara blinked, opening his mouth and closing it. Ah. He tries to rebut frantically. He looks like he was panicking from the way his eyes widened into huge circles of turquoise. I'm kidding. You're so cute sometimes. I just want to hug you forever. Hari laughs, plucking a tomato from the box and popping it into his mouth. She does not expect him to open his mouth a little wider, eating not only the tomato but also her finger. He bites gently on the surface of her index finger, looking up at her with large doe-like eyes from under his long dusty red lashes, the dark circles around his eyes emphasizing on those beautiful orbs. The feeling of his teeth on her finger causes tinges of pleasure to zap up her skin, and she gasped at his action. Her eyes zeroed onto his moist pink lips which encircled her finger gently. A pale pink tongue licks at it sensually. Hari freezes. She could actually feel her heart in that freaking finger fluttering rapidly at insane speed from the overload of Ha. Ving, an adorable boy, do naughty things on her finger. Hari swallowed thickly. She watched as he softly kisses the finger, before releasing it with an obscene popping sound. The move was so utterly seductive and sexy. Hari can't help but burst into flames and combust inside. Ah, okay, she squawks, leaping back, her cheeks burning a bright crimson red. She held her chest to her body just in case her heart decides to jump out of her ribcage. Well, biologically that could never happen, but it felt like her heart was currently suicidal by the way it hammered at her ribcage for its escape. Okay, eat your vegetables. I'm going off now before I distract you completely from work. Hari yelped, feeling flustered by his sudden forwardness. Merlin. Gaara, you make my heart go doki doki, you adorable little raccoon. It was never safe to lower your guard down when with Gaara. Gaara's grin grew wider, and he laughed softly. Gaara watched as she disappears in a soft crack of green light, and he smiles, chuckling softly to himself as he plucked a rice ball out of his lunchbox to feast upon. Honestly, though, he had expected to wake up to a raging hard-on, especially since his dream had been one of the most intense. He could almost swear that the feeling of her ass on him was real. Hey Gaara, his brother stormed into his office with a wide grin on his face. Man, did she pop your cherry or something? This morning, the Anbu are suffering from blue balls because of you, man. Was she that good? Gaara blinked, his mind drawing the connections quickly. It seems like that dream had been pretty real after all. Hari shook her head frantically, her mind overloaded with too much information of Gaara and his growing perverted abilities hidden behind an innocent demeanor. Crap, he was getting better at this. Maybe she should not have made him read all those books. She heard that he was practically ordering shipments from neighboring countries just to get his hands on more porn. She sniffed, rubbing her nose, a small smile on her lips. It was honestly quite endearing to see how determined he was to satisfy her request. Perhaps if she asked him to learn to cook for her and their future babies, he would study like crazy. Hari decides that she would try it next. Damn, Hari shivered, zipping up the faux fur jacket as she tromped through the snow. Why the hell was Naruto in Lightning Country? He was clearly freaking freezing his ass off. She turned a corner to see Naruto looking just as moody and sulky as always, standing in the snow with his teachers. Kakashi and Yamato was it. Hari squints to see familiar fish eyes. Yup, she frowns, lifting a hand to shield her eyes. Actually, was that Sai too? She chewed on her lips, scrunching her nose. Damn it, she was hoping to catch Naruto alone to give him his lunch. Now she was going to have to wait for him to take a shit or something. Hari sighed, twiddling her fingers, and her crimson locks spins up into a neat bun, tied tightly by an invisible entity. Naruto had said before that he did not want her meeting his friends, reassuring her that he would properly introduce her to them. At that time, she knew he had felt unworthy of her, and believed that she would eventually leave him soon. Hence, he was adamant he did not introduce her to his loved ones. He did not want to solidify her existence in his life. That was before her coma, now she's not so sure anymore. Still, her mind tells her not to go, and so she decides against just walking right up to him. She watched her little sun god from a distance, admiring the way his golden hair stands out like a beacon of light in this dreary winter wonderland. Her heart melts a little at the thought of him. They've gotten closer after the outburst, but there's a bit of him that still remained broken inside. That still felt undeserving of love. Whatever. Hari's job was really to convince him that he needed to be a little selfish sometimes. Hari smiled fondly, rubbing her nose. Aki and Naruto were similar in that aspect. Boys who thought too much on life. Gaara was just too deep and sentimental. Her eyes widened in alarm at the sight of Naruto with his hand on his chest, his shoulders heaving much too hard to be normal. She watched in shock as he collapses on his knees into the snow, breathing way too quickly and exhaling more than he should. What the heck? Heart attack? Oh hell no. Apparition as instinctual as her magic teleports right before Naruto collapses onto the snow and he slams right into her arms. Hari doesn't even register the slight pain from the force, as she props him up to let his head rest on her shoulder, rubbing his chest soothingly. Her worst fears were put to side with a quick magical diagnosis, and the soul magic seems to understand that T.S. was not a time for pleasure as it worked to send soothing magic through the bond. Shish breathes slowly. Hari rubs his back, barely noticing the weapons, and was that a pillar of wood inches away from her throat. She practically ignores his teachers and friend, choosing to press a kiss to his forehead, smoothing out the lines of tension. Rumi. Naruto manages to say her name between pants, his eyes wildly quivering, unseeingly searching. Sasuke. I can't. Hari pursed her lips together and places a palm over his eyes, effectively knocking him out into deep slumber, and he relaxes in her arms. His breath finally coming out in slow, even exhales. Her lips tremble at the sight of him, and she can't help but feel a shiver of cold go up her body as her heart cries for him in his pain. She gently lifts him up carefully with a feather-light charm and now pointedly looks at his teachers, who probably realized she wasn't an enemy by now. Remember me? Hari asked, glancing at Yamato and Sai. Ah, you were at the bridge with Naruto. Kiss, Sai points out, his mouth forming a small, oh. Yamato looked embarrassed and slapped a hand over his lips quickly. What did he say I was? Orochimaru. Sai smiles. What the wow? Hari glanced at Naruto, her eyes narrowing. If you weren't sick I would have dropped you right here and right now. Wait, calm down, miss. We all knew he was lying. It was extremely obvious. Yamato reasoned. Of course I won't drop him. Hari smiles at him, feeling amused. She glanced down fondly at Naruto. He can't seem to lie to anyone, can he? Hari mused. She then passes her sleeping husband over to Yamato, who stumbles to take him, looking surprised. Here, take his lunch too. Hari plops the lunchbox into Kakashi's hands, who blinks in surprise. Wait, what? Miss? Yamato calls as she turns and walks away. Tell Naruto I'll be back. I just have to speak to a little brother of mine. She disappears in a flash of silver and green. It was high time she slapped some sense into a certain Otudo, even if Itachi would have wanted him to go batshit crazy for God knows what reason. Hari would not stand back and watch as Sasuke descended towards madness, dragging Naruto and eventually Itachi down with him. A bold but stupid decision, because the minute she steps into the battlefield, intent on slapping some sense into Sasuke, something hits her on the head, and she stumbles, succumbing to darkness, tumbling into the waiting arms of someone with an orange mask. Orange, just like the favorite color of Naruto. She admits, she should have been a little smarter when it came to this. She had gone too complacent, believing too strongly in her own prowess as a witch. Although it was kind of not really her fault, she never did expect anyone in the ninja world to know some form of teleportation too. Size 7211. Whoop. That's it for Chapter 8. See you all in Chapter 9. Smiley face. Pop goes the weasel. Hi, I'm back. Smiley face. I'm just writing as much as I can. Riding on the wave of inspiration before I lose it again. As always, please pardon my grammar. I will edit it someday. Chapter 9. Hari awakens to an ominously dark room. Like all torture rooms of the enemy. It was drenched in the tears and blood of the innocent, smelled like burnt flesh of corpses and had traces of slimy guts all over the floor. You're awake. Hari's eyes snapped towards the voice, narrowing at the sight of the familiar orange-colored mask of her kidnapper. His blood-red eye flickers over her face and immediately she knows to look away lest she gets caught in a Tsukiyomi. FCK. She better get the hell out of here before anyone realizes. There would be no telling what Gaara and Naruto would do if they knew she was kidnapped by the Akatsuki. You're very powerful, yet surprisingly extremely weak. Dr. Hari. The man mused, propping his hands on the desks. Okay, really. Hari was exaggerating about the state of the room. It was honestly pretty decent, just that. It had zero decor and used actual candlesticks instead of lamps. Hari wonders exactly who the hell lights and changes the candles every day. Sasuke. The Akatsuki member who screws up a mission. I'm a civilian doctor who just happens to have some weird abilities. Hari shrugs her shoulders nonchalantly, her mind racing to form a plan for escape. The fact that he knows that she runs Hallows should be expected. Since she did fight pain after all. Nothing special, I'm sure. The man remains silent, fumbling with possibly torture equipment on the table. Really, the room is too dark for Hari to see shit. Special enough to take Itachi's body from right under my nose. He drawled. The minute he mentions the word Itachi, Hari bristles with anger, her eyes subconsciously glows with magical energy. Why? And the man appeared alarmed by her reaction, raising both his hands up. Calm down, my dear. Perhaps a familiar face will suffice. The man steps back into the shadows and gestures for someone to walk out. Hari squints. Really, this dreary place was too dark for your resident non-Sharingan girl. Her eyes widened as the very person she wanted to bitch slap walks right out of the shadows. Nay-san. Sasuke mumbles sheepishly, looking as blind as a bat and possibly as guilty as he should be. His eyes were robbed off their rich dark brown, replaced by a graying hue that she is most definitely familiar with. For a second, Hari just takes in his appearance, her eyes going over the purpling bruises and the haggard appearance of his skin. He looked like he aged a good 4 years. Oh gosh, Itachi, what did you do to him? Ah, Sasuke. Hari sighs, rubbing her temples with her fingers, feeling a little stressed from the situation. One brother after the next, both fraternizing with the enemy. What should she do? She watched as he opens his mouth to speak and she stops him with a raised palm. You want me to heal your eyes? Possibly transplant your brother's eyes to you. Hari takes the words out of his mouth. And he looks a little startled. You know, I do. Itachi had wanted this, she said. To be honest, Hari could just regrow Sasuke's eyes just like she had with Itachi giving him a new set of magical eyeballs. But she guessed the sentimental effects of a transplant had its merits. Hari clenched her fist and slowly opened them, revealing a glass case filled with life-preserving liquid. Here, she shakes the bottle, watching the two rather creepy-looking eyes of her husband bob within the clear yellow, and pressed the glass tube into his open palms. Sasuke looked surprised by how easy it was to obtain what he wanted. Fingering the glass in his palms. I think you can at least trust me in the transplant. You don't have to be here. Hari points out to the masked man and looks expectantly at Sasuke. Fine, I will give you two your privacy. The masked man chuckled, crossing his arms. I will be around, so don't try anything funny. He disappeared, swirling out of view. Hari frowns. That was definitely not like apparition. Hari immediately turned to Sasuke, her fingers waving to cast a quick muffaliato. Lie down quick. Hari mumbles and he follows without a word, appearing meeker than what she had heard from Naruto. Where was the psychopathic crazy Otudo who had lost his head from grief? Why are you doing this? Explain to me right now. She hissed in parcel tongue, fishy-ing out some dittany from her expandable pouch. She dabs it onto a shocked Sasuke, watching as his bruises melt into green and yellow hues before disappearing completely. How do you know this? It's only for snake summoners. Sasuke hissed back, surprised by her fluency. There are many things you don't know about me, Otudo. She quickly breezes past the topic. But one thing is for sure. I definitely don't trust that man. Hari replied, waving her fingers over his eyes, completely numbing his nerves. She watched as his jaws clamped up at her words, especially when she calls him her little brother. "Nei-san, there's no need to try to convince me out of this. I am already certain of my revenge." Just earlier, his lips pulled into a wide smile, and now Hari could finally see the extent of how broken he was. "I finally defeated one of Itachi's enemies for us." Sasuke's lips spread even further, and Hari tries not to grimace because at that moment she was removing his eyes, and when her patient had an orgasmic expression while she practically rips out his eyeballs, it looked exactly like something out of a zombie porno B-rated movie. He was a Konoha elder, someone who was in charge of Konoha. "It was the best feeling I've ever had in my entire life, Nei-san." He sounded so FC King happy to kill someone. Hari's heart twisted in pity and sorrow, her expression solemn at his words. "Itachi, you really FCKED up your brother. To finally purify the Uchiha's name, to rid us of the stain of darkness, and I've decided that, Nei-san, I will kill them all and protect us. Get rid of Konoha, and all that deemed Itachi a traitor for his sacrifices. The Uchiha will finally be avenged." Hell, that was the most screwed up sentence she had ever heard in her entire life. Even Voldemort paled in comparison. If Itachi were a pop star, Sasuke would be the crazy brother who murders all the haters. "Sasuke," she sighs, gently placing Itachi's eyes into the empty socket of her younger brother with magic. "Do you understand what you are trying to do?" Sasuke's mouth sets into a thin grim line. "Do you understand that by being with Akatsuki you are essentially fighting against the 5 great nations? Do you?" Hari inhales deeply, her mind desperately trying to remember the news that Death had told her about, understand that what that man wants is an infinite genjutsu. Brainwashing the entire world to what? Live like mindless plants in their own dreams. "I don't care as long as I get my revenge, as long as you are safe from Konoha." "Konoha is not your greatest concern, Otuto." Hari's eyes well up with frustrated tears. "If the entire world were to be brainwashed like headless chickens, I will never be safe because no one could protect me. Not even you when you become brainwashed." "What then, Sasuke? What then?" "I will kill him before that happens. I will kill him, I promise you. We can rule this world together. No one will ever hurt us ever again." Sasuke growls as she finishes tying up his nerves, melding them together. His intentions were always good even when screwed up, Hari realizes. Inside all that hatred was a prickly cactus who wanted nothing but just peace and for everyone to leave him alone with his family. She doesn't notice it, but tears dripped from her eyes and spill on his cheeks. "Nei-san, don't cry. Please, I promise I will protect you on behalf of Itachi. I will. I will do everything for us." Sasuke wipes at the tear and says. Hari could hear his voice crack from emotions as he struggles to understand his feelings, having focused them all into revenge. "Damned brat. That's the problem, Sasuke. Where is the part in this story where you go out and have fun with your friends? Itachi would have wanted you to get married, to enjoy life, to stop fighting and just live. He ended it by killing my parents, Nei-san. He ended it by killing our clan." Sasuke replied as she placed her palm over his eyes, allowing her magic to make final touches to his retinas. "What about what I want? I want you to be safe, Sasuke." "Safe." Hari emphasizes her words vehemently. "I can't fight much like you." Hari leaves out the part where she's an experienced dueler, with a plethora of magic spells under her belt. "However, I do want you to be as safe as possible, and that is definitely not here in the Akatsuki. Nei-san, I am a rogue ninja. I can never be safe again." "I see." Hari smiles softly to herself, a sad half-smile filled with sorrow. It seems like even she could not convince him. Honestly, if his own best friend could not convince him, how could she, the sister-in-law he just met, convince him at all? She mentally does a quick apology to Itachi and Naruto. "I can never convince you, can I? Only your brother would be able to change your mind. Open your eyes, Sasuke." Slowly, Hari ends the spell and lifts her palm from his lids. She watches as his eyelashes flutter and slowly he opens his eyes, the black pupils focusing on her face. For once, Hari watched as a genuine smile appears on his lips, his eyes lighting up with wonder. "Nei-san, you are beautiful." "Thank you, Sasuke." Hari smiles, gently ruffling his hair and adding yet another healing charm on him in the process. "Don't immediately use them, all right? You've got to stop using Sharingan for a few days. She neglects to mention the various protection spells she puts in place on his eyes to prevent bleeding and headaches. She was pretty sure he would be flashing his Sharingan the minute she leaves. Sasuke nods in agreement, watching her carefully from the bed. Sasuke, we have to leave. You're too much of an asset to leave, doctor. The masked man appears right behind her and he holds her wrist with a gloved hand in a death grip. Perhaps, but you can't keep me here. Hari replies, craning her neck and her eyes flash a brilliant green. She vanishes out of his hold in a swirl of green reappearing before them, her hands crackling with magical power, running up and down her fingers in sparks of pure magical energy. She warps out of view and reappears, gripping onto Sasuke's arm ready to apparate out of this hellhole. They reappear, smashing right onto the sides of a caved wall. Sasuke reacts immediately, flipping her over so that he would absorb the brunt of the impact. The magical protection spell she laced over his skin cracks on impact and shatters into iridescent bits of light shards. What the hell? She actually could not apparate away. An anti-disapparition jinx. Sasuke gently placed her onto the floor, his expression tells her all she needs to know. He knew this would happen. It appears that Zetsu was right. A fuinjutsu using demonic chakra could keep you here. The masked man mused, reappearing before them. I had my doubts, but it appears that tailed beast chakra is your weakness. I won't do anything you want me to do, you asshole. Hari spits. I know. The masked man turned to her, she could practically hear the smile in his voice. Which is why the only thing we can do is to keep you under a genjutsu. Sasuke. Sasuke slams her into the wall, lifting her body up with his arms, his eyes bleed into a crimson glow. Hari squeezes her eyes shut. Damn it. She should have botched the transplant. One less Uchiha to fight. Come on Ne-san. Just open your eyes. I will protect you. Hell no. She flicks her wrist sending a table flying towards them. Sasuke, she really doesn't know if he's on her side or not, immediately protects her by slamming a foot into the wood causing it to crack into pieces. She runs, angling, her body lower to duck from Sasuke's grip. The masked man teleports to her. His fingers raised to her neck and she flicks her palm towards him, sending a bright beam of energy towards his body, sending him flying back towards the wall. Impressive. This energy isn't even chakra. The man drawls, pulling out a long sword. Madara, you promised not to hurt her. Sasuke growled. The man Madara warps into view, his sword reflecting the glow of his eyes. Expelliar Mus. Hari flicks her wrist, sending the sword spinning through the air. The blade so sharp that it makes a high-pitched ringing as it sliced through the air. It makes a loud clang on the floor. She pressed her hands together, swirling her clenched fist in the air, drawing magical power, and pulls it open. Fiendfire. Her own fire monster, a Hungarian horntail dragon, roars into view. It was not a normal fire. The flames chased after Madara as if they were alive, sentient with intent to kill. Cursed. It roars, the fire sizzling and crackling. The intensity of the heat washes over Hari in a burst of hot air. She struggles to control it as it raced towards Madara, the flames eating up at the furniture, setting the cave ablaze. Madara screams as the fiery dragon catches on his cloak, burning up his leg, and for a second Hari relaxes, thinking that it's over. Madara dispels it quickly with his Sharingan, his red eyes flashing madly towards her. FCK, she forgot. Amaterasu was something like Fiendfire. He stumbles, chuckling as she dispels the dragon just before it could reach Sasuke. A fire just like Amaterasu. Amazing. Where exactly did Itachi find you? Madara asked. I found him. Reducto. She spins and flicks her fingers towards him, but he disappears too quickly and the chair behind him becomes the unlucky victim, exploding into black ashes. It's a shame, but your only weakness is that you're not a ninja. Madara appears right in front her, a kunai in his hands. He swings his arms ready to stab the weapon right into her stomach, intent on harming her just enough for her to lose composure and open her eyes. Hari has no choice but to squeeze her eyes shut, her hands raised upwards in an attempt to protect herself. However, Madara was too fast. His reflexes too quick for her to stop him. Madara, no! Sasuke screamed. Before the blade pierces into her flesh, Hari is carried away by a pair of strong manly arms. Her heart practically leaps into her mouth as her magic sings in recognition. The smell of winter and fresh snow surrounds her body. No way. No way in actual hell. You could never stay out of trouble, could you, Harumi? Her eyes meet orbs that were so brown they appear almost black in color. Hari believes them to be copper drizzled with honey. The color rich like dollops of thick chocolate when happy, but quickly becomes the shards of granite that ships shatter during a thunderstorm when angry. Those eyes were kind and familiar that melts into a brilliant red which swirled with an intricate black pattern laced with flickers of gold that she had never seen before. Itachi. Sasuke screamed in utter shock, looking like he had seen a ghost rise from his grave. Itachi doesn't even bother looking at him, and the small crease in his head indicates his anger at his little brother for not protecting her well enough. Itachi smiles gently at her, a genuine happy smile that she had missed seeing on his face. Hari happily notes the lack of eye bags on his now pristine face. Close your eyes and sleep, when you wake up we'll be home. And Hari does. She falls fast asleep, completely relaxed in the arms of her lover. Honestly, not the best of times to fall asleep, but screw that shit. She was just happy to see him finally awake. Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his neck, his lips pulled into a thin line of worry. When he had fainted from hyperventilation, Yamato told him that Hari was the one who knocked him out and healed him. Naruto distinctly remembers his angel, her beautiful face nodded with worry, and her hair had been extra beautiful. The crimson locks dotted with little snowflakes that glistened and sparkled in the light of the sun. She looked like a winter fairy, his winter fairy. He regretted fainting so soon, he should have taken a good look before succumbing to her spell. Yamato said she had left almost immediately, saying something about visiting a brother. Naruto had been alarmed. He was pretty sure her only brother was Sasuke. Naruto had raced to find Sasuke. He expected her to be there, but she wasn't, which scared the crap out of him. He couldn't exactly ask Sasuke. He really did not know how much the bastard knew about Hari, and he certainly did not want to explain that he was kind of married to the wife of his brother. That would certainly start a family feud. He rubbed his nose, a small smile on his lips. Hey, he was actually a real brother to Sasuke. It sometimes blew his mind. Naruto had ran back to Konoha like his life depended on it, immediately heading to her convenience store to meet one of Hari's elves. His friends were all alarmed by him, especially since he gave a half-assed excuse about a sales on supreme luxurious toilet paper that he needed to wipe his ass. God, it was such a dumb answer. Naruto cringed to himself. The elves did not go into specifics, but they did say that Itachi was with Hari, and that calmed him down a lot. After hearing the entire story of Itachi's double agent life from Madara, he trusted the guy and was totally okay with him. Kind of. Naruto's lips curled downwards. Frankly speaking, Itachi was much older and much more experienced than Naruto in terms of relationships. When it came to love, Naruto definitely did not want to be the worst man in the relationship. He wanted to be the best. He wanted to be the one to make Hari feel the most loved. He wanted to be the most chivalrous and the one with the best skills in bed. TCH. With Itachi fake dead and largely out of the war, the guy could probably spend the most time with Hari. Protecting her, caring for her, and kissing her. It was kind of bad of Naruto, but this was exactly the reason why he wished Itachi was still in that coma. At East then only Gaara was his main competitor, who would probably be super busy with his cage stuff. Damn it, now Naruto had to find some way to contact Hari and stop Itachi from taking all her love. He really should ask her for some method of communication. He couldn't keep running back to Lifesaver, blabbering some excuse on sales of goods. This was also why he wanted to come clean with his friends. He needed all the help he could get. Since we're all here, I thought I should get this straight after Sakura jokingly confessed to me. Naruto glanced at his friends. I really can't have that happen again. Seriously. Naruto shivered thinking of how Hari would react. It would definitely not be good. A joke. Do you really think it's that easy for a girl to confess? Sakura yelled, looking mighty embarrassed that he just blabbered out the incident. Well, serves her right. Yeah, because the thing is, Naruto huffs, feeling a little nervous. His heart beating quickly at the reveal. I'm already engaged, Naruto points out. Might as well just spill the beans quickly rather than take them out one by one. What? Busy? Of course we know you are busy, Naruto. Kiba shrugs. Get to the point, man. Yeah, we all know you aren't looking to get in a relationship. Tenten laughs, shaking her head. Right, girls. No one wants to hook up with Naruto now. Naruto winced mentally. Ouch, that hurt. Wait, what? Come on, guys. Are you looking down on me or what? Naruto gaped at them, stunned by the sheer stupidity of the situation. Did they just take the second meaning of his words because they couldn't believe he was married? I'm engaged. Yeah, okay. Yay, we get it, Naruto. Ino rolled her eye, twirling her hair. So, Naruto gaped at them. So, what the hell, guys, do? You all look down on me or something? Could they not believe he was married? The word engagement definitely meant marriage when used in this sentence structure. God, and he was supposed to be the dead last. Okay, calm down, Naruto. Yes, you are occupied. Shikamaru, the so-called smartest guy in the group, raised his hands towards him in surrender. Naruto was so ready to smack him on the head with a Rasengan. God, his friends. Now you're making me say the M-word, oh my god, guys. Naruto groaned, slapping a palm to his head, his face burning with embarrassment. Really, it's not that he's embarrassed to be married to Hari. He's a lucky man, that's for sure, to bag such a hot girl at his age. Damn, if he were anyone else he would be so jealous. Still, it was not every day when you tell your good friends you are married at a time when no one gets married. Huh, what M-word? Mother FCKER? Kiba asked, highly confused. I really don't get where this conversation is going, man. Just out with it, we haven't got all the time in the world. God, they were really seriously getting on his nerve. Yeah, what do you want to say, Naruto? Choji glanced at him. Just say it, we won't judge. I'm already past the point of judging you. Naruto. Shino adds in, a weak attempt to help, really. Guys, I'm engaged, which means, Naruto practically bellows, extremely frustrated with his friends. Damn it, they really love to play with him. Don't they? I have a fiancé. I'm getting married. He pants at the outburst, and for a second his friends stared at him in shock. The awkward silence that follows is one of disbelief, with Naruto blushing red with embarrassment at their stares. What? Don't joke around, Naruto, Neji begins to say, an amused smirk on his lips. I'm not. Naruto spluttered. They still didn't believe him. No way. There is no way. Sakura shakes her head, staring at him in shock. You can't just say this and expect us to believe you. Naruto mentally screamed in frustration. He scratched his head furiously and sat down. Well, and you know what? I'm not going to wait for you all to believe me. I'll just tell you everything. Naruto laughs almost crazily, his face burning brighter and brighter shades of red. Because of some wacky ancestral magic shit. Not only is my wife arranged marriage with me, but also Gaara and Itachi, which makes Sasuke my brother-in-law. The reaction to his words consisted of laughter and snickers. So, this is really a family feud, you should let me deal with him. What the FCK, Naruto? Is this your new method to convince us to let you fight Sasuke alone? Kiba slammed his fist into the wood. That sucked, man. That really sucked. I don't understand how you think that lie would convince us. Neji mused. You really are the biggest village idiot after all. Idiot. Sakura shakes her head. I should have known. Arg. Are you all even my friends? Damn it. At this rate, they would only believe him if he had a child with Hari. Damn it. Maybe he should work on that. Hee. Hari's eyes fluttered open, wincing slightly as the light of the afternoon sun catches her eye. She reflexively looks away, moaning slightly, squeezing her eyes shut in anger. Someone chuckles and fingers gently pushed strands of hair away from her face. Hari slowly opened her eyes, squinting to see red-crimson orbs staring back at her. The black pat, RNS spinning lazily around dilated pupils. Itachi smiles, his hand gently stroking her hair. What are you doing? Hari mumbles, her voice raspy with sleep. She stretches, reaching her hand far above her head and spells herself clean, too lazy to get up and really wash up. Itachi chuckles, watching as soap bubbles appear and disappear from her mouth and her hair combs itself into proper locks. Watching you, Itachi replied. Hari sits up and reached over, cupping his face with her hands. Suddenly, she feels so incredibly overwhelmed, her heart racing in her chest as she meets his eyes. RGE almond-shaped pupils framed by lush eyelashes which were splayed outwards, making his eyes the most beautiful she had ever seen in her entire life. She kind of forgot a little about how beautiful Itachi was, and Hari dies inside a little every time he meets her eye because she can't seem to believe how lucky she is to be engaged to him. She watched as he slowly kisses her wrist, his eyes nave are leaving hers and her hands are on his neck as he leans in for a kiss. This kiss was bittersweet and full of love. Hari finds herself lingering on his lips, just memorizing the feeling of his touch on her skin. His wintry scent of Christmas and pine and snow, the way the magic coursed through her veins like jets of snow. His eyes never leave hers, the Mangekyo spinning languidly, recording her every movement into his mind. Hari smiles. The dumbass was using his ultimate power just so that he could remember everything. I missed you so much. Hari murmurs on his lips, her hands on both sides of his face. Her thumbs gently rubbing the now smooth skin, lacking the usual eye bag. You're so stupid. Do you know that? I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for letting you wait this long. Itachi sounded heartbroken, his voice soft and melancholic. I love you, Harumi, he says in a heartbeat, and Hari is startled by his sudden confession, blinking her eyes frantically in shock. Itachi smiles, apologetically. I never say that to you enough, and when I died, I regretted so many things. He takes her hand, interlacing the digits together. I wanted to see you. He begins, and those 5 words seem to be what gives him his strength to continue. I wanted to see you so much. He gasped. I wanted to propose to you. I wanted to marry you. His other hand finds its way to her belly and Hari numbly watches him. Her lips trembling with so many emotions she can't exactly pinpoint what. I wanted to see you round with my child. I wanted to see our grandchildren. I wanted to grow old with you. Itachi smiled bitterly, and Hari watches in shock as tears spill from his eyes, dripping down his face. I didn't want to die then. He swallows, and Hari's heart cries at the sight of her beautiful angel crying before her. No, Itachi, no. I only realized it then when I died, when everything was taken away from me. But, most important, I wanted to tell you I love you. Oh Itachi, Hari began to say. Harumi, I'm sorry for causing you so much pain. Itachi laughs, a sad chuckle wet with tears. I don't know if it was a dream or a hallucination, but at that moment in my death, I saw your par. Ensign, I knelt down and promised that I would protect you and love you forever if they would just give me one more chance to go back to you. Itachi's voice was trembling with emotions, and Hari hear the loud thump of her heart as her eyes well up with tears, influenced by his emotions. I really don't know how you saved me, but I'm really so thankful that you gave me back this life. This life that I plan to live with you for the rest of my years. Itachi, this was definitely not planned well. Itachi laughs, and he gets off the bed and kneels down on one knee, and Hari's heart just stops. It just completely stops, and her eyes goes wide as he practically ninja summons out a box. He opens it and the ring sparkles in the afternoon sun. Harumi Lily Potter Black Slytherin. Itachi chuckles through wet eyes. His voice trembling, losing the usual ninja demeanor Hari is so used to. He looks so vulnerable, so afraid yet so happy, as he displays his heart out for her wide in the open. Will you marry me? You didn't even have to ask. Hari replies, laughing through touched tears. Yes, it has always been a yes since the day I met you. Itachi smiles. It is a wide grin. So unlike himself that Hari feels so shocked by the sheer happiness radiating from him as he slips on the ring onto her finger. It is a small and simple band of solid gold with a small diamond flanked by 2 red ruby gems. Their lips met once more, a kiss laced with happy tears under the light of the afternoon sun. For a moment, all was right again in the world. 5085 words. This is really a perfect place to end a chapter. XD. Thanks for reading. See you all soon, smiley face. Hopefully I can finish this story before the year ends. Ninja mating season. I was surfing the net for original reverse harem stories, and stumbled across a whole genre of reverse harem books. I could not believe my eyes. Yes, a whole genre with a good 500 plus books of reverse harem. One girl, multiple partners. I was so shocked. I always thought reverse harem was just a fanfiction thing or just a me thing. I got the free trial of Kindle Unlimited and practically devoured these books. So my first book was Trickery, Cu. RSE of the Gods Series 1 by Jamin Eve and Jane Washington. Trickery was written a lot like fanfiction, which gives me hope that I could possibly write my own reverse harem original story one day. I'll tell you all when I do. Smiley face. I already have parts of it sitting in my brain, but I'm still not confident in my writing abilities. So here are some recommendations for you all. Dragon's Gift. The Complete E-Trilogy. A reverse harem fantasy by Jada Storm and May Sage. Pieces of Her Soul. A reverse harem fantasy, Soul Tenders Book 1 by Serena Lindahl. The Family Spells by C.M. Stunek. 4 Psychos by Christy Cunning. Stolen. Saving Satora Book 1 by Raven Dark and Petra J. Knox. Also, the stories really gave me the inspiration boost and the confidence to write something smuttier, so here you go. I'll be using raunchier words I normally avoid and making it more detailed and automatically dirtier. Cough. So again, the rating was there for a reason. You have been warned many times. Many times. Chapter 10. Itachi smiled, feeling the corners of his lips turn up as he surveyed the spread on the table. This was not your everyday usual breakfast. This was the Uchiha breakfast. A small bowl of polished white rice, another full of miso soup. Made with a specific blend of red and white miso built with a stock of mild oceanic kombu, smoky shavings of fermented skipjack tuna and dried shiitake mushrooms. Soup was studded with tiny river clams that peek teasingly from the depths of clear broth under misty swirls of brown which colors the soup into a hazel with a dip of a spoon. It was paired with a piece of salted salmon, a little charred with its skin crisped and peeling slightly, the fat still spilling from the red flesh. The sweet sound travels to his sensitive ears, enhanced by years of training and chakra. His eyes flicker towards the bedroom. Their bedroom. His smile widens. Harumi Uchiha was awake. He shunshuns into the room, his fingers pulling the curtains open slowly. Light streams, reaching long fingers into the darkness, kissing the body of a woman. The love of his life lay on the white sheets, sprawled with her arms over her head and tangled in red locks. Her face hidden under a pillow. He slowly pulls at the duvets that she clings onto tightly, her legs wrapped in the thick cloth. She moans in protest as he untangles her from the covers and her skin meets the cold of the morning air. He watches, his mouth going dry as she exposes more and more skin too. He successfully pulls her away from the duvet and she curls into herself, hugging her pillow. Itachi smiled, sitting onto the soft king-sized bed. Harumi, he murmurs, gently shaking her. She moans in protest. He exhales, amused. He gently pries the pillow from her and watches as she winces from the light. ND turns to burrow her face into the side of his ass. He blinked surprised and laughs, gently pulling her up easily into a seating position. She grumbles and leans against his shoulder in protest, threatening to slide off and back into sleeping position. Come on, love, you don't want breakfast going cold, do you? Itachi stands, pulling her to her feet and taking her in his arms. She slumps into an embrace, her head resting on the crook of his neck. Itachi allows himself to bath in her scent. The smell of her shampoo, a sweet peach scent, barely covered the underlying scent of her womanly sweetness that reminded him of a concoction of honey and apples. Itachi swallows, unable to reply. His mind suddenly blanks and his mouth goes dry as her fingers ghost over his erection and her weird energy elicits a surge of warm pleasure across his very sensitive skin. Then she's gone, closing the toilet door behind her, and Itachi was left feeling a little empty and lost, exhaling a breath he doesn't know that he had held. He scowls on hearing her sweet peals of laughter. Minx. He was usually the one with the upper hand, but sometimes she could tease him if she wanted to. She knew exactly how much power she had over him and wasn't afraid to press his buttons. Itachi stalked back to the breakfast table, concluding the finishing touches of a perfect breakfast. He wasn't finished with just rice, fish and soup. Oh no, that wouldn't do for a breakfast worthy of his name. Small side dishes accompany the main dishes on the table. Agadashi tofu, a homemade addition that Itachi's extremely proud of. as a crispy and slightly gooey deep-fried batter over silky white. It was topped with grated radish, green onion and bonito flakes and a generous amount of suyu. Sheets of nori, a generous amount of natto and a variety of pickles. From yellow daikon, to fresh eggplant and cucumber with a dollop of mustard. He watches as she approaches the doorway to their kitchen, rubbing sleep from her eyes. He meets her eye and slowly looks her over, taking his time. His beautiful girl was dressed in a skin-tight off-shoulder top and jeans which hugs her flesh tightly. Clothes he would love to rip off her skin, and Itachi shook his head to himself. He watched as Hari's eyes widen and she zooms onto the seat, the chopstick already in hand. Itachi smiles at her happiness. His girl loved food and Itachi was sure to capture that part of her heart quickly. She claps her hand together and quickly says the customary itadakimasu before digging in. He takes a seat before her, eating in quick but small elegant bites and engaging with her small talk. He was content to just watch her eat, never wanting her to go hungry ever again like her youth. I have a couple of patients I've got to see, then I'll be visiting Gaara today. With the war and everything, I thought I should pop by with some potions for him. He's really unhealthy with the lack of sleep as a child. I thought I should fix that before he go. Hari munched on a pickle, tapping away on her phone. Itachi smiled to himself. It was the little quirks about her that he loved, like the fact that she ate appetizers only after she finished her meal. His father would have a fit if he saw that. Then, I'll probably visit Naruto to check on him. Hari told him, her brows furrowing together. I think he found out I went to see Sasuke, so he's probably worried sick by now. She downs her orange juice on the table and rises to leave. Itachi nods, chewing thoughtfully. When he had escaped with Harumi, he barely had time to even speak to Sasuke. He exhaled slowly in an almost sigh. Sasuke had not reacted well to him, but his priority had been Harumi's safety. He would have to find another time to talk to his brother, but for now he would allow Sasuke to stew in his own thoughts. All right, love. He smiles pleasantly at her, taking the plates to their dishwasher, a magical one of course. He leans against the counter, his fingers resting gently at the edge of the sink. Give your lonely husband a kiss before you go. The way you say it makes me feel bad. Hari pouts a little, but it's enough to entrance him and attract his eye to her jutting cherry red lips. I know, love, that's why I say it. He drawls, letting his voice rumble a little lower into an almost moan with each syllabus uttered. He can tell that she loves it by the W. Her breath hitches and her pulse quickens. I'm lonely, darling, he moans into his words, lonely for you. His manhood almost nods in agreement. Hari bites her lips, her eyes sparkle with mirth and lust. You've gotten flirtier. Are you trying to seduce me, Itachi? Hari murmurs, her lips inches from his. His eyes subconsciously flicker down to her lips before meeting her eye, his lips widening. NTO, a naughty smile, and his Sharingan swivels back into existence. And why didn't you? She responds breathlessly, her eyes glazed with lust. Itachi growls at her words. Itachi prides himself in having skilled fingers. It doesn't take another minute before she gives a strangled garble over his lips, her voice a loud keen at the back of her throat as she rides out her high, enhanced by magic. Her body spasms in his hold with pleasure. Her thighs shake under his hold. Itachi was sure she would have screamed if not for his lips on hers. She parts from him, gasping loudly for air, her chest heaving. His lips spread into a devilish smile as he pops his soaked finger into his mouth, letting her watch him suckle his fingers clean from any liquids. Itachi, you horny weasel. She gasped, her pupils dilating at the sight of him. He doesn't say anything, allowing her to recover in his embrace, but purposely allowing her to feel his hardness on her skin. Go now before I ravish you on the counter and christen our kitchen. He growled, a smirk on his lips. He coiled his hips, grinding against her core, and his woman's body shivers again from the after effects. Just remember that if you let me, I'll never let you leave this room. Until I've had my fill with you, and that definitely won't just be a 3-hour fling. Hari swallowed, blinking rapidly, her cheeks stained a bright red. How long then? Minx. Itachi smiled dangerously, allowing his Sharingan to spin languidly to a Mangekyu. He knows if he really wanted to he could easily capture in a Tsukiyomi and prolong their love-making. And she definitely knows it too by the way she sharply inhales and her lips part into a small, "Oh. Do you really want to find out?" This was his warning for the other two boys. He almost sneered. Almost. He wipes the kitchen table down, throwing the cloth into the washer and stalking to the bedroom. His Sharingan spinning and replaying thousands of memories, his hands deftly unbuttoning his pants. He only had so much patience. Itachi sniffed, taking a seat onto the bed, his nose swarmed by her sweet scent. He was not going to step back just for them from now on despite the war. No, they were he ones who needed to catch up to him before he snatched up all her love and attention. He didn't care if they were busy. If they didn't match up to his speed, then too bad. Really, he gets it. Some part of Itachi is telling him to be nice. But Itachi had been so good for so long, doing everything for others, never for himself. Itachi was not going to be AFC King Saint in his second chance at life. No, Itachi brought his fingers to his nose, inhaling the musky scent of her nectar, his other hand wrapped around his well-endowed appendage. He was going to be selfish for once in his life and eat her all up just for himself. All for himself. Degree. Gaara tapped a pen on his paperwork, his thumbnail resting lightly on his lips in a thinking position. He exhaled, his mind sorting through the needs of his country for the war. Counting the rations and various items they would need. He hadn't wanted to touch Hari's wealth, but she offered to pay for a few things, even going out to help medical ninja units in supplying them all with magical potions. It was a known fact that while Sunagaku's geography deterred enemies, water scarcity and harsh weathers also kept out investors, and their economy suffered and struggled to stay afloat. He had been prepared to scrimp and save, probably borrow some money from the feudal lord, but Hari had turned up like a mystery benefactor and simply paid off their debts. Her excuse to him was that it was technically his portion of her money. His advisors would have been alarmed if not for his explanation that Harry Potter was his future wife, from a contract formed by his ancestor. Based on the hereditary nature of the Cages in Suna, it was none other than the first Cage, their founding father, who had dictated this union. There was no way in hell could anyone refuse their marriage the minute he placed that card on the table. It would be basically spitting on the first Cage's grave if they even dared to utter a word of protest. Practically treason if they complained, which was why they accepted that a Konoha shinobi was also part of the union. It was good that Naruto was part of this, because having his savior, a clearly loyal friend to Gaara, eased the minds of his advisors. Although Gaara did purposely omit the information of Itachi Uchiha as the third husband. Gaara blew out a breath, capping his pen and leaning back into his chair. He was pleased that it was Naruto. While it made things more complicated for him, giving him yet another important reason to keep Naruto safe in the war, it eased his mind to know his good friend was going to be his brother in the relationship. But Itachi, Hari had tried to explain the situation, a double agent who killed his own clan for the sake of his country. Gaara could understand that, but he didn't like Itachi's strong loyalty to Konoha. Some part of him worried that Konoha might be placed before Hari in Itachi's mind. It was an easy answer for Gaara. He would protect his family before protecting his nation of families. The glass orb on his chest chilled, signaling the arrival of his beloved. Gaara raised a hand for his Anbu. It was a method Hari had concocted so that she wouldn't give his special forces a heart attack every time she stepped into his office. She appeared before him in a soft pop of green, her hands filled with vials squashed against her chest that swirled with color and seemed to almost defy gravity. Okay, this is for your body's lack of sleep. Hari raised a vial of amber liquid which bubbled the wrong way, the bubbles popping below the bottle instead of on the surface. Gaara's eyes trailed over her, absolutely loving the way the sun hits her hair, turning red waves into a rose gold. I've brewed it to counter against the negative impacts of you not sleeping in your youth. I'm pretty sure you could have grown taller, judging by your siblings' height. It wasn't that hard to tell the discoloration of foundation over her skin and the purpling of a bruise. His mind supplies him with information from his studies telling him that the bruise was formed from soft sucking and kissing sufficient enough to burst small, superficial blood vessels under the skin. His body tenses and a hot feeling warms in his cheeks. His fist clenches and his brows tick. Envy. He was envious. It wasn't AI want to kill someone, but more of AI want to do that too kind of feeling which surprised him. He supposed that the magic of the bond did try to prevent murderous thoughts between husbands, or perhaps he loved Hari too much to hurt her by attacking her other husband. He pursed his lips, inhaling her scent. He tasted the sweetness of her shampoo and body wash of peaches. Hidden under it was her natural scent, the one he liked. Gaara sniffed, standing up. He approached her, putting his nose into the crook of her neck and drawing a deep breath. She stopped speaking, squeaking at his sudden action. Gaara enjoys the smell of her, an Almo's tea-watery sweet floral scent encased by a sharp spiced sugar, apples, and honey. That would be the best way to describe it. Gaara's eyes narrowed, smelling the undertones of Itachi, a clean masculine wintry scent. Mark. Hya. Hari squeals as Gaara opened his mouth and begins to swirl his tongue languidly over her pulse, taking her hand and pushing her against the wall. His fingers laced with hers. He nips up her neck, tracing his lips over her skin. She begins to whimper softly. He lunges and takes her mouth easily, suckling on her pink tongue. For once, he catches her off guard and he finds himself leading her through the heated kiss as she whines in his arms. He struggles to contain his voice as her magic surged through their veins in pleasurable waves, trying to push him over the edge. Gaara kind of likes the change in dominance, and he knows she does too by the scent of a spicy musk that indicates her arousal. They part lewdly, trails of saliva from their mouth, and Gaara licks her lips clean as practiced. A proud smile on his lips, she blinks dazedly at him, her brows furrowing. "You were totally not listening to me, were you?" "No, sorry, I was just thinking about making babies." He admits, a bashful smile on his lips. Babies. He wanted one with her eyes. Her shade of green. "I accept any punishment." Gaara trials and gives her a sweet closed-eye smile. "You can do anything you want to my body." He tips his head to a side, letting his hair fall into his eyes. He knows she likes it. As expected, Hari's eyes widened and she burns into a bright red that could almost hold a candle to the color of her hair. Her eyelashes flutter rapidly over her cheeks like a butterfly's wings, and her moist and oh so kissable lips part. She was truly his color-changing angel. "In your case, that's not called punishment, Gaara. That's called a reward." She deadpanned at his words. Gaara nods. "Is that a yes?" he asked. His voice hints of promise as he takes her hand and pulls it down towards his pants. "I don't mind if you practice the magic Hermione-san taught you. I want to build a resistance against it." Gaara tells her honestly, utterly butchering her friend's name with his accent. "Why would you want a break?" Gaara gives her a closed-eye smile. "I read in the books that the female heroine always calls it a delicious aching." Gaara, while her face was hot with embarrassment, he could hear her displeasure. Whoops. It scared him. The fact that in his sleep, his body had easily shed the sand armor when in her presence. That moment when he awoke with her in his arms, completely stripped off sand, was when he realized his body was ready to bear itself to her. And now his heart was ready too. He took her other hand to kiss her fingertips, and a sparkle catches his eye. His eyes narrows at the metal on her finger, her left ring finger. His heart bubbles with shock and almost anger, but he conceals it quickly with a close of his eyes and another kiss to her palm. Itachi. He realizes. Suddenly, Gaara was seeing his mistake. If his heart was ready, he should have shown it to her. He forgot, and he was from the country famous for diamond mines and jewelry work. Gaara's expression darkens. With the war, he would never know whether the outcome would be good or bad. He needed to show her that he loved her with the ultimate and oldest depiction of love. He needed a ring for his love just before he leaves for his possible doom. "Forgive me, I've never fallen in love with someone before. It's hard to control myself with you," he murmurs, giving her pitiful eyes. He could see her heart melt at his words. He don't know why, because those words have been true since the first time they met, and she should have known that since the start. "I promise to drink the potions. One every morning, even if they taste disgusting." Gaara lines up the vials on his desk. It must have been the right answer, because she looks at him with approval in her eyes. "What are you doing later, Hari?" Gaara asked, taking her hand. "Oh, visit Naruto. You know, I thought I might throw him a bait and bring him back to my country. Maybe hoard him in there until the war ends." Hari shrugged. Gaara had been keeping her updated on the war and their current method of keeping Naruto safe on an island in the Land of Lightning. But I thought it wouldn't be fair to you and Itachi. Plus, he will definitely kick up a fuss if I did it without his full consent. He would. Gaara smiles at the thought of his boisterous friend. I don't want your relationship with Naruto being harmed because of this, Gaara replied. Anyway, I'm sure Naruto can wait. It was now or never, and even if Gaara did forget about it, it doesn't mean that he wasn't already prepared. He had studied on marriage and proposals and already knew what he wanted to do. It was always the issue of when, not what. Come. Gaara slips out of his cage attire, dropping his hat on the table and taking her hand. Her hands were always so small in his, the skin soft and slightly wet with perspiration. Gaara doesn't mind it though. Sweaty palms was never a reason for him to not hold her hand. What? Where are we going? It's a surprise. Wah, Gaara, she squealed as he scoops her into his arms. His muscles coiled at the sudden weight. I'm glad. What? Hari frowns at him. The expression was pretty cute and his body must have agreed too because his face warms. You're at a good weight. Gaara flexes his muscles, giving her a pleasant smile. Are you saying I'm heavy? So, you're calling me fat? She gives him a look. Gaara's brain pauses and proceeds to go haywire. Oh shit. No wait. She mistook his words. Oh no. Women hated being called fat. He knew this from Temari. Temari hated Kankuro calling her fat. Kankuro always got slapped. Oh no. FCK. No. I don't mean that. Gaara splutters, trying desperately to redeem himself. His mind whirls at maximum speed, trying to remember what Kankuro said to get Temari to calm down. Gaara remembers he doesn't and that Temari had given him cold shoulders for 3 months. Gaara was broken out from his thoughts by a bell-like dulcet sound. It rings in the air, sweet and light, a sound that makes his heart stop. Hari laughs, the corners of her eyes crinkle and the light dances in her bright green eyes. The minute she smiles, Gaara swears the room lights up and his eyes blurs out everything except her. Gaara's heart stutters at her beauty and his mouth parts to hang open, awestruck by the angel in his grasp. How did he ever get so lucky? I'm kidding, darling. You're so cute sometimes, you know. You say the most serious of things, but when I catch you off guard your system just crashes. She winks at him, hooking her arm over his neck, snuggling into his chest. All right, we can go now. Degree. Gaara. This is embarrassing. Hari murmured, pressing her face into the crook of his neck. To avoid seeing the curious faces of the Suna people, she could feel her ears burning red with embarrassment. Most of them seemed to have some kind of weird idea going on, especially the shinobi, because 9 out of 10 of them turned red, looked away and started to have nosebleeds. What the hell did you say to your ninjas, Gaara? Then again, they probably did look like they just had a makeout session. Her hair was probably a mess from the kiss, her lips 3 times more swollen than usual and her neck littered with love bites. And with Gaara now carrying her in his arms, princess style, they probably looked oh so ready to find a love hotel and spend the night there. Not like Hari was denying the needy ache in between her thighs that both Itachi and Gaara had inflicted on her. Seriously, was it ninja mating season? Relax, I'm showing you off, Gaara replied coolly. Hari could feel the press of his lips on her hair and she glanced up at him, her fingers covering her mouth in shock. He glanced down at her. His turquoise eyes peered curiously at her, the faint outline of pale-colored pupils dilating in size. His cheeks were slightly flushed, looking just as embarrassed as she was. I'm heavy. Put me down. Hari tries to stop him again. Everyone is looking. I'm a cage. Hari, if you're heavy to me I have to resign. He glanced at her pointedly. Right. Hari snorts. That was true. His expression warms as his cheeks are dusted in a pink hue. Hari could almost see the holy light of beauty radiating from him as he gives her a small shy smile. And I want everyone to look at you. They need to know you're taken. Hari pressed her hand to her mouth in shock, her body subconsciously trying to cover the way his words made her feel. She mentally squeals at his words. Damn it, he sure knows how to spoil a woman. Plus, he was right. This was a fantastic way for her to shoo off his fangirls. She catches the eye of one of them who was glaring at her and she nonchalantly flicks Her wrist and zaps that woman in the ass. Bitch. Close your eyes. He murmurs to her and she automatically does so, holding on to him tightly. He must have used shunshin because there's a rush of wind when she closes her eyes. When she opens them, her skin prickles with goosebumps from the sudden change of hot steamy air to cold wet dampness. Hari blinked, her eyes dazzled by the morning sun. Eve, writhing here, was washed in a golden light. They stood at the ledge on the side of one of the many cliffs that closed in together to surround a huge cavernous basin with dozens of tiny openings leading to caves that dotted along the massive rock face. There were stone paths that jutted downwards in spirals leading from cave to cave with thick planks of wood and suspended chains from cliff walls. There were thousands of people, mostly civilians and genin not part of the war, working in the mines. It was beautiful. Hari's eyes widened, noting the gemstones that richly studded the bedazzling walls. Gaara had always told her that while Sunagaku was not rich in terms of money, they were rich in terms of material wealth. Now, she understood what he meant. Gaara starts to make his way down and Hari yelps, holding him tightly, slightly fearful for their lives when she takes a peek at the drop to reveal a waterfall, to reveal an azure blue pool of water at the bottom. Don't worry, I won't drop you, Gaara whispers in her hair. Hari nods, feeling her Gryffindor courage take hold of her, and she lets him carry her into one of the caves. Unlike the image of caves she had in her mind, this one had velvet flooring and lanterns adorned the walls. The gemstones twinkled, reflecting the light. At the end of the road they came across a large door that towered over them, clearly made with the walls of the cave. They were dark in color and studded with gems. Two statues of Sunagaku ninja stood at the sides, like protectors of the cave. Before you enter, you've got to drink this. Gaara motions to his workers, who come over carrying 2 glasses of thick pink liquid. It's just a precaution antidote against any poisonous gases in the cave. He passes one to her and downs his, quickly setting it on the tray of the worker. Hari furrowed her brows. That was some intense swallowing he did there. He practically just opened his throat and let the liquid flow down his gullet. What the heck? She takes a sip of the liquid, feeling the heat of his gaze on her and the size of his hand on the small of her back. It tastes kind of like guava juice, to be honest. She gulps it down slowly, her eyes caring to the bottom of the glass as the liquid drains. English words peek out from under the liquid and she freezes. Gaara, she whispers, feeling a little shocked. She was not expecting her language in the land of Japanese. There's English on the glass. I know. Gaara smiles. Hari's heart fluttered in anticipations. No way. She is now gulping the drink down and her eyes finally catches the message at the bottom of the glass. She splutters, unable to swallow another mouthful, bringing the glass away from her lips, and the liquid covers the message again. Her cheeks are burning red, and can't stop the flutter of elation and happiness that courses through her veins. She wants to jump, no, she wants to fly. Her feelings were bursting in her chest, bubbling away and threatening to explode. Gaara, this isn't an antidote. She laughs. Her cheeks are hurting from how wide her smile stretched across her face. What? He replies cheekily, his eyes glittering with mirth. Hari finishes the drink, her eyes tracing the very English words at the bottom of the glass. Will you marry me? FCK, that was cute. Hari snorts, unable to stop peals of amused laughter from escaping her throat. Her body feels hot with excitement. God, that was so romantic. How do you know that? Hari asked, her eyes well up with tears. It was one thing to propose, another thing to propose in her language. You don't even know English. I have my ways. He nuzzles her ear, taking the cup from her. No, Hari mentally whined. She wanted her English proposal cup. He doesn't even wait for her answer, and Hari suddenly realizes the presence of the 2 ninjas guarding the doors. They bowed deeply to them, pushing open large iron doors clearly sealed with chakra. Gaara entered the room with Hari in his arms. He winced, unable to open her eyes at the sudden glimmer of light. Here the cave walls tower over her, a large room with a single fire at the center, blue fire, indicating its chakra-powered nature. Fire resonates with the blue veins that lead from it across the floor and towards each wall. The walls pulsed with chakra, each studded with the thickest, biggest chunks of gemstones Hari has ever seen in her life. Each wall was overflowing with gems that pulsed with energy and flared with power. Her eyes were assaulted by bright colors of diamonds, rubies, emeralds, sapphires and countless other precious gems. Hari blinked as Gaara gently puts her down and places a pair of sunglasses over her eyes. She glanced up to him to see a similar pair over his face, a sheepish smile on his lips. "Sorry, it's a little too bright, isn't it? I forgot to warn you." "Gaara," she breathes. "It's beautiful. These are Suna's most treasured possessions. Our chakra-grown gemstones. They're commonly used for creating weapons." He brings his arm around her to rest his hand steadily on her waist. "But, you should know why I brought you here." Hari's eyes widened and glanced down at the ring already on her finger. At that moment when Itachi had proposed, she hadn't really noticed the detail to the ring. At a closer look later did she realize that the small ring was not just simply a diamond flanked by two smaller rubies on a band of gold. The band of gold was delicately tapered thinly, with tiny spindle-like designs that twisted and curled. If she looked close enough, the reason why the ring shimmered so vibrantly was because of the even tinier specks of white diamonds that circled the ring. Each tiny diamond was purposely cut to reflect the most light. The amount of workmanship was insane, and that definitely didn't cost a pretty penny. The diamond itself seemed to glow with an ethereal red hue, the rubies flickered with obsidian. Now that she knew the gems of this world could be infused with chakra, Itachi must have infused his into the gems, making it glow with an inner light. It was basically the sparkiest thing she has ever had on her finger. It seemed like Gaara wanted to top the sparkle level of rings. "Pick one." Gaara nods towards the walls. Hari's eyes widened in shock. "You can't be serious. You're going to make a ring for me right now?" Hari's hands are shaking. She doesn't know if it's shaking with laughter or if she's just chocked full of emotions because she's starting to feel a little lightheaded with happiness and disbelief. She runs her fingers along the beautiful gems. They're all so pretty. She turns to look at him and her eyes widen as she pulls her sunglasses a little lower. Gaara was beautiful standing in that cave, with the gems reflecting light on his body. His body glistened with the colors of the rainbow, the light reflecting over his russet-colored hair, changing it to various hues. She could see the colors of precious gems in those soft locks: citrine, garnet, onyx and rubies. The soft glow of blue chakra illuminated his milk-white skin and cutting into the sharp edges of his jawline, making him look like one of those ethereal statues that guarded the doors. Beautiful, otherworldly, deadly. He lowers his sunglasses, revealing those large eyes framed by thick fluttery eyelashes and the kohl he uses around his eyes to cover the eye bags that darken his under eye. Those eyes. Hari's breath hitched. Her eyes trail to a similar shade on a stone behind him. "That one." Gaara turned to look at the one she pointed at. "It's the shade of your eyes." Gaara glanced back at her hotly, showing his approval. His eyes flicker and darken, whirling with a mixture of emotions. He flicks his wrist and sand escapes the gourd on his back. It slashed into the stone, slicing off a small chunk of the stone. He motions to her and they stand before the chakra fire, which roars as they near, flickering in the air a bright blue that is blue. The color reflects onto their skin. This is tourmaline, a product of the element, copper. His sand encases the stone and she gasped as it dives into the fire. It is cutting the stone with precise lines. Each cut brings out the light of the stone. "Any particular design you want, love?" He flicks his sand and her eyes widened at the myriad of ring designs his sand shows to her. Her eyes sweep over them quickly. "Damn, get you a man with insane creativity." "I don't know." Hari splutters. Itachi had gotten ideas by skimming her head with his mangekyo to figure out that she wanted rubies with his ring. "Surprise me with something unique, please." He must have gotten some kind of idea from her reaction to his ring design because he immediately sets to work. Like a skilled pianist, his fingers flowed with each move of his sand. It doesn't even take him a minute and she gasped as various other precious gems were flicked into the melting pot of stew, or should she say, stones. His sand raises it up for her to see and she gasped. He had fashioned the blue to green-hued tourmaline into a vine-like design that circled upwards, branching out around her fingers. The twigs and the end of the ring was not made of gold nor any other metal. Her eyes widened in shock. Diamonds. He had carved the entire ring straight out of a diamond. It was thinner than anything she had ever seen, the outer layers tailored to prevent any cuts, but he had somehow sneaked his sand right into the depths of the ring and cut it out from the inside. It was the coolest thing she had ever seen and possibly something that could only be created with the control of tiny beads of sand. Within the ring he had somehow inlaid little blue and green specks that gave the ring its green hue. It was insane. It was crazy. It was created in front of her in 5 minutes. What the actual FCK? Gaara gives her a devilishly handsome smirk, very unlike his usual innocent smiles. He closes his hand over the ring, plucking it out of the air. His sand whirl over his fingertips and he creates a terrarium-styled glass wedding ring box. The ring rests on a bed of tiny glass beads. She was unable to speak, her mouth open and close throughout the whole DIY session. This was at magical levels already, and her man wasn't even using FC King transfigurations. He encases the roaring fire in a whirl of sand with little holes of star-shaped prints and slowly takes off his sunglasses. She does the same with numb hands and watched as he slowly approaches her. Oh no. Hari's clasping her hand to her lips as tears welling up in her eyes at the sight of him standing before her, beautiful and powerful, but his hands and bottom lip shaking with nerves. Seriously, Harumi Lily Potter. He begins and Gaara clears his throat, looking mighty embarrassed yet pleased. His cheeks cutely red. She gasped as his sand over the fire begins to spin and the light-printed stars start to move. There's this theory about multiverse of parallel worlds, where every choice creates a different universe. Maybe there's a universe where I never meet Naruto, where I stay the fruit of hatred and power. His voice cracks at those words and fills with emotions. Where I continue to hate this world and the humans in it, where I continue to kill people every day. Maybe there's a world where I make the choice to not fight to stay alive. Where I die in that cave in your laps on the day we met. He says, and tears overflow from the corners of his eyes, spilling from large turquoise blue eyes. No, Gaara, maybe in another world where my ancestor never signed a contract. Where our ancestors never meet, I would have stayed alone without you, living my life as Cage, maybe adopting a child, but my soul will never find love because it knows you're not there. His lips spread into a smile, those rare ones that Hari loves. Those filled with so much emotion and love. The minute you saved me, I knew I was yours, and at that moment I knew that this tattoo on my head was not going to be for me anymore. He smiles softly. It was for you. Her eyes travel to the Japanese word, love, on his forehead and her heart leaps to her throat. I was too inexperienced, too young, too naive to know what that meant, and now with the war approaching, I cannot leave without giving you my heart, Harry Potter. Gaara inhales, looking a little scared. He kneels down on one knee and looks at her with so much love in his eye. Will you marry me? He blurts out the 4 words in English, completely butchering the English language. Those words are kind of confusing if not for the fact that Hari knows exactly what he was trying to say. She knew it. Yes, of course. Gaara. Hari half sob half giggles. She sniffles, watching him smile so brightly. He takes her hand and slips on her newly made ring onto her finger. It fits perfectly, going nicely with Itachi's ring. The floral vine-like design complements the larger diamond like a leaf to a flower. Both were equally beautiful and equally loved by Hari. FCK me, now I know why you became Cage. You're too charismatic. Hari blurts out, feeling like she was on top of the world and ready to destroy whatever that stood in her way. Gaara stands and embraced her, hugging her tightly to his body. Hari sighs, snuggling into his warmth and enjoying his scent of warm summer rain. Pleasantly warm magic swirled between them, somehow seemingly forming a stronger bond with Gaara as Hari was suddenly overwhelmed with the feeling of safety and love. Do you really want me to FCK you? Gaara smiled naughtily. Don't push your luck, Gaara. Hari blushes, burrowing her face into his neck. Maybe. Tilda. Gaara smiles wickedly. He scoops her up and props her up to seat on one arm. Hari squealed. Damn it, this boy was getting more daring. Now, let me go. Gaara Tilda. She wailed as he throws back his head and laughs. The husky sound was something Hari wished she could bottle up and keep forever. 8,101 words. Thank you for reading. No boyfriend is ever going to top Gaara's ring. I got inspiration from a guy who commented on a YouTube video. The video was about a guy making his wife a ring, and he said, now every guy is gonna be expected to make a ring, by themselves and cut their own diamonds, heck even try to find their own diamond, by mining for it. Also, you all might have been wondering where the heck did you go author San? Well, I recently had a tonsillectomy on the 29th of November, aka burning off my tonsils. It's a very commonly done major surgery which was famously deemed one of the most painful for adults. I'm still a minor though. I would say, as an author, going under general anesthesia was a good experience because now I know how to accurately describe a surgery scene. Hey. The world really doesn't just go black. It spins and doubles and spins and you blink to try to unspin the world but then you're out. As always, this is not edited. I don't know what to feel about ending 2 chapters on 2 proposals but well, I say again, proposals are the best places to end a chapter at. WHOOHOO, see you all soon. Naruto's going to flip but he's a tad dense so him maybe not. Kill the bitch. So since we're approaching the war, I googled around for information and while the war seemed intense and super long, it's only about 2 to 4 days according to online peeps. Shocking. So like a boss I give you the war in one entire chapter. Whew, I'm so bad at writing this I want to slap myself, but it's really 300 manga chapters in one chapter. Amazing. Also most of the information I'll be putting out here about the war will be estimates given by Naruto fans on Quora XD, and some of the extra information that I say which is totally wrong in the Naruto verse. Please, Ace, just close one eye and pretend I'm right. I know it doesn't make sense but remember this is an alternate universe. You have been warned of false Naruto information. Chapter 11. To say Hallows W. as working on overdrive was an understatement. Hari had expanded the hospital 1,000 times. With 80,000 ninjas on the field, Hari estimated that a good half of them would end up injured somehow. He went on a frenzy employing house elves from various countries, especially those who had worked at hospitals or clinics in Wizarding and Muggle world alike. She had even set up a ranking system for injury level, deploying elves based on their skills with a stasis charm ready for those badly injured and had no doctors to assist them. She really believed that this was enough. Hari groaned, rubbing her face, feeling a tad stressed out. She didn't expect it to be this bad by the second day. 40,000 ninjas were either killed or so badly injured they might as well have been dead. Truly, without her skills, these ninjas would have been a lost cause, wiped out and annihilated by the enemy. At the rate they were going, she bets that less than 10% would be left without her help. Her elves were running around like crazy and opening new dimension rooms after new dimension rooms for patient after patient on the brink of death. They were seeing to patients with organ failures and patients lacking the organs that they should have nicely packed in their bodies. It was really one or the other. The main entrance of Hallows looked like it was Halloween themed. Every patient wheeled in had bits of guts spilling out of their stomachs, splattering organs and blood onto the once pristine floor. The doors to Hallows were located at every medical station on the battlefield and she had elves running about on the surface, helping the medical ninjas heal patients. There were also elves on the battlefield, stealing dying ninjas out of the enemy's grasp at the very last moment. Hari bit her lip, writing a quick owl to the Wizarding world, ordering another batch of Skelegro directly from the stores. At this rate, the potion masters in magical Britain were going to think that she drank them by the bottle. Maybe had a weird kink for breaking her bones or something. Hari doesn't blame the ninjas though. She sighed, flickering through her phone to check on the healing process of a few of her patients, her phone keyed to their vitals. They were fighting a mortal high-ranked shinobi who had died long ago. A mortal shinobi. That was like having to fight Voldemort, revived and more immortal than ever. Tom would have loved this jutsu. Thank Merlin that scumbag was dust now. Hari's brows furrowed together. Gaara was the commander of the allied shinobi Foss's 5th division and the commander-in-chief of all the other combat divisions. He was the big boss in the battlefield, so he was right smack in the middle of the battle, fighting his ass off. It was only because Hari knows her magic help him and inform her if anything happened to him that she had allowed him to go. Hari understands that for Gaara, as Cage of the Sand, he needed to do this. What kind of cage could hide while his own people battled to their deaths? He was totally ready to die for his people, not that she would let him. Itachi had two-stepped into the battlefield, promising her that he would use the portkey if anything happened. The softie was going off to try to solve the root cause of the issue, and kill whoever the hell was summoning all these undead zombies. What he doesn't know is that she completely does not trust him with the portkey. He would never use that in fear that he might bring the enemy right into Hallows. Thus she had given him a major power boost, asking Death to shadow him like a familiar. With all the immortal business going on, Death was kind of pissed. No, he was FC King furious. It was probably why he had gladly listened to her command of protecting Itachi and was even good sport in her bantering. The entity agreed to reviving Itachi once in the worst-case scenario after learning that Itachi was on a mission to kill the sick FCK summoning dead people from their graces. So whatever was going to happen between the god and her husband, she hopes Itachi would brush off as one of her magical powers. She really hasn't told her husbands that she was the mistress of death, not because she doesn't trust them, but because she doesn't know how to break it to them. Like what could she say? Oh hi Naruto, remember the Shinigami who ate your dad? Well, he's my lackey, so HNI Kali I could ask him to vomit your dad out but it would be disobeying the laws of life. Or maybe, hi, Itachi you know when you died, I kind of made a deal with death to give me back your soul. Yeah, she was totally going to say that. Her phone buzzed and Hari lifts it up tapping in a few keys to enter. She had intercepted the information system which made her quickly updated on the news, without having to be mentally linked to them. Not that the ninjas knew. Well, Hari's brows raised. Looks like Naruto escaped. She knows him well enough not to stop him. When she had visited him the other day, he was training so hard he didn't even notice the rings on her finger. All he did was complain a little, give her a quick kiss on the lips for what he called a morale boost in an act of true love. Hari snickered at that. Then he was back in the Jinchuriki room trying to rein control over the Nine Tails. Naruto was definitely going to flip once he really realizes what rings on the left-hand ring finger of a woman actually meant. Hari's own thoughts remind her of the current situation and she sobered up feeling a little solemn. Naruto had talked about a gut feeling that something bad was going to happen despite not knowing about the war and well, look where they were at now. Stopping him would be like trying to pin down a cloud, he would have never forgiven her. Hari smirked, rubbing her nose. She knows all too well what it's like to have lives weighing on your hands and the decision whether to give up yourself to the enemy or to hide behind shadows. Their situation was somehow oddly similar, only that for Naruto, he had more at stake. Although if he did get captured by the enemy forces, Hari would be springing into action again, and probably getting scolded by all three husbands for putting herself in danger again. Honestly though, in a military sense, Hari was an asset in this war and if she could lessen the number of deaths, Hari would do it. Her eyes flickered to the deadly Hallows tattoo. Plus, this was under her job scope too. These ninjas were definitely not meant to die so early. Her phone rang this time, an eerie whistling tune she used for emergency messages and her eyes narrowed. The Madara who started the war seemed to be an impersonator because there was an undead immortal Madara on Gaara's side of the battlefield right now. An unlimited Uchiha was never good news. Hari ran to her window, flinging it open to reveal a deadly drop. The walls lined with glass windows of each new patient room, reflecting light as well as a mirror. The inside of Hall OWS looked like the inside view of a skyscraper, a never-ending skyscraper. Her eyes traveled down to the bottom squinting at the little specks of various shades of colored light that indicated the new rooms. Before the war, she could actually do an estimate on how many rooms there were. Now Hallows stretched so long and wide she doesn't know anymore. Bridges linked one side of the building to another, cutting across the drop like spider webs in an intricate system. Like the stairs of Hogwarts, they moved based on the user's needs and currently there were hundreds of her elves running back and forth pushing carts of injured ninjas. The bridges moving every second that reminded Hari of the inner clockwork of a watch. Hari pushed magic into her voice, yelling loudly, "I want all elves not working on a patient level 8 and above to put their patients on a stasis charm and prepare for more at the 4th division now." She knows they heard her because the flurried movement pauses and the Elves are running the opposite direction, carting patients back to their rooms and suiting up for apparition into war. Hari flinched as her watch pulsed, the turquoise gem quivers in absolute fear. The feeling is horrifying, an intense sensation of escaping. Her body trembles with him, feeling hot flushes and chills. Hari steadies herself on the railing with one hand, her breath coming out in shore. She pants and painful tightness in her chest. She recently had the negative feelings, keyed to her watch just to know how her boys were feeling during the war. Right now, her Garo was afraid, so afraid for his people. Hari closed her eyes, pinpointing the area easily with magic. She appears in a swirl of light, apparating into a desert with a soft pop. She expects to meet a face full of bright and blazing hot sun. Nada, cool shadow and the gust of warm wind coming from above her. She glanced up, her eyes widening to see the huge meteorite in the sky. It was enormous, a huge gravelly rock mass the color of dirt. It towered over them, spanning across the vast blue sky such that at a glance, Hari could barely see where the rock starts and ends. Perhaps the only good thing of this meteorite was the lack of fire crackling over its surface that would indicate the speed it had traveled. This rock seemed almost tame, newly formed and simply just falling from perhaps at most, the tip of the stratosphere. The meteorite was held in place by a single older man, Onoki III Tsuchikage, and large masses of flowing golden sand shaped into two hands. Her eyes sweep to Gaara, her red head was Nting sweat beating on his slightly bruised skin. He doesn't look that badly hurt, but her heart leaps into her throat when magic informs her that his usually massive chakra had depleted more than half and he was steadily relying heavily on the magic in his necklace to replenish his chakra. For a moment, all around her were cheers and cries of relief as the ninjas seemed to momentarily relax, thinking that they had evaded death. Not for long. Hari's skin crackled as the magic of this world informed her of a second larger meteorite heading down right above this one. What the actual Fuit Dosen? She even take a second for her to flick her arms and the glossy shield forms over the large expanse of ninjas, its consistency almost like a soap bubble ready to be popped, bouncing and jiggling with the wind. She appears right beside Onoki, her braided hair whipping behind her in the breeze. What? Onoki gasped as she takes his hand gently. He must have been greatly weakened because she easily rise him away from the stone and with a gentle push to his chest. He is falling down, the shield swallows him up into its bubbly embrace, consuming him and breaking his fall. Reducto. Hari slaps her fingers into the rock and it trembles as the second meteorite hits its surface, vibrating and groaning in the air loudly. Maxima. Her fingers pulsed, pouring the magic deep within her soul into the rock. The energy swarms the meteorite in a brilliant bright blue glow and her magic tore through the cracks and crevices, entering each pore and hole. It bursts apart, shattering in smithereens of dust and rock shards. Her hair whipping with the sheer force, and Hari kind of regrets the braid because it slaps her face about 1,000 times. She winced as the torrent of tiny rocks sprayed over her, and Hari has barely enough time to evoke a silver shield against it at the force, her fingers desperately trying to contain the now extremely sharp rain of rock shards. Thank God she decided to don her dragon hide armor, which covers her body almost like a suit. She winced, rubbing a cut on her cheek. The surface of her palms beaded with blood from tiny cuts of rocks. FCK. She tentatively licks the rock from her wounds, watching the tiny shards fall onto her bubble shield, prettily flowing down in rivulets, like a giant waterfall of stone. Hari mentally does a celebratory dance as the last of the shards fall, and a quick survey of the battlefield tells her that she had protected them all. Her elves were already working on the Tsuchikage who refused to follow them to Hallows. Hari smirked. You're a Potter. Hari's head turned to meet the eye of an undead. His ruffled and messy hair swept to the side, revealing a purpled chameleon eye. Just like the terrorist who had pulverized Konoha. It doesn't take her long to piece two to two and come to a conclusion that this was none other than Itachi's ancestor. Madara smiled, and Hari could see the resemblance, the traces of Uchiha blood in his handsome face. The bloodthirsty and dark look in his eyes, however, was nothing like that of Itachi. The zombie laughed, a wicked grin on his face. Instead of the weak Potter blood I had met when ning that contract, I hoped that one day the Uchiha clan would obtain a Potter. The strongest descendant tied to our clan. A perfect method of revival. Madara smirked and realization dawns on Hari as he answers one of the questions she always had stored deep within her mind. Hari always wondered why the Uchiha chose the contract instead of just marrying off their sons with Potter girls at the time. They all seemed really power-hungry and would have loved nothing more than overly powered children with ninja and wizarding abilities to fight against the Senju. Now she gets it. Never knew that the ninjas could think of sustainability. I'm not the strongest, Hari bit out. Damn, so he was the one who was friends with her ancestors. He doesn't seem like the type of friend you would want to have. I'm just the last. Not wrong. Madara raised a brow. Perhaps. He glanced at the falling sand of what remains to be his meteorite. Hari could tell he was totally not convinced. He raised his pal, missed towards her ready to strike, and she shifts in the air steadying herself for his next attack. Harumi Lily Potter. Naruto's voice roared from below her. His voice held hints of the Kyuubi and it rumbled with promise. Totally. 100% pissed off. Oops. She gasped as a huge hand-shaped sand plucks her from the air and pulls her back into the shield in one giant sweep. It brings her right onto floor inside her barrier and spills open, losing the chakra that gave it its form. She spluttered, blinking the sand away rapidly from her slightly tearing eyes, her body half buried in the golden beads which flowed into places that sand should not be in. Aho! Idiot, Gaara muttered before her, his body blocking the sun from her eyes and brushing her hair out of her eyes. He scowled at her disapprovingly, his bottom lip pressed into a thin line. Even when angry and disheveled from fighting, he looks absolutely handsome, knelt before her like a red-headed prince. She inhaled, breathing in the slight, salty yet sweet smell of wet rain and watermelons. Damn, even his sweat smelled good. Baka, stupid. Do you want to get yourself killed? Damn it. Hari glanced up to see her personal sun god peering down at her. His blue eyes angry and specked with red. It's definitely a shadow clone, her magic tells her, but that doesn't mean she won't feel the same amount of magic through their bond, nor attraction. Hari mentally smirks to herself, quite liking the look Naruto has on his face. The heated gaze was kind of hot on the usual goofy boy. It was quite nice to have the attention of both her husbands at the same time. Possibly the first time the two of them were in the same area when she was around. Boys, Hari sighed. She understands their concern and protectiveness, but still, cut me some slack. She groaned, pouting at the two. It was a meteorite. I saved your asses. Yes, thank you very much, Hari. She snapped, propping herself up and dusting her own poor ass. She takes their hands, albeit a little angrily, and pours magic into their veins, mending the wounds and, for Naruto's case, replenishing his chakra. Hari, thank you, love. Gaara breathes, his bruises melting into his face, revealing unblemished skin. But, you know how we feel about this. Gaara tells her, his voice, gentle this time but edged with fear and worry. Hari sniffed. Boss would want you out of here. Shadow clone Naruto supplied angrily. Temari stepped forward before her, a smile on her face. Hey Hari. Thanks so much, we really thought we were goners. Don't encourage her. Her two boys snapped back, glaring daggers. Oh well. Hari opened her mouth, wanting to rebut with a sneaky comeback, only for an earthquake to happen right at that moment. She gasped as the pebbles bounced around her. She watched wide-eyed as large thick vine-like plants exploded from the ground, entering the bubble barrier and slamming into the walls of her shield. It bounces, shaking lightly, and Hari is quick on her feet as she vanishes the barrier, afraid that it might act as a cage rather than a protection at the moment. Wood style. Deep forest emergence. Madara bellowed, slamming his fingers together, and the almost ACLE-looking vines head towards them in waves. Each vine towers above them, the size of skyscrapers in a city. They wiggle grotesquely, intending to kill the ninjas in their path, and succeeding in a few. Hari winced watching. Her elves frantically try to save dying ninjas apparating in and out from between vines. Naruto snarled, dashing forward, multiplying rapidly, each forming their own large ball LS of pure and deadly chakra in their palms. He threw them towards the vines, creating a human meat shield of pure energy and destroying the vines into pulpy barky bits the minute it crosses him. He doesn't notice the Madara heading towards them, and Gaara snarls, shoving Hari behind his back. A bright flash of light bursts in front of them. Like a pop from a firecracker, it spreads outwards in a blaze of white. Hari braced for impact only to see Tsunade, the fifth Hokage and the fourth Raikage. Wait, what? Naruto yelped as May the fifth Mizukage appears via an almost apparition-like jutsu, just on time. It seemed almost timely for her watch to pulse and the red gemstone to quiver and crack a little. Damn it, Itachi. Love, please. We have reinforcements, we will be safe, Gaara murmurs to her. His turquoise eyes beseeching her to go to safety. The way it says it, the desperation and love in his voice just makes her heart want to melt. Can't he see that she's doing all of this for them? Going to war and reliving all her nightmares when she could just wash her hands and step away from a battle that was not hers. They failed to understand that now that her family was so interwoven in the fighting, she was part of the battle too. Fine. Hari sobers and she triumph in his eyes. Hey, only because Itachi's in trouble now. Ta-ta. Hari smirks and pressed a quick kiss to his lips, forcing him to shut the hell up. She flashes away to the sound of his disapproval and Naruto's screech at her to get her ass back at Hallows instead of meeting danger head-on. Well, what could she say? She was the only witch in this world after all. She reappears in a flicker of emeralds and black smoke and her skin prickles with goosebumps chilled by the cooler air. Her magic curled in her core, coiling about and creating a cold sensation that coursed through her body. Death swirled around her in a stream of dark mist that hangs way too long in the air. The fluid oily smoke dragging rock particles it and for a moment the time around her slowed as she watched the tiny shards reflect the soft glow of the sun. Mistress. Death's voice crackled and hissed. Itachi Uchiha was revived once. The deal is done. He envelops her, entering past and through her body. Hari inhaled sharply, her eyes widening and feeling them pulse once with energy. Her entire body trembles icy cold and burning for release. The invisibility cloaked shroud disappears behind her, lifting the pressure off her magical core. She exhaled, watching the smoke dissipate and the rocks fall to the ground. Death's touch. Hari sighed, shaking her head. It was his method of giving her extra protection and power. To have not passed despite dealing with death, it was extremely lucky and way too close-shaved. It would base a call. Why force Lady Luck to give her blessings to Hari and would provide Hari with magic that thrived especially when near lots of death? She hated it, but this was exactly what allowed her to win the previous war in her world. Her eyes flickered open, adjusting to the light of the cave. The limestones that glistened on the walls of the cave causing any light to enter to illuminate the cave in a gray-blue hue. Her eyes swept across the cave, easily spotting the disgusting-looking half-naked man with a huge snake protruding from his belly. What in the world? She gagged. That must be the sick FCK who summoned dead people. She squinted, spotting Itachi with his hands on the guy's head, and was that Sasuke? She appears right beside them both with a soft pop, which Sasuke immediately reacts to her violently, raising his knife to automatically cut her down, but is stopped by Itachi's Susanoo, which blocks his blade with bony purpled chakra hands. Hari doesn't really care. She gives Itachi a look and He-Man gives her a sheepish closed-eye smile. Probably closed-eye because he didn't want her to see the damage. Itachi. She scowled at him, kind of understanding how Gaara and Naruto feels about her in the battlefield. She was sure to state the differences between them two though. You dumbass. I said portkey. I didn't say no fighting. I said okay, you can fight, but you have to portkey if you're half dead. Half. Not totally dead, she growled, stomping her foot angrily in the cave. See, unlike Naruto and Gaara who said no to her fighting, she allowed them to fight, just not fight until they died. What part of touch the portkey when you know you're about to die, do you not understand? Her voice was icy cold and it seemed to affect Itachi quite a bit because he gives her a small scared smile. I had to stop the reanimation jutsu and I can't leave Sasuke. Hari glanced at Sasuke who gives her a tight smile, looking just as scared. Well, don't mess with Death's mistress. Her eyes were probably glowing green right now, her hair floating in the air and her skin crackling with lightning. Well, they do that when she's angry. Fine. Hari sighed. She knows that Sasuke does have a charm on him to protect him. But it's true that she could not promise his safety if Itachi took the portkey. I can't keep reviving you, you know. There's only so much I can do. What did you do now? Hari pursed her lips as Death whispers the information in her head. Her magic crawls over his body and Itachi gasped as his shirt flies open and the energy grabs at his skin to check for wounds. Stabbed through the heart. Wow, amazing. Quote, sorry love. Itachi takes her hand. I was reckless. I forgot myself. She could see the effects of a near-death experience on him. He hides them well, but he could see him struggling to stay awake, his eyes flickering close. Very reckless. Sasuke supplied cheekily and Itachi shoots him a glare. He finally opens his eyes and Hari catches a glimpse of LKY white pupils that overlaps into his irises. No way. Hari slaps her palm onto his cheeks and forcefully turns him around. Ah, you destroyed your eyes again. Sorry. Itachi garbled out as she squeezed his cheeks together angrily. The normally intensely beautiful face looks adorable like this with his cheeks puffed out and squished together. His eyes fluttering rapidly, showing off the length of his eyelashes. You are going back to the hospital. Death experiences equates to resting. Too bad soldier, you're off duty. She snaps her fingers and Itachi disappears from view with a garbled yelp. Good riddance. She makes sure to send him right to their bed. She turned to Sasuke, looking him once over. Hospital? Hari asked. He did look like he could use some sleep. Sorry Ne-san. I've got some things to do in this war. Sasuke shook his head, his eyes sparkling with mirth, looking better than the last time she saw him. Looks like Itachi did talk some sense into him. Itachi's fun. NY when his serious composure breaks right. She giggled. Sasuke snorted, unable to hide a grin. HN. Closing parenthesis shit. Hari groaned, pushing her half-dead husband across the bridge, pumping healing magic on him the entire way. Hallows was basically filled with the sound of pained groans and rushing feet. Behind her were other elves wheeling into the 4 cages, all equally near death. This is what you get when you fight 5 Madara shadow clones, each. Ha Hari. Don't go. Gaara croaked, and blood spilled from his lips, staining his pale skin. Run, run. Hari's face hardened as she pressed her fingers onto the wound that severs right through his body, revealing a bloodied spine and the green of his organs. She frantically pours potions over the wounds, watching with a pained heart as Ra's face twist and contort in absolute agony as his organs regrow. Her magic forces him to stay still, ensuring that the wounds were not aggravated. Her stomach heaves a little at the cloying smell of blood mixed with the warm summer scent she loves. Damn it, she sniffed back tears. Gaara really took the whole only come back when you're half dead rule too literally. He was literally severed into 2 pieces and near death. The wounds begins to slowly heal, the flesh on the lower half of his body creeping upwards and knitting together with that of the upper half. The magical contract between them helps a little. Her closeness to him accelerates his healing. Too slow. She focused, pumping magic through her hollow tattoo. Beads of sweat trickle down her forehead. There's a flash of gold she run across his wounds and his flesh ties itself together, the organs crawling back into place at an intense speed. It seals back closed, leaving behind pale milky skin. The only evidence of his rise was the splatter of blood on the floor. Aho idiot, Hari teased, leaning into his ear, pressing a kiss to his forehead. As if I could leave you. Gaara closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep, and she sends him off to one of the rooms filled with plenty of accelerated healing charms. The problem about magic was that while they could always rapidly heal the body, the mind and soul need time to adjust and accept the magic, or else the wounds would reopen again. My lady, the elves are losing our magical power. We can't keep up the stasis charms if the ninjas keep coming. One of her elves working on Tsunade screamed at her, their eyes darting to hers frantically. I don't care, Hari screamed back. Just use mine as much as you like, FCK. Hari arched her back, feeling the sudden loss of magical power as her elves siphoned energy from her through their bonds as servant and mistress. It does not normally hurt, but with 1,000 of them siphoning off from her at the same time, the rapid loss is a burning emptiness that wrecks her body into shivers of pain. Sorry my lady, her elves screeched at her in chorus as they continued working on the incoming ninjas at breakneck speed. Hari winced, nearly slipping and falling off the bridge due to the blood that soaked the floor. A few hours ago, there would have been some elves rushing through the cleaning. Now, everyone was focusing their magic on healing the injured. The next batch of near-death ninjas were wheeled in with the largest wooden spike she had ever seen in her life stabbed right through them in every fatal organ it could possibly attack. She growled. This was a bloodbath. She's running for the one closest to death, her magic already ahead of her and pressing into his wound, stopping the flow of blood. Her eyes widened at the sight of one of Naruto's close friends. Hi, Neji, right? She soothed the guy. His pale lavender eyes were frantically darting around as blood spilled from his lips, staining the sheets red. I'm going to pull out the wood. Bear with me, okay? Naruto would not want you to die. Blood bubbles on his lips as he tries to give an extremely sad attempt of a nod. She's pretty sure. Naruto has talked about the curse mark engraved on his forehead, a green X mark, but he's so near death the green fades from his skin. Come on. Hari growled in frustration, forcing her magic to encircle his wound, holding his heart in place. She doesn't give him a warning, ripping out the sticks quickly, leaving gaping holes on his body. Neji gasped, his face twisting in shock, and blood threatens to burst out. She's summoning organ regrowth potions, pouring them into the hole that used to be his heart. The blood bubbles pooling over a newly formed fleshy heart, and the flesh closes in like water, revealing smooth skin. The same goes for his lungs and pancreas. He inhaled sharply, blinking shocked eyes at her. He appeared to want to say something, only for Hari to slap him with a magically induced coma. Okay, maybe not a slap. Just a tap. Hari raised her head, watching the sea of ninjas with wooden stakes through their hearts like exorcised vampires, swarmed into the hospital. How she wished she could split her soul into 7 pieces so that she would have 7 times the power. Wait, Hari stopped herself. Let's not go to that extent. My lady. Her head whips over to see her elves scampering towards her. We're sorry, but we have to take more of your magic. We can't make any more dimension rooms. Quote, just take whatever you need. Hari screamed back. The minute those words leave her mouth, her back arches and she slaps her hand over her mouth to stop a strangled scream. Her eyes rolling back into her head as she pants, black dots swirling in her vision. She blinks, starting to see too, her pupils unfocused from the pain. And her vision was blurry. Her body spasmed, wrecked with pain as Hallows absorbed her powers like a leech on blood. My lady. She vaguely hears her elves beside her. Were they really beside her? Hari doesn't know. Go back to your station. I'm fine, just leave me here. Hari stumbles backwards, hand onto the railing. It takes tremendous effort for her to apparate back to her bedroom, and she slumps onto the cold, rumpled, empty bed. A small smile cracked over her lips. Itachi went out to fight again. Death, she mumbled, and the dark shroud appeared before her, floating in view. I want you to tie my life force with them. Mistress, if they die they will be pulling on your life magic to heal. Are you sure? FCK it. I'm too spent to go out there and save their lives. Just tie it. Very well. Death hovers an undead ghastly white hand over her chest. This time Hari doesn't feel pain, rather it was an uncomfortable sensation that felt like millions of NTS running all over her body, and a horrible sensation of wrongness. The feeling disappears immediately when her soul meets that of her husband's, the sudden wash of comforting warmth driving out the pain of magic loss that wrecked her body. It's done. Hari barely hears his words before she escapes into the darkness. Her eyelids closing over her eyes as her magic worked in overdrive, focusing on the hospital and her husband's. Barely able to keep her own body awake. Closing parenthesis. Gaara cursed. His own chakra depleted so low his body was threatening to just give way and stop. He doesn't know what gives him the power to continue. But he suspects Hari's behind this. He swears he felt her some time ago. An odd sensation of linking and the comforting feeling of love and warmth had washed over him. No way. Sakura's voice breaks him out of his thoughts, and Gaara trembled, his eyes flickering to his dying friend floating on the bed of sand beside him. Something tells him, by the way Sakura has palm over his heart, that Naruto's heartbeat was fading. Hang in there, Naruto. Gaara cursed, the wind whipping his hair back. Naruto lay almost dead to the world, his body losing its usual healthy glow, the blood draining from his skin. The after effects of a Jinchuriki having his tailed beast ripped out from him. Gaara bit his lips, growling under his breath. Hari would never forgive him. Never. Gaara whips his head towards them at Sakura's cry of shock, and his eyes widened as Naruto's body softly glowed with a golden light. Naruto's eyes snapped open and Gaara's heart stutters at the sig.ht of familiar emeralds that replace the stunning blue. The color glowed slightly in the dark, illuminating Naruto's face almost eerily. Hari, Naruto. Sakura screamed in shock. No, he's not here. It's weird to see Naruto so calm. The tone of his voice is all wrong. Could you manually pump his heart? Naruto's much more strongly tied to the Kyuubi, he needs a little more help. It doesn't take Sakura long to listen to his words. Something about the tone of voice and the craziness of the situation pushes her to ignore the fact that her dead teammate was talking to her about resuscitating him like it was a normal thing to do. Sakura was slicing into his chest, reaching a green-laced hand into the crevice. Her fingers wrapped around Naruto's heart, creating a bulge in his chest. Gaara's face hardened, his heart sinking at the look on Naruto's face. The way it twitched and crumpled and the hitch in his breath. Hari was FC King, feeling the pain. Hari, he says, almost pleading her to leave. A sharp look from Naruto, or should he say Hari, stops him from continuing his words. He watched as Naruto closed his eyes, his lips moving in some kind of chant. The golden glow of his skin increased as in intensity, and he watched almost in shock as the surface of his chest alights. A golden ball of orange fire, the color Naruto loves so much, sits on top of his chest, flickering and dancing with the wind. White and yellow streaks swirled within the flame with the occasional blue. The fire was warm and welcoming, bright and sunny, and Gaara almost feels at home. Sakura screamed in shock, at MPTing to douse the flames with her other hand, only to be stopped by Naruto, a serene smile on his lips. Beautiful, isn't it? Naruto smiled warmly to the flame. His soul was threatening to leave. I had to convince him to stay. Naruto cups the ball of fire, his fingers pressing it into his chest. He inhaled deeply, and Gaara watched in shock as the fires disappear into his chest. Gaara, take care of him. Hari's eyes meet his and Gaara gives a tense nod. His lips mouthing, I love you, stay safe. Naruto smiled and slumps back down, his eyes closing. The golden glow leaves his body and Gaara swears Naruto looks way better. There's some blood running in his cheeks, and while his heart needs help to beat, Hari must have left some kind of spell that forces him to take steady, controlled breaths of air. What the hell was that? Sakura gaped at him, and he wills his sand to hold her tight. We're going full speed from now on. Gaara replied, gathering his chakra. Her presence somehow gives him the strength he needs. Her magic replenishing bits of his chakra. That was my wife. Gaara glanced at Naruto, a small smile on his lips. Our wife. Gaara glanced up to meet Sakura's eyes with a tight smile. Harry Potter. Closing parenthesis. When Hari awakens, cracking sleep-heavy eyes open to the feeling of utter silence from the outside world. Her body protested as she rose, making known the effects of magic loss. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. Having her soul tied to her lovers made it much easier for her to know their current status. Honestly, a fantastic trick for her to find out whether they were cheating on her. Not that they would. The only thing they could physically cheat on her with would be their right hands. Teehee, she gasped, shaking out lewd thoughts from her mind to focus on the situation. Both Gaara and Itachi seemed to be under some kind of spell, linked to trees and dreaming away about her, with their chakra being steadily absorbed. Naruto was battling away in another dimension against another crazy enemy, trying to undo the spell and seal the women away. Hari cursed. The ancestor of chakra. Death appeared before her, a scowl on his face. She has evaded death by consuming a fruit from the god tree that was created by Morgana the Dark Witch herself. Death's voice echoed in her ear. Hari's eyes widened. This was related to the magical world after all. Their own god. The god tree, and thus the 10 tails had been created by a witch. I believed you've already guessed that chakra is the lower form byproduct of magic. I had some theories. Hari replied. Well, yes, she's a weaker alien form from another dimension. Death snarled, revealing sharp teeth. These lowlifes sets their eyes on consuming these magic-laden fruits to gain Morgana's curse. Magic and control over the 10 tails for themselves. Despicable beings that enslave and kill other populations and feasting on energy like parasites. Damn, Death had a mighty grudge against them. Not just a grudge. IFC King hate those sons of a bitch. Death cursed, completely losing his godly composure. Merlin annihilated the worst of them, even brought those that ate too much magic back in the goodness of his heart. They've now evolved into what you know as Dementors. Oh what? Damn, I hate those things. Hari shivered at the thought. The thought that Naruto, Itachi and Gaara were descendants of Dementors made Hari feel a little disgusted. No, the Dementors were only formed from the worst of them, the most twisted and evil. Kagaya started off good of heart, and thus magic was willing to accept her. But she FCKED up and here we are, an immortal dictator who believes that all chakra should be hers alone. So, you're saying? Hari rubbed the sleep from her eyes, cracking her fingers. It's time we killed that bitch. Quote, hell yes. Death smirked. He vanishes into a gust of black smoke seeping into her deadly Hallows tattoo which glowed a brilliant gold once. Hari immediately feels energized. Her body crackles with magic of death. Her magic grows full with power as he merges with her soul like a familiar giving her the power to continue. Her body was swathed with the invisibility cloak that floated around her body, defying the laws of gravity, and she could see dark lighting crackles of electrical power running up her skin. Hari's pretty sure her eyes were glowing the color of death. Let's go. Death's voice echoed in her mind. Hari nods and they warp into another dimension. The skies are an eerie, yellow-green hue, the ground covered in red and purple hills of sand and rock. The only ones in this dimension were Naruto, Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura. The usual Cell 7. Hari really doesn't know what the hell was going on, but her eyes zero in on the floating foreign women in the dimension. She was pale-skinned with long sweeping gray hair and white eyes. The only color on her person was the two hazel-brown horns that grew from her head and the red Sharingan lick. Third eye at the center of her forehead. She looked everything like a goddess that she proclaimed to be. Perhaps to the shinobi world, Kagaya was a goddess. To Hari she looked like a power-hungry Dementor, intending to suck everyone's souls, or should she say chakra. Her eyes flickered to Naruto, softening at the sight of him. In this mode he looks 100% like the sun god she always called him in her head. His body was illuminated in a fiery yellow glow with orange hues, similar to that of his soul. The chakra that surrounded his body was like flames, licking up his skin and dancing over his body. His eyes mirrored that bright sunny yellow glow and he looked almost ethereal. God-like, beautiful, deadly. Her retinas were assaulted by his stunning beauty, literally. He was like an LED light bulb. She watched as her husband reached forward, body soaring through the air intending to slam open palms into Kagaya. Sasuke mirrored him reaching forward with an outstretched palm. Hari's eyes widened a fraction, watching as Kagaya made a last leap for escape only to be slammed down, boxed in the head by Sakura. Sasuke and Naruto finally manages to touch her, sealing her in place. Her third E forced close and Kagaya struggled under their grasp. Now, Death's voice called in her mind and Hari's next moves are almost natural, Death guiding her invisible body forward. The next thing Hari knows was the feeling of her arm squelched deep within the wretched woman's chest as she flings off the invisibility cloak revealing her person. Her fingers grasping Kagaya's heart, the squirmy thing wriggled and thumped in her fingers as she squeezed. The feeling was horrid, like she dunked her fingers into an icy river in the middle of winter. The temperature so low, her fingers clamped up at the cold, numbed and without feeling. Hari cursed under her breath, feeling the woman draining her feelings of happiness, hopes and dreams, just like a Dementor. Hari ripped her hand out of Kagaya's chest, pulling the organ out of her body and revealing the blackened heart dripping with blood, connected by red pulsing veins. The blood spewed out of Kagaya's chest, dripping down bloodily like a miniature waterfall. The women spluttered and gasped, roaring madly, but unable to do anything due to the ceiling. Only, what Hari held in her hands wasn't just Kagaya's heart. Hari smirked, her fingers ghosted with the blue of death's energy. A pitch-black ball of fire emerged from the pulsating heart in her open palm. This was Kagaya's soul, her completely black and completely poisoned by evil, soul. No, Kagaya roared, thrashing under her arms, her milky eyes narrowing at her. Fear wrecked her body, creeping across her face as she finally realized that death was approaching. How could this be? A creator would never come here. She screamed. She must have realized her tactic was wrong, because her expression changes, her eyes wide and pleading. Please Creator, please, take me with you. I won't attack this world anymore. I understand my place. I understand my position. FCK you bitch. Hari replied vehemently, crushing the flame and her heart in her clenched fist. Her fingers crackling with bright green light. Her hair whipped back as the sheer power of her magic burst from her, so strong that the dimension cracks and shatters. Her core wells up with power as she prepared for the saint. Wrongest spell she would ever cast in her entire life. Avada Kedavra. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.